Good afternoon. Man, time seems to fly. It was like I just was on here with you guys. This will probably be my last show of the weekend unless something crazy happens. This will be just like a recap of everything from last night to today and yesterday. And then I don't know what else I have planned after that. And then I'm gonna try to make this a short one and a shorter one. But we're definitely going to talk about some AI, space tech, and homegrown terrorist sleeper cells, etc. See what we got going on. It's basically just to run through the news today and just see what's going on, and then I'll talk to y'all throughout the show. But that being said, it's been wild. All this war stuff is just it gets draining. It really does. But if you go through and you look at any other topics or any other, there's just nothing. And yesterday I tried to talk about different stuff, and seems like the consensus just wants to hear about what's going and it's understandable. I mean, it is a big issue. So can't wait till we get back to the days of just talking about whatever's just going on in the news. But that being said, let's get into this. What's going on? Hit the like, share, sub on your way in. Much love. Um, Here we go.
Hormuz. What if mines are laid by Iran? What if Iran does have more ballistic missiles hidden away? Why report on the progress made toward decapitating Iran's nuclear program? Why report on the sinking of their Navy? Obviously, the big developments today, when you can hype worst case scenarios. And I think my favorite is when the media quotes these tough guy pronouncements from the new Ayatollah as if he's some kind of vibrant political force holding press conferences. I mean, they're saying Iran's new supreme leader vows to keep blocking the Strait of Hormuz. Vows? Really? How is he vowing exactly? From his hospital bed with an amputated leg and a messed up face?
Oh, yeah.
Obviously, they would have put him out on camera if he were capable of speaking for himself. But of course, the not so supreme leader is not capable of doing that. So all they have is regime propaganda and apparently a number of useful idiots here in the United States. So whatever is left of the regime needs the world to believe that it somehow outsmarted the American military. And of course, our press and some of their Democrat allies are helping them sell that line 24/7. And so now we're supposed to believe that no one in the administration anticipated that, gee, maybe Iran would try to block the Strait of Hormuz. Of course, CNN began that drumbeat, and then The Atlantic and others repeated it. Astonishingly, President Trump and his aides were caught unprepared when Iran, under air assault from the United States and Israel, retaliated by targeting shipping in the Persian Gulf. It's all one giant media Democrat Party echo chamber.
Trump's rosy assessment of the conflict, stark contrast with the reality we're seeing on the ground. There's reporting yesterday that the U.S. officials did not anticipate that Iran would try to close the Strait of Hormuz as part of a counterattack.
Now, where could they have gotten their bogus tips from? Maybe an angry senator from my home state of Connecticut? Well, Chris Murphy, of course, has been leading that charge, saying, well, he's classified briefing, I guess isn't classified. I don't believe Murphy farther than I can throw him. Now, Hegseth tossed a grenade on that theory earlier today.
More fake news from CNN. Reports that the Trump administration underestimated the Iran war's impact on the Strait of Hormuz. Patently ridiculous, of course. For decades, Iran has threatened shipping in the Strait of Hormuz. This is always what they do, hold the strait hostage. CNN doesn't think we thought of that. It's a fundamentally unserious report.
But again, when you see the criticisms of our military planning, and look, they're never going to get everything 100% right, but they're going to come pretty darn close. Like, so objective reporting, no problem with that. We've got to learn from our mistakes. But when you're reading these ridiculous headlines, consider the sources. And by the way, the editors at National Review, they're not fans of Trump's. They dismiss the CNN report as nuts. Other stories are just as bad, though. Another piece in The Atlantic claims that U.S. capabilities are showing signs of rot. Okay, so when our forces, perhaps with other countries, secure the strait, will they issue a correction or even report on it fairly? Of course not. Now, as Donald Trump posted on Truth Social just moments ago, there's no losing this. He says we wiped out every military target in Iran's crown jewel, Karj Island, but not the oil infrastructure. He said, if Iran screws around with the strait again, that's going to change. As long as Donald Trump is president, though, here's what you have to remember. The entire press establishment, the Democrat Party, they're going to remain invested in America's failure because their own political success depends on Iran turning into a disaster, and that is contemptible.
This is the most incompetent, incoherent war America has fought in the last 100 years.
Wishful thinking from the senator from Connecticut. What a detestable comment from that gelatinous, girly man. It's only day 13, but Murphy, along with Schumer and the rest of the do-nothing Democrats, are clearly rooting for failure. They see nothing of Iran a chance, maybe a small chance, but a chance for a better life. Well, of course this is all good. But instead of putting country first, hoping for success, they relish bad news. They never would admit this, but how many of them wake up in the morning hoping to read about another tanker in flames or another accident involving a military aircraft? Democrats seem to Iran, but it would ultimately fail because Iran apparently can unilaterally bring Gulf traffic to a halt. Now, even if that were true, Trump still did the right thing. We're obviously better off trying to stop Iran and taking our chances on short-term economic disruption than we would have been simply waiting for them to have nuclear capability and then threaten all of us. I suspect Democrats are wrong once again. It is not true that a theocracy with no Navy and no Air Force can actually stop commerce in the Gulf beyond the short term. Let's remember, even before the war, Iran's GDP was about the size of Oregon's. So instead of offering a positive idea for American growth, American security, even if you disagree with President Trump, Democrats just keep hoping that other forces will bring down the Trump agenda. Remember, Trump's already been investigated, he's been indicted, he's been impeached, he's been shot at, and yet he's still here. And yet Democrats think that he's now going to be brought down to his knees.
Taxes was so taxing.
Hands-free Skechers Work Slip-ins have an invisible built-in shoehorn so your foot slides into place without touching your shoes. Skechers Work Slip-ins.
¿Quiere arreglar sus papeles, pero ha escuchado que no califica para nada? Soy la abogada Ángeles.
STAGED releases immediately and blocks acid that causes heartburn for 24 hours. Feel the difference.
Play War Thunder now. Join millions of players across the globe in massive battles on tanks.
And recover with the Planet Fitness Black Cord.
Join and get your first month free. Deal ends March 13th.
One of my all-time favorite science fiction adventures is now a movie with Ryan.
$1,000 worth of creams couldn't, because this yellow crust is why your nail fungus won't go away. Okay.
The young people that go to preschool there, no one was hurt. But we have a lot of serious questions about what's happening there. And the governor was calling for a decline in divisive rhetoric But I think we also need some proactive policing going on.
Couldn't agree more. And you heard Senator Sotkin say that DHS has to be funded. We got the perfect guest to talk about that. Let's go ahead and bring in Jay Johnson, former DHS Secretary under President Obama. Thank you for coming in this morning.
Thanks for having me.
We're obviously in an elevated threat environment right now, while DHS remains unfunded for 4 weeks now. There have been reports that hundreds of TSA agents have already quit. They can't afford to work without pay. They're missing another paycheck today. You and I were talking. These are the people checking for bombs at the airports, and the ones who are still working right now probably aren't too motivated working without pay. How crazy do you think it is that, given this environment we're in, DHS is still unfunded?
It's very crazy. As the senator pointed out a moment ago in that press briefing, DHS is more than just immigration enforcement. It's more than what Americans saw, Border Patrol, ICE in Minneapolis. It's aviation security, it's maritime security, it's port security, it's cyber security, it's the Secret Service, it's FEMA. It's a whole host of missions to keep Americans safe. And TSOs work paycheck to paycheck when they're getting paid. Morale traditionally in TSA is low. And these are the people we pay to look for bombs on the airplane you and your family are about to get on. DHS has been unfunded now for a month. We have to get out of the business, and this is a non-partisan right now.
It's like a mayor. You have to pick up the trash. This is the basic issue. Like Congress, you control the purse strings, so you need to control the purse strings. You cannot allow TSA agents to bear the brunt of this every few weeks when you can't figure out the government. But I have a question for you. As you look back, do you think the Department of Homeland Security is too big? Like, does there need to be a rethinking of that whole department?
Excellent question. I've spent a lot of time thinking about that. DHS was created in 2003, of course, after 9/11, on the assumption that to combat terrorism, you have to put in one cabinet department all the different ways in which somebody can enter this country, land, sea, and air. So we consolidated the Border Patrol, TSA, the Coast Guard, on the notion that if you regulate better how to get into this country, you've effectively dealt with terrorism. The threat environment is much more complicated right now. You have terrorist-directed attacks from overseas where terrorist operatives could come to this country like the 9/11 attackers, but then you also have a more complicated picture, those who self-radicalize who are already in this country, naturalized US citizens, for example, or those who are terrorist-inspired. They see something on the internet calling upon them to carry out attacks already here in the homeland. That's a much more complicated threat picture. It's evolved. There's some who say that DHS is too big. It feels big because of all the different missions, but in reality, it's only a fraction of the size of the Department of Defense. Some would say consolidate every federal law enforcement agency into one big cabinet department. Some would say pare it back. There's a sweet spot in there somewhere, but like everything in Washington, in some respects, DHS, they went too far. In other respects, it didn't go far enough.
Right.
There's been a lot of talk about the attempted terror attack or the actual terror attack at Old Dominion University yesterday. The shooter, naturalized into U.S. citizen from Sierra Leone, was convicted in 2017 of supporting ISIS, went to prison, shockingly, just for 7 years, got out. That's a separate topic. What a lot of people are asking is, how was this guy not stripped of his U.S. citizenship and deported? As you're aware, under U.S. law right now, it's really hard to denaturalize a U.S. citizen unless they committed some type of fraud during the immigration process. Does that need to change? Should somebody who's convicted of supporting terrorism, should that just be an immediate, you're denaturalized, you're out of the country?
You're right. It's a very cumbersome process to take away somebody's citizenship. I'd rather see this person languish in jail, frankly, U.S. citizen or not. Good question. Somebody's convicted of a terrorist-related offense. Why only 7 years, especially with federal sentencing guidelines, mandatory minimums? I think a lot of questions need to be asked there.
On the sleeper cells, how much, obviously you don't have to, you're not responsible anymore, but I'm sure you used to worry about it a lot. how big do you think the worry is now on a scale 1 to 10? Would you say we should be, if 10 being the most alarmed?
Terrorist I hate to put numbers on things.
That's a terrible question, actually. I asked an excellent question and then a terrible question.
A battlefield commander in Afghanistan once told me, terrorist organizations are not conventional armies. For every terrorist you kill, you may be inspiring 2 more. And we are in a threatened environment, a heightened threat environment. When I was in office, I used to tell the American people, here's the truth of what we face. In an environment like this, I would not discourage people from going to religious observances. I would not discourage people from going to public events. Don't hide under your mattress in fear, but be vigilant. Here are the things your government is doing to try to address the threat, and here are the things that you can do. Don't ask, if you see something, say something. Still works. It has worked in the past.
Something.
Be vigilant. Don't be paranoid, but be vigilant. And we can address this type of threat environment that we exist in now.
4 terror attacks in the last couple of weeks alone, 2 just yesterday.
Yep.
We were talking about this earlier. Does it feel to you that like something has changed in these last couple of weeks? Like you can feel it. What is it?
It does. I believe we are in a heightened threat environment, most likely because of events in the Middle East. Iran is a state sponsor of terrorism. We can decapitate the leadership there, but that does not decapitate the ability to be a state sponsor of terrorists. It does not decapitate the ability to inspire acts of terrorism, including acts of terrorism here in the homeland. And so, bottom line to all of this, we need to fund, Congress needs to fund the department that exists to ensure homeland security.
But how do you think about cybersecurity issues? Because there's only so much the Department of Homeland could do. Individuals, companies, organizations, how do you advise them to deal with this when you have lots of different ways you could have a cyber attack, but certainly Iran is capable of doing that and through their proxies?
Yes, Iran has offensive cyber capability. Within DHS, we have the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, CISA. I think I got that right.
You did.
Cybersecurity, cyber defense is largely a private enterprise. Most of critical infrastructure in this country is in private hands. So inevitably, cybersecurity is a partnership between private enterprise and government agencies. But again, CISA is defunded right now. And so Congress needs to get away from having these policy fights and linking them to funding and put the government back in business.
I just don't understand, even from a political communications, let me just put my White House press secretary hat on for a second. I don't understand what political pain you would take, what incoming you would take, maybe from your far right or your far left flank, if you came to the table and said, we're going to fund Homeland Security. Like, how could it actually hurt Chuck Schumer that much to actually say, you know what, we're going to move on, we're going to push that forward, we made our point, we got some success in Michigan?
Well, because they yelled at him during the last shutdown.
This dynamic exists no matter which party has the majority in Congress. I've seen it both ways. Yeah. I was on the opposite end of this 11 years ago when I was in office. And more people in Congress need to say, come on, folks.
Let's just do it.
This is the most basic reason the American people elected us to come here. And the workers, frankly, don't have a voice in this. The
and they don't deserve this.
The workers are the political football in this. And so somebody's got to speak up for them, and somebody's got to speak up for the mission, and somebody's got to speak up for Homeland Security on a nonpartisan basis.
Jay Johnson, thank you for being on set with us and watching the press conference and reacting to it.
Thank you.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all.
Taxes was so taxing.
All right. Great pleasure to welcome back General Jack Keane, Fox News Senior Strategic Analyst. General Keane, sir, as always, Thank you for coming on. Can I just begin with the Strait of Hormuz? How do you read that story? We are determined to prevent Iran from blockading it. It seems to me, again, Mr. Trump is signaling his intentions, and it's another war aim that can be met. How do you see it, General?
Well, first of all, I think the Strait of Hormuz problem gets resolved when we end this war, and we're 3 to 5 weeks from doing that. I think in the meantime, the fact that the media and the president's opposition party seems to be in a frenzy over the fact that oil prices are spiking. And it seems to me that oil prices spiking should not be the pacing item for this war.
Yeah.
The reality is that we're going to end this war on our terms based on the conditions and the objectives to be achieved. And it seems to make some sense to me that if we have to put up with some oil prices spiking for a few weeks to end this tyrannical regime's diabolical influence and control regionally and writ large in the world, and imposing their will and determination and hell that they've caused, for almost 50 years, it's worth the cost of doing that. I mean, can't we bear this little sacrifice for a few weeks while we do this? I mean, that makes more sense. Let's finish this war on our terms and get it right. And those prices will come down. Now, with the Strait of Hormuz, there is a problem there. If we start to bring our warships through right now, the Iranians still have the capability, not just at the coastal area, which we can eliminate, but hundreds of miles back to range those ships with precision weapons. And that makes no sense in terms of the risk when we're going to finish them off entirely in a few weeks. In the meantime, the commander of Central Command has it as a task, and he's deliberately working to eliminate the potential of those offensive weapons interfering with escort operations in the Straits of Hormuz. We're likely not going to begin that task of escorting tankers through until that threat is removed. But I think about the same time, the war will be ending in any event. We're on a pathway here. The president has talked about it. He has the patience to listen to his commanders and to listen to the IDF leaders and to Prime Minister Netanyahu. When those objectives have been achieved, then I think we'll see the termination of military operations. But until such time, we're going to continue to pursue those objectives.
Well, that's what the president has said. The president agrees. The president also said, as you just did, just, a little bump up in gasoline prices, a very small price to pay to get rid of this awful terrorist regime that is a menace to all civilization, but fighting the U.S. for almost 50 years, as you put it. And I also was interested, 3 to 5 weeks. I mean, these are things that President Trump keeps saying. I mean, a lot of people choose not to believe him. My point in the riff is we should believe him. Things are on schedule. You yourself have said that to me on this show and on the radio. Things are on schedule. Now, you can't be certain about any of this. I understand the fog of war and the risk to it, but gosh, the president has been very level-headed, it seems to me, and has been a truth teller, General Keane.
Sure, absolutely. And where does he get all his information from? Well, he gets it, from the Secretary of War, the Chairman of Joint Chiefs, principally from the Central Command commander, who has all of these facts. He is leading the war effort for us. And also, he gets the information from the IDF operations. We have a 3-star general and a complete staff embedded in the IDF. And they have a 1-star general and a complete staff embedded in Central Command's headquarters. The trust and exchange here is really something to see. And listen, Larry, for the military people out there who would appreciate this, who've gone through 20 years of 9/11 wars, we've never had a partner like this who brings together not only the shared values, which we've had in the past, certainly, and common objectives, which we've had in the past, but unbelievable capability and proven capability. These are the 2 most proven militaries in the world conducting the first time ever combined operations against a common objective and a common enemy. And we're going to get this job done together. Make no mistake about that.
Well, that was my other point on the rift that I've said it a million times. I've heard you say it. We, the United States and Israel and our allies are winning the war. We are winning the war, and it will be successfully won. Is there any doubt about that?
There's no doubt in my mind about it. And talking to the commanders, I'm kind of irrelevant compared to them. You know, they speak with total confidence. And when they began this operation, you know, our commander flat told the president, you know, I have total confidence that we will be able to accomplish successfully our military objectives, Mr. President. And I'm certain that that confident and that commander, Admiral Brad Cooper, who's truly exceptional officer, transferred that trust and confidence to the president himself. And that is where he is. He was then, and that's where he's been ever since on this operation. And he talks to Prime Minister Netanyahu. These are two wartime commanders now talking to each other, much like Churchill and Roosevelt were continuing to talk to each other. Common objective, shared values, working together as best as it can possibly be expected. I'm not Pollyannish. I'm not trying to, you know, provide flowery remarks here. I'm just trying to state the facts. This is really organizations coming together built on trust and confidence in each other. And it's something really to behold.
And they're changing history, General. And they're changing history for the better. You know what I mean? For the better.
You betcha. I mean, the opportunity here to take these guys off the board finally, maybe not immediately, but reduce their effectiveness so much that they're powerless and eventually change will take place. And to accomplish something like that, you're right, it is historic. And we'll see close on, because we're talking to the Arabs. When this settles and this threat is removed in the region, we're going to see normalization among the Arab states and Israel exponentially greater than where we are now. And the Middle East will be changed for decades to come. Look at all the forces we've had in the Middle East throughout our lifetime here. Do we still have to keep the forces at this kind of scale going forward if we're able to historically achieve the political objectives we're trying to achieve here? I think not. It'll dramatically change.
Yes, sir. General Jack Keane, thank you. We always appreciate it.
Oil has indeed passed $100 a barrel. First time we've seen that since 2022. Actually, we've got it down to $95 as of right now. Chevron's president, Andy Walsh, joins me now. Sir, how long will oil stay at these levels? Can you give us a clue?
Well, Stu, I'm not really good at predicting oil prices, to be honest with you. Chevron's mostly focused on our people in the region and our assets in the region, and we have to kind of see how this military action plays out to know where it's really going to go.
How fast can we make sure that tankers can get through the Straits of Hormuz? I mean, are we looking at days, weeks, surely not months?
Yeah, it really depends, Stu. We're trying to understand what's the next military action. What's the U.S. government going to do? Chevron's prepared to help get our fuel out of there and our oil to markets, and we're really just kind of making sure we're taking care of our people. So really hard to predict what's going to happen, whether it's going to be extended or short term or long term.
Okay. I'm going to change the subject for a second, because you wrote a letter, a powerful letter, warning of an economic collapse in California under Governor Newsom's climate policy. Question: are regulations causing what you might call irreversible damage to California's economy and energy security? Is it that bad?
Yeah, I believe it is. That's why we wrote the letter. I'm glad you're asking. We think that the policies they're putting in place will eliminate all refining in the state of California. And if you think about what's going on today in the world, energy security and reliable energy is really important. And I'm afraid that California is heading down a path of relying on imports from Korea, India, China to fuel the cars and airplanes and trucks that people need to live their lives.
Well, I've got a regular gasoline in California now averages $5.20 a gallon, and it's going up. I mean, could you reach $6, $7 in California? Is that possible?
Well, Stu, what they're proposing is to add another $1.20 to a gallon of gas via a tax in the next 5 years. So yeah, I think prices are going to go up. They're already sometimes twice the price of other places in the United States. And a lot of that is taxes, fees, and regulations that burden the industry and burden Californians. And unfortunately, Stu, it hurts the people that can least afford it the most. Yeah. And that's really concerning.
Well, aren't the people of California getting a little tired of this? They're already paying $5. It might go up to $6 or $7. Aren't they going to make some changes?
Well, so that's why I'm talking to you. I want people to understand what's going on. I want them to understand that, hey, if you close a refinery, it doesn't come back. Okay. These are irreversible decisions. And the lawmakers in California have decided that they don't want critical infrastructure like refineries. They've been working to put us out of business for 20 years. It's happening. There's a refinery shutting down right now in the Bay Area that's operated by Valero. One shut down last year, operated by Phillips 66. And it's just I think it's disastrous policy that's going to make it difficult for people to live their lives in California, and expensive.
Well, you wrote this strong letter to Governor Newsom. Have you heard back from him?
I have not. No, I have not heard from him. We are talking to the Air Resources Board. It's the California Air Resources Board that's trying to put this new policy into effect. And look, it's just a tax, Stu. They're just taxing consumers, and they're making it hard for us to do business there. And there's going to be lasting impacts. This is going to, they're going to be reliant on supply from outside the U.S., and that's not good policy, in my opinion.
Indeed, it's not. Thanks very much for joining us this morning, Andy. We do appreciate it. And come back soon and tell us how things are going in California. We'd love to hear.
Okay.
Thanks a lot.
Pleasure. Thank you, Stu.
You got it.
But for
I'm not really a cupcake, but I am super baked, thanks to Mood Can.
Mood is third-party.
But first, there's this. Today, the inaugural 2026 Supplier Matchmaking Expo will kick off at the Charlotte Motor Speedway in North Carolina. The event is co-hosted by the U.S. Small Business Administration and the National Association of Manufacturers, aiming to support President Trump's Made in America agenda. More than 800 small businesses and local suppliers will have the opportunity to meet with larger companies seeking production partners such as NASA, Boeing, Ford, Toyota. Joining me now is one of the co-hosts of the event, National Association of Manufacturers President and CEO, Jay Timmons. Kelly Loeffler, the U.S. Small Business Administrator, will be joining us momentarily. Jay, good to see you. Thank you so much for being here. Tell us what to expect as President Trump has engineered an industrial revival here in America.
Well, Maria, you and I have been together at the Reagan Library. I was in your studio a couple weeks ago. I think you ought to come down here to the Charlotte Speedway, because what we're going to attempt to do is make sure that our economy is going full throttle as we match small businesses with larger manufacturers, and to your point, ensure that we have more things made in America.
Right. And so what specifically can we make in America that we're not making right now?
Well, that's a great question. So look, I think we have the capacity to do anything here in the United States. We just have to kind of decide exactly what is going to create the highest value. Certainly right now, we actually last night had the Assistant Secretary at the Pentagon, James Mismatch, who was talking about the need for us to really ramp up our military manufacturing might here in this country. We certainly have the capability of doing that. You're going to see a lot of folks here who can be a part of that supply chain, also the pharmaceutical supply chain, for other industrials as well. I was here a couple of weeks ago, actually a day after you and I were together, in Charlotte, where I got to see the benefits of HR 1. We were at Ketchy Manufacturing, and Courtney Ketchy, who's the CEO of that company, had signs all over her plant showing which machines were able to be purchased because of the tax reforms of 2017 and 2025. You put that together with regulatory modernization and energy development, and then you start putting together small manufacturers who can actually contribute to the supply chain, and you've just got a supercharged economy.
Absolutely.
SBA Administrator Kelly Loeffler has been all over the road for the last 57 weeks, I think, pointing out how we need to really strengthen and supercharge the power and the might of small manufacturers here in the United States.
And let me bring in Kelly right now. Kelly Loeffler joining us right now, U.S. Small Business Administrator. Kelly, thanks so much for being here this morning. We're talking about the big expo today. And I just asked about the Made in America agenda and what's not being made in America that we need to be made in America. Tell us about the businesses that you've been speaking with and what you want to see happen here.
Yeah, Maria, this is all about strengthening America's industrial base. No one believes in the American industry like President Trump, the American worker. This is about a return to American strength, job creation, industries ranging from aerospace, defense, food manufacturing, energy, everything. And what we have seen as I've traveled across the country is that small manufacturers, which make up 98% of all manufacturers across this country, have seen that the president's policies, ranging from tax cuts, deregulation, fair trade, has been rocket fuel for them. We were at Coosa Steel together with the president a few weeks ago in Georgia. They've been able to double the number of shifts that they have. They're reshoring supply from China to create American jobs. This is the power of President Trump's economic agenda. It's working. You see it in the data, and I see it on the ground as I travel across the country.
And we're seeing it in the data. U.S. factory activity has expanded for the second straight month in February. That means jobs. We had a survey from the Institute for Supply Management showing the Purchasers Managing Index for manufacturing came in at 52.4, showing ongoing growth in the sector. I'm with Adam Johnson here, who is an investor who actually is looking at this from that side of things. Adam, jump in here.
Oh, thanks, Maria. Yeah, Kelly, I absolutely love the initiative and the ingenuity of what you're doing at the Speedway, bringing big companies together with small companies to help figure out what they can do together. How did this come together?
Well, we're so proud to partner with the National Association of Manufacturers to bring together large manufacturers like Ford, Siemens, Boeing, Lockheed, and many others, together with a half dozen federal agencies, and then nearly 900 small businesses. And this is the energy that we see on the ground, is that small manufacturers are seeing a ramp up in orders. You saw that in the ISM, both the services and the manufacturing data. 2 consecutive months of expansion. What's exciting about this is that's a forward-looking metric, as is the small business optimism that we see in the sector. 70% of companies expect revenue growth, half expect to expand. I've talked to manufacturers that expect to double. And we've seen the demand from large manufacturers that need their subcontractors, companies like Ford that use 5,000 small business manufacturers to help strengthen their supply chain. Those manufacturers need to be in America. Those are American jobs. And that's why we're so excited to host this event today in Charlotte.
Jay, where are they getting their input? I want to get your take on the cost of those inputs, Jay. Are they largely doing everything made in America, or are they importing certain components from foreigners?
Yeah, great question, Maria. So obviously they try to source as much as they can here in the United States. We don't make everything here yet that we need for those inputs. So you think of, and I know you had Barbara Humpton on here earlier, you think of critical minerals, you think of specialized machinery. Those are things that we don't make here yet. So what we want to do is we want to make sure that our trade policy aligns with the needs of our small manufacturers in particular, and that we can provide a speed pass, if you will, for duty-free treatment of some of those critical inputs that we don't make here. There's been some movement on that, and we're very optimistic that we can get that done in conjunction with the president's trade and his further trade agenda, especially as we look at the renewal of the USMCA trade agreement.
Yeah, and that's what we really want to dive into, because Jameson Greer told me that this is right now sort of top of mind in terms of trade subjects. And I guess it's going to be bilateral, a deal with Mexico and the U.S., and then a separate deal with Canada and the United States, right?
You broke that news to me 2 weeks ago, Maria. So I don't know yet where we're headed on that. Our hope
Kelly, you have any
for
thoughts
manufacturers,
on that?
though.
Kelly?
Well, look, Maria, I won't get ahead of the president, but I will say this country is coming back after being subject to hundreds of pages of tariff and non-tariff trade barriers in this country. And I'm grateful that President Trump is fighting for American industry and the workers, and that Jameson Greer is doing great work. And we're going to see strong results for the American people, finally, after decades of our industrial base being hollowed out.
Well, I mean, it's just incredible to me that it's small business that are creating the bulk of jobs in America. You know, we don't talk about that enough, even as the president and the administration is planning a nationwide crackdown on federal benefit fraud, targeting all 50 states. The president is tapping Vice President J.D. Vance to lead what he's calling this war on fraud. He talked about that during the State of the Union. Kelly, I know you've paused some SBA loans to Minnesota late last year because of this. You're still examining this, right? Is this a $50 billion program that has never been audited?
Well, absolutely, Maria. There are dozens of programs across this government that need to be reviewed. I found a program that we had in our agency about 50 years old, never been looked at. $50 billion. And so what we're doing is auditing each participant in the program. And we're doing it with looking back at the COVID era loans. 112,000 borrowers in California alone are banned from ever getting SBA assistance again because of defrauding COVID era loans. So I'm grateful to Vice President Vance's leadership and the fact that President Trump is taking this so seriously. The American people want accountability. They want to make sure their hard-earned tax dollars are not going to fraudsters, people that have come here or built businesses on defrauding the government. And we're going to see results on that and make sure that we change it for good. These changes need to be durable and sustainable for the American taxpayer.
Yeah, Emily, I mean, this is all going on under the Biden administration. Absolutely. All this fraud that the Trump administration is actually looking under every rock to find out where this exists.
Absolutely. And let's talk about the incentives that have been going to illegal aliens, especially under the previous administration. In the higher education system, I can tell you that over 20 states still provide in-state tuition rates for illegal alien students, scholarships going to illegal alien students. I'm so happy to see an administration dealing with the fraud and incentives that have been going to illegals for so long.
Kelly and Jay, let's end on jobs, because I mentioned earlier, and Kelly mentioned it a minute ago, that 90% of jobs are coming from the small business group here. What kind of jobs do you believe will be front and center and will be most in demand, as our viewers want to know where the activity will be? Jay?
Yeah, so there are about 400,000 open jobs in manufacturing right now. And what we're seeing is a need for more highly specialized jobs on the technical side, technicians who can help us develop AI and infuse AI into our workforce. About 50% of small businesses right now use AI in their operations. That number will grow to about 80% by the year 2030. So think in terms of jobs that, frankly, Maria, we don't even have an idea of what they look like today. Every generation, or actually probably quarter generation, the job types in manufacturing change so substantially. And AI, I think, is going to take us in a whole different direction.
It's a great point. Kelly, final word.
Maria, manufacturing is where it's at. They saw 5% wage growth in the last jobs report. This is a boom that is just getting underway under President Trump. There's much more to come.
Yeah, so were you worried about those recent jobs numbers that we saw where we were looking at a below expectation situation? Does that turn around quickly, Kelly?
Look, Maria, that was one data point that had a number of extraneous factors in it. What we see on the ground is strong demand for the skilled workforce, and that's what we're working with small businesses on. They have millions of jobs open. This is what our mandate is now, is to help create the skilled workforce of the future, because those jobs are out there, as Jay said, and we need to make sure that our young people are ready to take those jobs on.
Absolutely. Really important work that you're both doing. We so appreciate your time this morning. Thank you very much. Kelly Loeffler and Jay Timmons will be watching. Stay with us. We'll be right back. Welcome back. The global battlefield is expanding beyond the land, sea, and air. Now in the fall.
Tax season. The unwanted guest keeps coming.
The far reaches of outer space. American forces have used technology in space to destroy Iran's military infrastructure during Operation Epic Fury, while tracking and shooting down retaliatory missiles. The New York Post reports Space Forces' infrared beams track the missiles the second they launch via the heat they create. Crews work inside radar domes called radomes, resembling giant golf balls. They receive information in the sky in real time, calculate the trajectory of missiles, and therefore their likely destination, and act accordingly. Joining me now with more of this is the man of the hour, NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman. Jared, welcome back. It's good to see you this morning. We so appreciate your time.
Oh, it's great to be back.
We've talked in the past about space being a major national security issue, and we need to protect it. Give us your take on specifically how space is involved in this particular fight and the battle on Iran.
Absolutely. And I mean, space is the ultimate high ground, right? President Trump certainly knows this. It's why he created the Space Force during his first term. It's why he created the Artemis program, which is kind of on the peaceful civil side of space, which is my responsibility at NASA. And that's America's moon rocket behind us right now. But you're absolutely spot on. The assets we have in space, the satellites that are there for observation, for communication. I mean, these are the capabilities that are identifying the rocket launches, that are communicating to our forces and give America an extreme edge in this conflict.
Yeah, and that's why we worry so much about protecting space, because we know that that's where our satellites are, and an adversary would want to take down our satellite to shut the lights, certainly on Earth and impact America. Have we seen evidence of an adversary trying to mess with any of our satellites?
Well, there's no question about it. Again, this is why President Trump created the Space Force, is because this is one of the most important technological domains, and it is no longer secure. I mean, our adversaries have capabilities in space that can threaten our assets. Now, we, of course, have our assets in space that can counter some of that. It's also why the high ground of space keeps getting higher. The satellites initially in low Earth orbit are closer to Earth. They're probably a lot more vulnerable to the satellites we have in geostationary orbit. But now this is why cislunar space is important. You get higher up, you can still look down on Earth. You have some greater freedom of maneuverability the farther away you get. This is kind of the reality of the new space race.
So what does the U.S. need to do right now then, Jared? I mean, when you look at the national security stakes, whether it be lunar dominance, satellite protection, space supply chains, what are you most focused on? And what does the United States now need to do to protect that space?
Well, my first day on the job, I'm in the Oval Office as President Trump signs America's space policy, America for superiority in space. Now, my responsibility is on the civil, peaceful side to it. What are we doing about it? We're returning to the moon. We're returning to the moon, and we're going to stay. We're going to build a lunar base. And next up is Artemis 2, which is America's moon rocket. It's right behind me. 8.8 million pounds of thrust. We're going to send 4 astronauts around the moon in a matter of weeks, safely back to Earth. And then we're going to set up for missions every year, again in 27 until 28, when we land on the moon. And again, this time to stay. We're doing the other things. We're going nuclear power and propulsion in space. So someday you can see American astronauts plant the stars and stripes on Mars. So this is kind of our role that we fulfill here at NASA. We're pioneering, ensuring American leadership in the high ground of space. Then you've got Space Force. They're the ones that are standing out in the hill. They're looking out for everyone here on Earth. And then you've got looking out farther into space as NASA kind of leads the way.
Yeah, that's so fascinating. I want to get back to the nuclear propulsion comment that you just made, but you've been referencing Artemis behind you. What do we need to understand about Artemis, Jared? What do you want to tell us about Artemis? Do we want the camera to widen out or go closer to show us specifically what you're referring to?
Okay, well, what's most important about Artemis is it's a program that lives on beyond any one rocket. You know, President Trump wants to make sure that we pick up where Apollo 17 left off. We are not just going back to the moon to plant the flag and bring home rocks and leave the footsteps, but to build an enduring presence on the moon, a moon base where we can realize the scientific, economic, national security value on the moon, to be a proving ground to test out the capabilities for someday when America's journey takes us to Mars. So this is the opening episode, but you're going to start seeing moon launches to the moon almost on a monthly cadence. A lot of uncrewed vehicles are going to go there as we start to build out the moon base. You're going to see crewed vehicles with astronauts going at some point every year, eventually getting down to 6 months. Vehicle architecture will change until you've got repeatable, affordable missions going to and from the moon.
And you made such an important point in terms of the U.S. picking up the pace of all of this as China is trying to win here as well. The Financial Times article, Jana Robinson writes this: one of the next contested space portfolios is not in the realm of rockets, lunar landers, or satellite constellations. It is embedded in the often overlooked ground game of infrastructure projects, long-term partnering agreements. Not surprisingly, the culprits here, the two authoritarian space powers, China and Russia. What can you tell us?
Well, I absolutely think the nations that are taking on the big, bold, grand endeavors and actually achieving them is how they're pursuing national security objectives. When America returns to the moon, builds a moon base, returning to the moon this time to stay, it sends a message. It sends a message to every one of our adversaries, our geopolitical rivals around the world of what we are capable of doing. It sends a message of what we're capable of doing across every one of the most important emerging technological domains. I will tell you, it is absolutely a race right now. Success and failure on the moon is going to be measured in months, not years.
When will the U.S. have the capability to defend or even repair satellites in space?
Well, I'd say we have demonstration missions, again, on the kind of peaceful civil side for doing on-orbit boosting of satellites, on-orbit refueling of satellites. In fact, our entire lunar strategy with our two moon partners that are building our lunar landers, SpaceX and Blue Origin, incorporates some degree of on-orbit assembly or on-orbit cryogenic prop transfer. These are going to be game-changing capabilities for the United States. So we are moving in that direction for sure.
I mean, look, without giving anything away, obviously we want to be careful here, but do you believe that our satellites are vulnerable to cyber or kinetic attack?
I 100% believe that our adversaries around the world understand how important the high ground of space is and what our satellites are capable of doing, again, from an observation and communication perspective, and they are doing everything they can to try and challenge it. That's where President Trump's Golden Dome comes in. We're building out even bigger constellations of satellites. We're going higher. We're going into cislunar space. We're sending American astronauts back to the moon to build a moon base. So there's no doubt our adversaries are trying to counter our capabilities in space. But this is why President Trump signs a national space policy calling for the continuation of American superiority in the high ground of space.
Yeah, I mean, that was so smart of President Trump to do that in his first term and then ramp it up in his next term. I want to get back to what we're doing in the war on Iran, because you just mentioned nuclear propulsion. And I spoke with Lindsey Graham, the senator from South Carolina, on Sunday. Listen to what he said. Watch this.
We now know they had enough 60% enriched uranium to make 11 bombs. What's that worth to America to make sure they don't have 11 bombs? All of this money is to make sure they never go nuclear, they can't hit us with ballistic missiles, and they stop terrorizing the region. When this regime goes down, we're going to have a new Mideast. We're going to make a ton of money. Nobody will threaten the Straits of Hormuz again. But Donald J. Trump saved the world from real chaos. Witkoff, the negotiator, was told by the Iranians openly that they have stockpiled enough 60% enriched uranium, 460 kilograms, to make 11 bombs. Thank God Trump did this. Can you imagine a year from now? What would it cost America if Iran had 11 nuclear bombs to threaten us? They would hold us hostage. We would be held hostage in perpetuity by this terrorist regime.
So, Jared, I go back to what you said about nuclear and propulsion. Is nuclear propulsion critical for national security when it comes to things like this conflict we're in right now?
Yeah, well, I just want to say, even though I'm here in my NASA capacity, I 100% agree with President Trump, Senator Graham, in that respect. You absolutely can never let a country where they chant death to America have nuclear weapons and highly enriched uranium. You don't even need to use that material to make a bomb. You can simply scatter that material, and you can create radiological issues for lots of people and shut down entire areas of land that might not be inhabitable for a very long period of time. It's completely unacceptable for them to ever have that capability. Now, nuclear power is immensely important for civil applications, for peaceful exploration in space. You've got industry like SpaceX, Blue Origin, Rocket Lab, Firefly, all these companies, ULA, building chemical rockets. They can send you someplace within our solar system on a one-way journey. What do you do when you want to go back and forth? That's where you kind of have the interplanetary railroad, if you will, which is nuclear power and propulsion tugs, allows you to move lots of mass from Earth to Mars, for example, and then you can also bring that nuclear power down to the surface. You can make propellant, so when one day American astronauts arrive on Mars, they actually can manufacture the propellant that's going to be necessary to come home to Earth and tell us all about it.
But, you know, I mean, I guess what I'm worried about and our viewers have worried about is China being complicit. I mean, aren't China and Russia right now using their space assets to assist Iran in this fight and identify our forces for targeting?
Well, I certainly can't go into that. I mean, that's for the DOW and the intelligence community to talk about. What I will say, at least in the peaceful world of space exploration, Russia and China have already announced actually long ago collaboration on nuclear power on the moon, on the far side in the shaded in the South Pole, to build a nuclear power plant alongside a research station. It's also why President Trump in his American Space Superiority executive order said America needs to build nuclear power and propulsion in space to enable Mars, but also to enable our base on the moon as a proving ground for future missions farther into the solar system.
So bottom line, is space becoming the next battlefield, and is America ready for that?
It's already there, but I will say that space is already the ultimate high ground. It is a battlefield. I will just say we have the best president, loves space, understands the importance of space. It's why he created the Space Force in his first term. It's why he created the Artemis program. It's why he created the Artemis Accords. And it's why on my first day in the job, President Trump signed the executive order on American superiority in space.
And should we be relying on private companies? I mean, Jared, talk to us about SpaceX helping in this assist in terms of critical national security infrastructure.
Well, I would say that America right now has the healthiest, most competitive launch industry in the history of America's space program. We have SpaceX for sure. We have Blue Origin. We have Rocket Lab, Firefly, ULA. But when you talk about SpaceX specifically, if we did not have their reusable rockets, their rockets that return to Earth, land on ships, we would be falling behind our adversary, China, in terms of orbital launches every year. The capabilities they give us, and now Blue Origin has reusable rockets, that is the difference between who can put mass up in orbit, and that's your observation satellites. Those are your communication satellites. Those are the capabilities right now that are making the difference in the Iranian conflict.
So do you believe that China is trying to plant the first permanent base on the moon? And what does that mean if it were to do that?
I 100% believe we are in a race right now against China, and the difference between success and failure is months. If we come up short, China will get there. They will get to the moon before America had a chance to return, and they will start building a base exactly where we want to be on the South Pole. They've already stated this. It's why we can't lose. We can't fall behind. It's why I'm here right now with America's moon rocket. We're upping the cadence. We're going to go from launching this thing every 3 years. We're going to try and launch it every year. We're working alongside our partners at SpaceX and Blue Origin, Boeing, and Lockheed to get on the game, start moving very fast, launch moon rockets, return to the moon, build the base.
Jared, what a background you have to be in this role now, a private astronaut, billionaire entrepreneur, SpaceX mission commander, now running NASA. This is an amazing position that you find yourself in. What's your #1 priority right now, Jared?
Oh, there's no question. I am grateful to be here. I'm working alongside the best and brightest. I mean, you have some of the smartest talent, engineering might from America that converges here at NASA to do the near impossible. You know, what is my greatest priority? What's keeping me up at night? Making sure we can deliver on President Trump's national space policy, return Americans to the moon, build the moon base, establish that enduring presence for, again, all that we may learn. Knowledge is power in space, and it's going to be our stepping stone to getting to Mars someday.
So, I mean, do you believe that NASA is still a science agency, or do you believe that NASA is now part of America's strategic deterrent in orbit?
Well, the answer is both. So, of course, we are still all about science and discovery. We have been since the beginning of the space program. Our telescopes that are out there, Hubble, James Webb, our rovers that are on Mars right now. I mean, knowledge is power, and we want to make sure every breakthrough that's going to change the world in space exploration and discovery is making its way through NASA. That said, do we have a national security mission? You bet we do. Again, 1969, July 20th, Neil Armstrong, Buzz Aldrin on the moon. We did the near impossible. It sends a message to the entire world. What else is America capable of doing? We're going to do it again in the years ahead under President Trump's leadership.
Wow, Jared, this is all very exciting, a little scary, but very exciting nonetheless. We, of course, and all of our viewers are wishing you the best of luck. Good to see you this morning, sir. Thank you.
Llegó la época de gripe. Usar Lysol Disinfectant Spray en las superficies ayuda a reducir 4 veces el riesgo de propagación.
If you're struggling with depression and not feeling the comfort and peace that you need, I invite you to meet with missionaries like me.
Good to see you as well. Thank you.
All right, Jared Isaacman joining us at the Kennedy Space Center. We'll be right back.
So here we go again, Mayor Mamdani moving closer to making his progressive dream a reality. His campaign promise to make New York City home to the nation's highest minimum wage is now headed to City Council for approval. If passed, minimum wage would nearly double in the Big Apple by 2030, jumping from $17 an hour today to $30 an hour. Mom and pop shops say that with already sky-high rent and rising costs, this pay hike could be the final straw and force them to cut jobs. Larry Kudlow, explain why minimum wage does, or I'm assuming in your opinion, does not work.
I think he should have gone right to 50.
What a cheapskate.
You know what I mean? I mean, why stop at 30?
Yeah,
I mean,
why not?
That's what I would have done. But I mean, look, these guys are working off margins that are very small, urban stores. I mean, except for some of the fancy European stores. But your basic mom and pop store doesn't have much of a profit margin. So you're going to have to pay labor. It's hard to they're not going to have the productivity gains to keep unit labor costs down and justify it. I mean, you should let the market should set the wage price. The market should set the clearing price of whatever goods or services you're buying. It's just crazy stuff. It's socialist stuff, but
But what fascinates me, Brian, is that the messaging works. People hear higher wage and they think, yes, power to the people, but they don't understand the ripple effects. That then if McDonald's has to pay $30 an hour instead of 17, the price of my hamburger also doubles because they can't afford labor costs unless they raise income. And then I get paid $30 an hour, but then the price of the burger that I want to buy has also doubled. But that messaging doesn't sound as good. And so people don't understand that.
I feel like this appeals to the NYU student who's taken like 2 quasi-Marxist economics classes
Right.
and they think this works, but they haven't tested it in the real world, so they're all in on Zoran. But we talk about, okay, what is this going to do? And we have the AI conversation. Will AI kill jobs or create jobs? And I think it's going to create jobs overall. But the area where I do think it will team up with policy and kill jobs is this. Yes, there are moms and pops that may not be able to employ AI, but then you've got that whole layer of retail where it's actually like national or multinational retail, and they have operations here. And they see this, and they've got 10 companies with an AI solution breathing down their neck saying, if you don't want to pay $30 an hour, I've got a way for you to do inventory and stocking and tracking and customer service, and you don't need any people. And AI is going to get a toehold, and I don't blame AI for doing this, but that their salespeople are calling these companies right now and saying, we can help you avoid the cost of this. And those companies are going to say 100%. Yes. And Zoran's going to blame AI, and he's going to want to regulate AI. And the problem isn't AI, it's you.
Jackie.
So in the traditional scenario that you're describing with McDonald's, this shows that Zoran knows nothing about economics. I mean, I don't know how many more examples of that we actually need to know that he knows nothing. But you raise the prices and you actually make the affordability. You raise the wages, the prices go up, you make the affordability crisis worse. But this is really interesting what you're talking about, the AI solution sort of around it. In either scenario, it's a terrible scenario because if everybody's using AI, then you're killing jobs and people have no income.
Yeah.
So they're not actually sitting and thinking through this. But I go back to some of our spitballing around about this in the beginning, which is that if we have to test some of these ridiculous scenarios to understand how stupid they actually are, then that's what we're in for.
Well, can I just raise one point? There's something missing from this. The concept of profits, okay, which is alien to socialists. But if you're profitable, let's say your average labor cost is $10, and you might be profitable. All right, you might go to 15, you might go to 20, but at some point you hit the break-even point, okay? The marginal cost exceeds the marginal revenue, so you have to fire them.
Right.
All right. Without profits, you have to lay off workers.
Or close your doors, right? I mean,
or just go out of business altogether. Yeah. I don't think that Mandami or his socialist pals, I mean, it's not
Definitely
a
doesn't care
lexicon.
about that.
Right. They're not thinking.
Profit is evil to them. It's evidence of evil. Actually.
You were talking, if you don't make money, you can't stay in business.
You were talking about what will be the reality check that will stop it. It's going to be businesses closing down. We were talking during the break about how wonderful eating is in New York City, and not only in people's houses, but at these wonderful restaurants. They have, to be specific, I looked it up, they have a profit margin of 2 to 6%.
Yes.
Most restaurants, 2 to 6%. And they want to double the labor costs. Labor is about 30 to 40% of the cost of having a restaurant. So they want to double. This would just put about half of the restaurants in New York out of business. Flat. There's a wonderful guy named Zane Tankel, who owned more Applebee's in New York area than anybody else. He owned 40 Applebee's. We used to have him on a lot. He's a wonderful guy. He said, to your point, Brian, this is what this will first do is to get people to immediately switch to all the electronic, all the AI devices that they could possibly get their hands on, fire as many people as possible. So yes, people will be out of work, but eventually a lot of companies can't afford all the AI solutions. They can't afford all the tech solutions that would allow them to avoid paying people twice as much as they were. So they're going to go out of business. And New York will go down in quality. The quality of life in this city will suffer, not only for the residents like us, but for the tourists who come.
That's what they want. They don't want us here, David. That's the conclusion that I've come
They need the tourists
They want
at least,
a low
and they won't
quality
come
of
either.
life, and that is their dream of what
Larry's
a
going to
beautiful
Highland
city
Park.
looks like.
Esso.
Don't even
No, I'm
get me
Esso, Exxon, Esso. Remember the Esso service stations? They've just legally left New Jersey.
That's right.
Okay.
Put on the
Save it
hat.
for the next block.
All right, let's take a break from the war, have a little fun. Now the question is, who's it going to be in 2028, Vance or Rubio? Front page of the Wall Street Journal. Well, welcome back, Mark Thiessen, Fox News contributor, and Ben Ferguson, host of the Ben Ferguson podcast. Gentlemen, this is great fun. Mark Thiessen, I'm going to begin with you. Vance or Rubio? What are you thinking here?
Well, if the election were held today, Rubio, but if the election were held today, voters would be very surprised. The fact is, there's only been one sitting vice president elected in 189 years in this country. That was George H.W. Bush in 1988, and that's because people wanted a third Reagan term. The question is, will people want a third Trump term? I hope so. And would Vance offer a third Trump term? Because even Trump has said he's much less enthusiastic about Iran than he was. So it's not clear. The last guy to do it, by the way, before that was Martin Van Buren in 1836, because people wanted a third Andrew Jackson term. So similarity there, I guess.
Not even I knew Martin Van Buren. Ben Ferguson, what are you thinking here?
Yeah, look, I think right now Marco Rubio is clearly the star of this administration and what's been going on in world affairs. But there's, again, the X factor, right? Who would win today if they went head-to-head? I'll tell you, it's whoever had the endorsement of Donald J. Trump, the president of the United States of America. So ultimately, it's still Trump's decision. He's the kingmaker here. Now, there's also that X factor, right? Like, if you get too close to the sun, can you get burned, right? My guy by the last name of Pence, first name, what was his name? Mike Pence, whatever the hell his name was. We forgot about that VP. And he got too close, and then he tried to become his own man again. It didn't work out for him. So I look at this and I say, hey, Donald Trump's going to ultimately, I think, get to be the kingmaker here if it's anybody close to him in his cabinet or his VP. So he's got a choice he's going to have to make down the road. But it's whoever Trump wants, that's who's probably going to be the front runner if the election was today.
Well, you know, I think it's unlikely that President Trump would make a call. I could be wrong. But, you know, it's interesting. This Wall Street Journal story here, Alex Leary and company, I know Alex, never in a couple thousand words never mentions the word economy, never mentions growth, never mentions tax cuts, never mentions supply side Republicans or the Reagan wing. I mean, it's a very odd thing. Which of those candidates would be better for the economy? Or don't we think, Mark Thiessen, the economy is going to be a big issue? Or how about other candidates? I mean, I could think of a supply sider named Ted Cruz who might want to run for president. He did it before back in 2016. He finished second. What do you know, it's an odd thing, Mark Thiessen. That's all I'm saying. 3,000 words. Who's going to get the nomination? And they don't mention the economy. If I had any hair, I'd pull it out.
Well, and we have no idea what the economy will look like in 3 years' time. I mean, it could be booming and great, and people will want another to keep it going. Or we could be struggling because something unforeseen events could happen, you know. So they won't. So it's so early to be making these kinds of predictions. It's a lot of fun, but they're not worth the paper they're written on yet.
Well, Ben Ferguson, which of those two fellows, which one is the more pro-growth? Which one is the more supply side? Which one is the bigger tax cutter?
Yeah, look, I think if you look at this, J.D. Vance is a guy, if you're talking about the economy, it's going to play well to where he's positioned as the vice president. He can say over and over again, we did this, Trump and I. If it's foreign policy, that's going to play to Rubio being Secretary of State. So a lot of the times what you see is that now we're picking candidates based on what issues align with those candidates the best. And that's that 24-hour quick cycle. We're quick to forget people. We're quick to bring in new names. You mentioned Ted Cruz. I mean, he's my co-host of the podcast that I do with him. That's another example of an individual where foreign policy and the economy could work to his advantage. If people are ready for a new, fresh kind of look at things and a face of things, then clearly Ted Cruz is going to be in that conversation. So a lot of this comes down to what is the issue at the moment? What is America dealing with? Is it foreign policy? Is it domestic issues? Is it oil and gas? What is it? Is it still America first and MAGA? Is Trump still a kingmaker? That's why it's so interesting to look at this right now.
Go ahead, Mark Thiessen, make a prediction. You're very good at predicting. Which one will be the nominee?
Well, I will predict that nobody is going to have the charisma of Donald Trump or the group that he has on the party today. The post-Trump era is going to be very different than the Trump era, even if the MAGA movement continues, because Donald Trump is just a unique individual. Now, they both have talents and they both have charisma of their own. But it remains to be seen, you know, and that's you know, as they say on football on Monday Night Football, that's why you play the game. So we'll see what the talents are and how they do it.
Yeah, they're both smart guys. They're both brilliant guys. Ben Ferguson, how come neither of you want Trump to have a third term? Gee whiz.
Now, look,
I haven't heard that.
Look, yeah, hey, you know what? I love anybody that can carry on what Trump has done. I also believe that 2 terms is enough for any president, even if they're amazing. And Ronald Reagan I loved, but it was time to move on from that. That's what makes America great. As the president would say,
I would have taken a third Reagan term.
The left, by the way, and says he wants 3 terms. I love that.
I would have taken a third Reagan term, but I think Mark is right. Papa Bush was the third Reagan term, even though it may not have turned out that way. Gentlemen, great fun. I appreciate it. Mark Thiessen and Ben Ferguson.
First, the breaking news of
Pain doesn't care who you are or why you hurt, but pain can be mastered if you
of the morning. American cities on high alert this morning after the FBI warns the state of California is now a target for Iran as it aspires to strike its coast with drones. No specific timeline or targets have been identified, but local officials are still receiving a precautionary alert. The LA County Sheriff Department saying, quote, in light of current global events, the department remains at an elevated level of readiness and is maintaining increased vigilance as we continue to protect our residents of Los Angeles County. President Trump was asked about the threat yesterday. Watch.
President Trump, what have you heard about this bulletin that some law enforcement put out about a possible Iran revenge plot in California, where there would be some kind of a boat offshore launching drones towards
being investigated, but you have a lot of things happening, and all we can do is take them as they come. And the war itself is being prosecuted as well as anybody has ever seen. And this is other countries telling me too. Big countries, powerful countries. They said they've never seen anything like it. And they also agree with what I'm doing. They say it's an evil country, and it's been for 47 years that way.
California Governor Gavin Newsom says he's aware of the report, but says there is no imminent threat identified so far. all of this as the crisis in the Strait of Hormuz is escalating, with the Iranians sending drones trying to take out tankers that are traveling through this critical waterway. Joining me now is Red Cat CEO Jeff Thompson. Jeff, thanks very much for being here this morning, and we want to get your expertise on drones and on the security required to stop these drone attacks that Iran is doing to try to stop the traffic in the Strait of Hormuz. First, let's talk about this drone threat from Iran on California. What is your reaction?
Yeah, well, thanks for having me, Maria. Well, we don't have any details currently, but if they're trying to launch, vertical launch mechanisms off of small boats off the coast of California, it's going to be very easy to find and very easy to kill. Whether these are smaller drones like you see in Ukraine coming out of Mexico, there's certain things you can do against that, but the really small ones like FPV drones that we make and other drones you see in Ukraine are going to be very hard to battle because they're just so quick, small, and they're off-the-shelf technology, so they could be anywhere inside of California already.
Right. And that's really what I want to talk about, these off-the-shelf drones, because this conflict in Iran is testing America's ability to combat swarms of cheap drones. They are now a staple in this battle. After Ukraine and Russia demonstrated their effectiveness, defense leaders are stressing the U.S. military has been able to shoot down a majority of Iranian drones, taking out much of the capability. But, Jeff, you have Iran keeping up this fight. And you've said drones are crucial to modern warfare. Your company supplies thousands of drones to the Department of War. So what kind of security is required to stop these drones in the Strait of Hormuz, for example, where yesterday the Iranians took out 3 ships?
Yeah, we've proven that we can take out all their big weapons. We have the best military in the world, and we've, been shooting the Archer for 10 days. But what they do with the Shahed 136 is they throw mass. They throw hundreds of them at you, expecting you to use your expensive deterrence and deplete that. So we shine everywhere except for the small drones. And with the recent administration and Secretary Hegseth, they've really stepped on the gas for us to catch up. And we are starting to catch up. And since last Monday, we've been talking to a lot of countries in that region because now the Strait of Hormuz is so important now. We don't want the Iranians to be able to hold us hostage anymore. But that's going to take not just massive ships. You're going to use small USVs. We have great USVs in the United States, including Red Cat, but there's other great USVs where you can put counter Shahed weapons on the front of those, either do port protection, if we take over their port at that small little stranglehold. And you could also do escorts with swarms of small boats, which have been very effective against the Russian fleet. So there's lots of different ways that we can do it, but it is a lot of all of the above, and we need to catch up on some of these, anti-Shahed technology as you're seeing coming out of Ukraine.
Yeah, well, tell me about that, because, for a long time, I've been questioning why the U.S. government had been in the past buying drones from a Chinese company. DJI was one of our most important supplier of drones for the United States. Now, I know we've gotten religion and we no longer buy, I don't think we buy these drones from DJI, which is a Chinese company, but there are so many still in our arsenal, are there not?
Yeah, so I watch your show every week, and you talk a lot about this. And we finally got the big ban done last December. It was actually very bipartisan. So now we just have to execute on that, and you won't be able to buy them. There's a lot of stuff that's grandfathered, but that's going to go away. But more importantly, we just have to make better drones than them. And companies like Red Cat and others, we are starting to get requests in war zones to replace Chinese drones. So we are catching them. We have an administration that's finally behind us. So we are now at that stage where we're going to be getting rid of these Chinese drones, which you've been talking about for a long time. And it is crucial that we get them out of our entire country, not mapping our electrical grid and doing all the other things, or even using them for any missions. We should not depend on them.
Jeff, talk about the use of these cheap drones by Iran and why they've been so effective. And what kind of security we can put in place to stop those drones? I mean, if you're talking about cheap drones that are coming out of nowhere, we don't even know where they're coming from, and Iran has been able already to take down several ships with these drones. How are we going to secure the Strait?
Yeah, the Straits, it's a very, it's not many miles to the edge of Iran from the middle of the Strait. So these Shaheeds will come very quickly and not have much time and be very low. So some of our other weapons can't stop them. So you're not going to be able to get to them. So some of the solutions that we're hoping to help with is to have small boats, USVs that are like, 25 feet long, that have these Shaheed guns that use artificial intelligence to quickly shoot them, where a human wouldn't be able to detect it leaving and shoot it down with just a few rounds. So it would be very inexpensive, but they're doing mass, right? They're throwing 300 drones at you at a time, and you get rid of 290 of them, but 10 get through. We have to do all of the above to make sure those 10 don't get through. So you can use some of the anti-Shaheed technology that we've been hearing about, like the Wild Hornet from the Ukraine. There's a lot of great technology coming out of there. We've been working with them on stuff that we want to give our soldiers to make sure they actually work in a battlefield. But their technology, they have 10 or 12 companies that do that, and we have to start manufacturing in the same type of technology. But it's mass against mass, but it's not humans anymore. It's drone against drone. So if they have 300 drones, we need 500 drones, and these are inexpensive drones. So it's not going to kill our military budget, but that's the way we have to do it: fight mass with mass.
That's incredible. So, Jeff, do you feel that you can produce these things in enough time to be effective? I mean, one of the issues with regard to weaponry overall that President Trump has talked about is we can't even produce enough weapons fast enough to counter the adversaries that we face that are on the march across the world.
Yeah, well, if you look at the exquisite weapons, they can only make like 600 a year. And things of that nature, very expensive. But in the small drones, China makes about 4 million, Russia makes about 4 million. I think Ukraine makes even more than 4 million. And, we're making less than 1 million a year currently. So we have to up those numbers, and we can, we just need to get people the purchase orders. If you can't just say, hey, make a bunch of stuff and not give us the capability to produce it. That's where we lack. But the U.S. manufacturing has been ramping up as the recent report came out. We just opened 3 new factories. We're hiring constantly to build manufacturing here, made in USA. People are stepping up to the plate, and I think we'll be fine in about 6 to 9 months.
6 to 9 months, and we're in a war right now. Jeff, is there anything that you wanted to say that I did not ask you that's important for our audience to understand about this drone situation?
Well, I really think the emphasis on securing the Strait is going to be crucial, not just in the next 10 days or the 20 days.
Of course.
This is short-term pain. If we can secure that Strait forever and using our technology, they will never be able to hold us hostage, hold the economy, the global economy hostage by owning the Strait. We need to own the Strait.
Absolutely. And that's what President Trump said the other day. He understands this clearly. Jeff, it's great to have you. Please come back soon as we continue to navigate this war. Thank you, sir.
Great. Thanks for having me.
All right. Jeff Thompson joining us. Red Cat Drones. We'll be right back.
All right. So let's talk about this whole story. Dan Briette, former U.S. Energy Secretary. Art Laffer, former Reagan economist. Steve Moore, host of More Money on WABC Radio. This gang played a week ago and thought we'd bring them back by acclamation. Dan Briette, so really, ex-Hormuz, oil supplies are greater than oil demand.
That's the sound of an American oil company hard at work. Want to be a part of it? Listen up.
Hello. Demand. And the question now is, how fast can we get a fleet of tankers sailing safely through Hormuz? All right. The administration's on it. There's no question about that. How long do you think it's going to take?
Not very long, Larry. Thanks for having me back, and great riff. I agree with everything you just said. Look, I think what we're seeing in the marketplace today is exactly what we expected a week ago. I may have been a little bit off with regard to $100 oil, but you know what? That it moved up to what, 119, I think, early this morning, 120. It's back down in the 90s right now. It goes to show you that this has much more to do with psychology and with pricing risk, which many people get wrong, than it does with the actual production or the physical supply of oil. And we saw that very clearly today in the marketplace. And I think as the president moves forward with things like the ideas you just laid out, is particularly this DFC idea, where you can use the strong balance sheet of the DFC and the U.S. government to provide reinsurance to those first lost providers of insurance, those people who write that first coverage on these ships that are moving through the Strait of Hormuz. If we can do that and do that effectively, this clears up really quickly. And then obviously putting the Navy, making it much more visible, putting it in that Persian Gulf area, in the Strait directly, and escorting these ships, I think you're going to see the price of oil drop pretty dramatically and pretty quickly.
Yeah, I mean, I know through sources that there have been meetings all morning today, probably over the weekend, but I know factually all morning today, to get all that going, to get the reinsurance going, to get CENTCOM and the Navy going, so we can start getting a bunch of ships sailing through the Strait of Hormuz and get the oil story solved. Art Laffer, it's just interesting to me. I read very smart economists. I'm not going to name names, but people we know and we respect, trying to guesstimate whether it's inflationary, whether it's recessionary, whether it's stagflationary. I mean, if it ends in 4 or 5 weeks, as the president is suggesting, I don't think it's any of the above. But in your judgment, what are the risks here, or are there risks?
I don't think there really are risks, Larry. I mean, this was the issue that got Ronald Reagan elected, or at least a large part of the issue that got Ronald Reagan elected. If you'll remember, we had the hostages in Tehran, and the day Reagan took off oath of office, that minute, all the hostages were released. We have had a problem with Iran, with Reagan. Just as he was leaving office, there was something called Operation Praying Mantis, where we sank a bunch of their ships as well. Ronald Reagan has taken over this issue and will be rewarded handsomely by what he has done in Iran. It's just amazing what he's done. The price of oil, I expect, Larry, will drop dramatically from its high. During the Reagan era, where we had decontrol of oil, we had the Iran issue, we had all the shortages. You remember the embargo under Jimmy Carter and all of that stuff. I think the price of oil is going to come down by a lot. Under Reagan, it came down by about 65% during that period. If you look at this, if he does the economy correctly, and there are some things I'd love to see him do, but going forward, I think this is going to be one of the biggest winners for Trump and for the economy. I've not been this excited in a long time, and we've finally eliminated a problem that was a thorn in our side for a long, long time.
Well, that's really the key point, that to end this forever war of Iranian terrorism against the United States. Let's see, do we have the quotation? There was the additional stuff. Right, so Mr. Trump's talking about moving through the Strait of Hormuz, but he's thinking about taking it over. Trump warned, this was, I believe, a CBS interview. Correct me if I'm wrong. Okay, the answer is yes. Trump warned Iran, quote, "They've shot everything they have to shoot, and they better not try anything cute, or it's going to be the end of that country." End quote. Now, Steve Moore, give you a whack at this. The fact that, though, inflation-adjusted oil has gone from $50 to $100 since this thing got started. So it is a big jump. But if it doesn't last, Steve, I guess my idea is if it doesn't last more than 4, 5, 6 weeks, it can't have much of an economic impact. Meanwhile, the possibilities for a wave of prosperity if there's some kind of new Iran, certainly in the Middle East, Abraham Accords, Israel, the United States was on a boom. I mean, $3.50 gasoline for a couple of weeks, to me, doesn't mean anything, Steve Moore. But you contradict me. Tell me, is there a downside to this?
Well, Larry, I was thinking about that first meeting when I first met Donald Trump, and we went to, you remember 9 years ago when we met with him up in Trump Tower, and I'll never forget, we made this case that we could make America energy independent. And remember what he said, I want to make America energy dominant. And we are in I think about that all the time, because that, I think, is the Trump energy agenda. And by the way, Dan Brulette has played a big part in that. Thank you for your service, sir. And so I would say that one of the lessons we should learn again from the disruptions of the supply in Middle East is let's go for it. Let's produce as much oil, gas, coal. What about nuclear power? I mean, we have the capacity
to be independent of these countries that have all of these problems. Trump wants to do that. He's drill, baby, drill. As I said, let's build nuclear power plants. We have more natural gas than any other country in the world. We need refineries. We need pipelines. All of these things that Joe Biden was against, and we still kind of pay a heavy price from that war on fossil fuels, American fossil fuels, that was fought by Joe Biden.
Well, that's the thing. Let's just stick with that. First of all, Dan Briette, if Joe Biden and his group and Kamala Harris and whoever if the Greenies had won the last election, the price of world oil today probably be $350 a barrel. Okay, I mean, it would have been much worse than any of this other stuff. And the second point is, this is not a supply shock the way it was in the 70s. We're not dependent, Dan. We're not dependent. 14 million barrels a day. We're producing a record amount of cubic feet of natural gas. This is not a supply shock. This is just world oil prices cascading up temporarily. But that's a big difference than prior oil shocks.
That's absolutely right, Larry. You're absolutely correct. And look, just to build on what Steve was just talking about, and Steve, I appreciate the kind words, but there are many hands in this pie, in this kitchen, if you will, making American energy dominant. The lesson here that we're learning is that it's not just supply and it's not just production. Everything that was just said is absolutely true. We produce more oil and gas than anyone else in the world. We fixed that problem. Our challenge today is what we're looking at in the Strait of Hormuz. We're talking about an infrastructure problem. We're talking about a logistics problem. We're talking about the problem of getting those products to the markets in which they need to be. And that's a challenge we face here in America. That's the difference between the Trump administration and the Biden administration. They made a very concerted effort to shut down the building of pipelines, to shut down the building of transmission towers, to shut down the ability to export this product all across the world. That's something that I think the president is focused on. It's why we see him doing the things that he's doing with regard to permitting reform here in the United States. Our challenge today and our challenge tomorrow is going to be to build the infrastructure that we need to get this product where it needs to be.
You know, just one more, Arthur. I don't want to be guilty of hubris. I don't want America to be guilty of hubris. But really, I mean, from an investment standpoint, gee, I'd be shorting oil and buying stocks. I'd be buying the indexes, Arthur. I'd be buying them left and right. I'd look over the gap here. Look through this thing, Art. This is, you know what? I trust the American military. I trust President Trump. I trust his team, Rubio and all of them. And I think that I trust the fact that they're changing the whole arc of history. And therefore, it's going to be bullish as hell. Honestly, I don't want to be guilty of the excessive pride, but the fact is, I think this is going to wind up being incredibly positive.
Totally true. And by the way, Steve, just for the record, Dan Brule likes me better than he likes you. I just thought I'd mention that. I've had dinner with him here in Nashville. He didn't trash you or anything, but he likes me a lot. No, just joking. Just joking. Hey, to looking through this period, this is a chance for Trump to do amazing things. Yes. My guess is looking through this period, yes, what I think he should do is all the friendlies in the world, all the people whose countries we've saved because we've gotten rid of Iran as a threat, all those countries, we should ask them to chip in and help us fund this war in Iran, this action in Iran, whatever the technical term is. We should ask them to, and in exchange for that, we should cut their tariffs to zero. If they paid us the right amount, we had those funds coming in, we'd give them tariffs of zero tariffs there. And for the hostiles, we'll keep the tariffs high for as long as they remain hostiles. You know, that way he'd have the boom in the stock market like you've never seen. It would bring all the hostiles back onto our side because they want zero tariffs too, and they'd chip in, and we'd have this prosperity and nirvana for as far as the eye can see. I couldn't be more optimistic, Larry. I love your comments.
Can I add a couple of other quick ideas? Look, we are going to be facing $4 to $4.50 a gallon gas for the next few weeks, hopefully just for a month or so. But in the meantime, why don't we get rid of all these ingredients that they have to put in the gasoline, Dan, that can raise the price by 20 or 25 cents a gallon, give some people some relief. I do think now would be a good time to sell oil from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. I mean, why not sell it high? It's something you taught me, Arthur, sell high, buy low. And so there are things that Trump can do that could
You don't need it. Don't sell the reserves. We're still reading the reserves because the Bidens destroyed the reserves. It's the stupidest thing I ever saw. You could cut the federal tax on gasoline, by the way. Just saying, could not state and local, but you could cut the federal tax. I don't know. Maybe people would disagree with that. Before we rewrite the budget, we'll save that for next Monday for the three of you, and we got to move along.
When I started my record label, the business side of things, taxes, finance.
Sending the USS Tripoli, a Marine amphibious ready group, and the 31st Marine Expeditionary Unit with about 2,500 U.S. Marines to the Middle East. The Tripoli is stationed out of Japan and would take about 2 weeks to arrive in the Gulf. The Pentagon has a plan to keep the Strait of Hormuz open, but it is slow-going work, suppressing the threat posed by Iranian drones, fast boats, and mines. 2 oil tankers, one of them U.S.-owned, were hit by Iranian explosive-laden boats and drones near the Iraqi port of Basra this week. Iran has attacked 16 commercial ships since the war began.
Before I think we want to take anything through there at scale.
Led by an Iranian state television presenter, the new supreme leader vows to keep the Strait of Hormuz closed. Iran has long relied on an asymmetric naval threat, a tactic it relied on during the tanker wars in the 1980s during the Iran-Iraq War. President Ronald Reagan sent the U.S. Navy to escort reflagged Kuwaiti oil tankers in 1987. That's when Iran's Navy perfected the art of speedboat attacks. Retired Navy Commander Kirk Lippold was the commanding officer of the USS Cole when it was hit by an al-Qaeda small boat laden with explosives.
A number of things are available to them, including land-based anti-ship cruise missiles that could be fired. In addition, they have drones. They have vessels that are purpose-built, laden with explosives that we've seen used in the past couple days. All it takes is one shot and getting lucky, more than skill, that would cause problems for the United States Navy.
Any naval officer concerned about keeping the strait open will remember May 17, 1987, when 37 American sailors were killed on board the USS Stark, a Navy-guided missile frigate sent to escort tankers in the Persian Gulf after an Iraqi warplane mistook it for an Iranian ship. Shannon.
All right, Jen, thank you for the report, but don't go anywhere. We want you to stand by for a minute, and I know you're not going to love this, but we want to congratulate you, Jennifer, on receiving a First Amendment award from the Radio Television Digital News Association. This award celebrates efforts to promote responsible journalism and preserve the constitutionally guaranteed rights to do so.
I'm deeply honored to be here tonight alongside so many reporters whom I admire and all of you fighting for the First Amendment. I'm constantly reminded, however, that covering these stories is dangerous business. Tonight, I'm thinking of the brave journalists, as I'll mentioned, in Iran, in Evin prison, and the Persian speakers who are working around the clock. I accept this award on behalf of all of my colleagues who make up the Pentagon Press Corps. Our work continues. We won't stop.
Congratulations, Jen. You have served around the world in some dangerous spots too, and we just thank you. Congrats.
Thank you, Shannon. That was very kind. Thank you.
Breaking tonight, a large explosion rocked an area of Iran's capital where thousands were gathered for an annual state-organized rally to support the Palestinians and a call for Israel's demise. Also this evening, Iran is maintaining its attacks against Israel, and new information on the Islamic Republic's new supreme leader. Correspondent Nate Foy is in Tel Aviv tonight. Good evening, Nate.
Hey, Shannon, good evening. So today, Iran is again showcasing its offensive capabilities, firing several rounds of ballistic missiles at Israel, including in the past hour here in Tel Aviv, and in some cases penetrating the country's air defense. So take a look at this video from the outskirts of Tel Aviv just a few hours ago. After Iran fired a cluster munition, there are no reports of injuries, but you can see it caused a lot of damage. Meanwhile, at least 58 people are injured in Israel's north after an Iranian missile attack there. It landed near several houses. Thankfully, no one was killed. Israel surged even more troops to its northern border today. They took out 2 Hezbollah commanders as they also target the group's military and financial infrastructure. The U.S. targeted Iran's ballistic missile positions as nearby thousands of Iranians filled the streets of Iran's capital. Many chanted death to America and death to Israel as they burned American flags for Al-Quds Day. It's an annual day of demonstrations in support of the Palestinians and against Israel. President Masoud Pezeshkian is one of several Iranian leaders who made public appearances today. War Secretary Pete Hegseth said the U.S. believes Iran's new supreme leader, Mojtaba Khamenei, is injured and likely disfigured as a result of the opening strikes of Operation Epic Fury. Now, there are more economic consequences from this war tonight, as well as Formula One has announced that they will cancel next month's races in Bahrain and Saudi Arabia as Iran continues firing on its neighbors. Shannon?
All right, Nate Foy in Tel Aviv. Nate, thank you very much.
Meet EM Sense, a breakthrough in foot therapy that wraps around your foot and ankle like a therapeutic boot.
¿Quiere arreglar sus papeles, pero ha escuchado que no califica para nada? Soy la abogada Ángela Lisinski.
I was trying to be top story of the day this afternoon. Americans on alert after a string of recent extremist attacks, including 2 in roughly the last 24 hours. A gunman who was previously convicted for providing material support to ISIS opened fire at Old Dominion University in Virginia. He killed 1 professor. He injured 2 other people before ROTC members confronted and stopped him. Then just a few hours later, a man rammed a truck into a Michigan synagogue in what the FBI is calling a, quote, targeted act of violence against the Jewish community. Both suspects were killed, but the threat their extremist ideologies pose still lingers. Hello, everyone. This is Outnumbered. I'm Kaylee McEnany here with my co-host Harris Faulkner and Emily Campagno. Also joining us, Rebecca Heinrichs, Hudson Institute Senior Fellow, and Dr. Mark Siegel, Professor of Medicine at NYU Langone Health, Fox News Senior Media Analyst, medical, I should say, and author of The Miracles Among Us, How God's Grace Plays a Role in Healing, a bestseller. Well, we are learning more about the man who killed a lieutenant colonel and injured 2 others at Old Dominion University yesterday. Now, listen to this. Investigators say Mohammed Baylor Jalla, a naturalized citizen from Sierra Leone, was a former Virginia National Guardsman who decided not to re-enlist after listening to online lectures by al-Qaeda leaders. In 2017, he was convicted of providing material support to ISIS. He was sentenced to 11 years but was released early in 2024. FBI Director Kash Patel confirming the Bureau is investigating the shooting as an act of terrorism. The FBI also thanked the ROTC members who stepped in to stop the shooter.
I'd like to acknowledge the students who showed extreme bravery and courage by containing the containing the shooter and stopping further loss of life. There were students that were in that room that subdued him. They basically were able to terminate the threat.
Well, meanwhile, we're learning more about the man who attacked a synagogue outside Detroit, Michigan. The 41-year-old was a naturalized U.S. citizen also, but this time from Lebanon, who officials say had at least 4 relatives killed days earlier in a military strike in Lebanon. Law enforcement said the attacker drove in through the front doors and was traveling with purpose down the hallway before security neutralized him. Around the time of this was unfolding yesterday, Senate Democrats voted to block funding for the Department of Homeland Security. And this morning, Michigan Democratic Senator Alyssa Slotkin changed her tune on that.
We have a ton of DHS folks, CBP, and so they are on the call and they are doing their jobs. Certainly, all the conversation on ICE, which is its own conversation from all the core missions of the Department of Homeland Security, but they're essential. They're on the job. They're working today.
You know, Harris, more than 100 children are enrolled at that temple, Israel, and it could have been Sandy Hook, as we heard this morning. More than 3,000 students at Old Dominion. It could have
looked much worse than it did for those heroes.
Yeah, and we are thankful for the miracles. I know that we lost someone great in Lieutenant Colonel Brandon Shaw. And it is hard to take when you see someone who served so valiantly as he has for the U.S. military. So much leadership, 2 Bronze Stars and more, long list of just leadership accomplishments and recognition. It's hard to believe that they'd be taken out in this way. But I got to tell you, that ROTC group that he was training, they can fight. Now, do they not care about what's happening to Jewish Americans and the targeting that's going on? Yes, it's a problem for all of us because they are beloved members of all of our communities. They better wake up and they better do it quickly because the enemy isn't going to stop. There was staccato to this. We went from 1 to 2 to 3.
Yeah, it's not going to stop. Unfortunately, we're in a heightened threat environment. Emily, looking at Old Dominion, I think I speak for every person in America when I am befuddled that a 36-year-old convicted of support for terrorism gets out after just 7 years and then goes on to commit, oh, guess what? Terrorism.
I mean, unfortunately, the mainstream media likes to portray these in very siloed fashion. But the reality is that the inept and impotent approach to criminal justice that has been embraced by the left has now filtered into and permeated their siloed look at homeland terrorism. I mean, nothing is unrelated, including the funding for DHS. That's the point. I'm really grateful, Harris, that you said his name, Lieutenant Colonel Brendan Shaw. It disturbs me that also we seem to know the names of the shooters and not those that have died in these shootings, especially him who was a veteran and an alumni of that school. And coming from ROTC in college, I just think about how they're the best of us, me excluded. But those are those young children that know they want to commit their lives to service to this country and commission as officers. We cannot, I think, let our guard loose of the threat to our homeland. We've talked about this often, that the threat was well before the scenario in Iran. It was well before October 7th. What we are seeing is simply the result of that, the call to arms by the radicalizing attempted groups over there. And it's the terror cells here. And we know, as we've talked about, that the director of the Counterterrorism Center, Joe Kent, has said 18,000 known and unknown suspects or known suspects and terrorists have gotten through under Biden's watch. So it is only a matter of time, my point is. No one should be surprised by this. But when you learn that it's because of a feckless DA or a judge whose hands are tied that let out a terrorist for terrorizing, no one should be surprised. And the fact that the death of Lieutenant Colonel Shaw is therefore preventable or was preventable makes this all the more shocking.
Yeah, and these individuals in our military, we've sought to eradicate the world of ISIS. Yeah. And there is an irony that now we are having to defeat this ideology here on our own soil in several of these cases. When you look at this, Rebecca, I think a lot of people would agree with legislation floating around on the Hill, the SCAM Act, which denaturalizes individuals who have been given the gift. It is a gift of United States citizenship. But then you go on to engage in welfare fraud, or in this case, an aggravated felony. And that doesn't even do it an adequate description.
Right. Citizenship is a gift and it's a privilege, and you're not entitled to it if you are now acting as though you're an enemy of the state. Obviously, we have these people who are ideologically opposed to the United States. Emily, your point is so great about how you just look back and see how many people were imported into the United States that never loved the United States, that had ideologies that were hostile to the United States. But then you combine that with October 7th and Hamas attack against Israel. And we've had historic high levels of anti-Semitism and hatred driven attacks against the Jewish people in the United States. And then, Harris, your point about how we're in a heightened state of alarm because we are at war against the Iran regime, the largest state funder of terrorism. So you could possibly against Jews. Yeah. You could potentially have ISIS motivated people in the United States. And then the last point that I've been very concerned about is I think that the United States, since October 7th, has created a culture, an ecosystem of too much tolerance towards anti-Semitism. Too much. We've seen from the river to the sea on college campuses, yes, on the political left, but too much on the political right, tolerating it. And so we shouldn't be surprised, but we should be intolerant of this kind of thing. Even as somebody who's not a Jewish person, I'm a Christian, it really is incumbent on all of us to make sure that our Jewish fellow citizens are well protected, and no child should go to school and be afraid that they're going to be a target of it.
There,
we should be
by the
capable.
grace of God, go we.
Yeah, exactly.
And, Dr. Siegel, we should be capable. I want to play this, Jay Johnson, really quick, as a country to come together, regardless, Republican, Democrat, about funding DHS right now. And he served under a Democratic administration. Listen to what Jay Johnson says.
I'm not really a cupcake, but I am super baked, thanks to Mood Canada.
Mood is third-party tested, so you know it's safe.
And it ships legally and discreetly to your door, so you can say hi to your neighbors without any shame.
Oh, hi, Cal.
It's more than what Americans saw. Border Patrol, ICE in Minneapolis. It's aviation security, it's maritime security, it's port security, it's cybersecurity, it's Secret Service, it's FEMA. It's a whole host of missions to keep Americans safe. And TSOs work paycheck to paycheck when they're getting paid. Morale traditionally in TSA is low. And these are the people we pay to look for bombs on the airplane you and your family are about to get on.
Dr. Siegel.
First of all, I like the way you put this together. The Islamic extremists and Orthodox Jews in that exact area of Michigan, 40 miles from Detroit. That is its own little war that's going on there, and that's part of the problem. And she's at the heart of stoking it, and I'm sure she's not supporting the DHS issue.
No, she's
And look
not.
how that doesn't get covered.
Except by us.
And she should be the first to say, hey, I changed my position. Let's fund DHS for the sake of my district, if nothing.
That's anti-Semitism at its absolute worst.
Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer denouncing yesterday's attack targeting a synagogue in her state. It happened the same day as the suspected terror attack at Old Dominion University in Virginia, and they are just the latest in a series of incidents rattling the country in recent days. Let's bring in Nicole Parker, Fox News contributor and former FBI special agent. I want to put up a timeline on the screen here just so we can see what's happened in just the past couple of weeks. First of all, March the 1st, a bar shooting in Austin, Texas, believed to be an act of terrorism. March 7th, the attempted bombing in New York City. March 12th, the Old Dominion University shooting, and again on the 12th, the synagogue attack in Oakland County. And these all involve naturalized citizens. How is it that someone who wants to make America their home suddenly becomes radicalized and carries out these attacks?
John, it's very disheartening to me to see what has unraveled in our nation since March 1st with these naturalized citizens. It is a pattern that, again, in law enforcement, it's undeniable. It is a privilege and it is an honor to live in the United States of America. It is a privilege and an honor to become a naturalized citizen. And when you abuse that right and when you start harming Americans, in my opinion, you should immediately be denaturalized and deported. What we're seeing is catastrophic. I mean, looking at what happened in Old Dominion, this was an individual who had already been charged, had pled guilty, convicted, sentenced, served prison time for providing material support to ISIS. This is a very heavy charge, and foreign terrorist organizations, they should not be permitted. These individuals should not be permitted to stay. This person served their sentence, and then they were released in December of 2024 under the Biden administration and allowed to walk freely. And one thing that we say in the FBI, past behavior is a very strong indicator of future behavior. Of course, people can make changes and turn their lives around, but unless that happens, they have no place causing continuous harm on Americans. And what occurred yesterday could have been completely prevented if that person had immediately been deported. And I know that they need to look at legislation and laws and things that they can do so that this never, ever happens again.
Well, I do believe that material support for terrorism is one cause under which a person's citizenship could be revoked. But let's stick with the perpetrator in Richmond, because he started out as a Virginia National Guard member. He became a supporter of Anwar al-Awlaki, the cleric that was dusted by President Obama. And he's got that past conviction, as you point out, for supporting ISIS. Here's what the FBI in Norfolk said. No, Dominic Evans?
We have confirmed reports that prior to him conducting this act of terrorism, he shouted, stated Allah Akbar, and he was formerly a subject of a FBI investigation in material supporting terrorism.
So back in 2017, he was sentenced to 11 years in prison. He served about 7 at sentencing. He said that in terms of ISIS, he renounced it, saying it was the most devastating mistake he ever decided to make in my life. So how did he get back to where he was yesterday?
The franchise partner program was something that was good for me. I had always.
Because again, like I mentioned before, past behavior is the biggest indicator of future behavior, and it's absolutely tragic. And I do believe that it was preventable. But again, I'd like to also focus on the mighty heroism that we've seen in the last 12 days. Over and over, we have seen law enforcement step up to the line, whether it was Austin Police Department, whether it was the New York Police Department, whether it was ROTC students in a classroom that literally took out a terrorist. That is so amazing and honorable. Or whether it's the teachers and the staff at Temple Israel in Michigan who kept these young babies safe and calm. And what I'd like to say is that training matters. Training works, and having a plan in place is so important. I know that the FBI had previously done some recent training at Temple Israel, specifically there in Michigan. And again, we've been highly trained in our alert training, advanced law enforcement, rapid response training. And this is what we do. We go in real life scenarios as if it's occurring, and that training paid off. But we cannot underestimate the power. If you see something, say something and do something and have a plan in place. Everyone always thinks this is not going to happen to me, but you've got to have a plan in place in case it does happen to you.
On that point of see something, say something, what happened in Michigan yesterday, there seemed to be a triggering or precipitating event, and that was that a number of members of the perpetrator's family had been killed in a bombing attack in Lebanon. How do you protect the nation, particularly with DHS unfunded, against people to whom there was a triggering event that makes them snap?
You know, it's very difficult to do. And I have to say that we've been talking over and over about lone offenders. And this is exactly what the lone offenders look like. All over the nation, we're seeing things popping up over and over. And again, shootings. Again, it may not be an airplane crashing into the World Trade Center like I witnessed firsthand in New York City on 9/11. It could be these types of incidents. And so for law enforcement to track this, it is an all hands on deck effort because these are lone offenders. Sometimes they're involved in sleeper cells. Sometimes they're lone offenders. There's a myriad of things that could be happening behind the scenes. Law enforcement is working tirelessly, and they are stopping attacks on a daily basis that we don't even know about. But sometimes these things do happen. And, you know, the law enforcement security not being funded at an all-time heightened alert threat environment that we are in, that is to me grossly irresponsible. It is dangerous to Americans. We need to get them funded. Department of Homeland Security was formulated post 9/11 in order to protect us from these sorts of things from happening. They need to be able to get back to work, and they need to be able to get paid.
Yep, Senator Slotkin apparently had a come to Jesus moment, even though she's Jewish. She said yesterday after what happened that DHS needs to be funded. That was after voting against the bill. So we'll see where all of this goes. Nicole, great to see you again. Thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
Now, if you are on the West Coast tonight, listen up closely. The FBI is now warning law enforcement officials in California that Iran could be plotting a surprise drone attack against unspecified targets within the state of California. Now, this as Senator Cruz is now warning the threat from the possible Iranian sleeper cells has never been higher. He joins us now. Texas Senator Cruz, let's talk about the sleeper cells and this direct threat of drones to California.
Well, Sean, as we sit here right now tonight, the threat of terrorist attack is higher now than it has been in decades. And there are two causes of it. Number one, we had 4 years under Joe Biden of open borders. We had 12 million people flood across the border, basically an open invitation to every terrorist, every Hamas and Hezbollah and IRGC terrorist, come to America. We have seen in just the last week 2 terrorist attacks unfold. We saw just over a week ago in Austin, Texas, a deranged killer showing up in a sweatshirt that said property of Allah, in a T-shirt underneath with an Iranian flag, opened fire at a bar in Austin, Texas, killing several Texans, wounding more than a dozen more. It was a brazen act of terrorism. Then we saw just a couple of days ago 2 ISIS terrorists from Pennsylvania travel to New York and throw 2 handmade bombs filled with nails and bolts designed to kill as many people as possible. Fortunately, these terrorists were not very bright terrorists, so they didn't actually know how to make bombs that worked, so the bombs didn't detonate. But the terrorists told the Department of Justice they had hoped to kill a lot more people than the Boston bombers did at the Boston Marathon. Those are the 2 terrorist attacks we've seen, and we are at danger of more. We have had radical Muslim clerics in the Middle East call for fatwas, issue fatwas against America, instruct Islamists to try to kill as many Americans as they can. And I got to tell you the most indefensible part of all of this. At a time when we are facing profound threats of terrorism, every single Democrat except John Fetterman has voted over and over and over again to shut down the Department of Homeland Security. The Department of Homeland Security, its central purpose is to prevent acts of terrorism, and the Democrats are saying defund DHS when we're facing a massive risk of terrorism.
You know, I have very hard pressed to understand those that do not understand the Trump doctrine. I think they purposefully distort it for their own political purposes. You know, then you have the isolationist wing, the anti-Semitic wing, Democrats that don't support anything Donald Trump does. So you got these voices out there that are loud, but to me rather meaningless because they don't understand history. And I brought this up with Mike Walls. 100 million human souls last century. They have said they want to destroy Israel and America. When they say it, believe it. When even after Operation Midnight Hammer, they did not learn their lesson and they think it's their inalienable right to have nuclear weapons. At that point, when do you realize maybe you want to take out a regime that's pledging a modern day Holocaust before they actually have the weapons to do it?
Taxes was chasing updates and getting nowhere.
Sean, you are absolutely right. And it's worth understanding the threat from Iran is not theoretical. It's not hypothetical. 47 years ago, the Islamist revolution happened in Iran, and the Ayatollah came in. The first thing they did to start the revolution was to take Americans hostage and to hold them hostage for 444 days. That's how they, 5 decades, Iran has murdered nearly 1,000 Americans. The Ayatollah, he leads mobs chanting death to America. Listen, if history teaches anything, it's that if somebody tells you they want to kill you, believe them. And to be clear, the Ayatollah twice hired hitmen to murder President Trump. And so you were talking a minute ago about the Trump doctrine. The Trump doctrine is not invade foreign countries and send our soldiers to die in extended occupations. We're not doing that. That is not happening in Iran. To attack the regime in Iran is the single most important national security decision made by President Trump by taking out the Ayatollah, his top military leaders, the ballistic missiles, the drones, his naval force. All of that is making America much, much safer. And by the way, all of the clowns who go on and say this is for Israel, understand this is for America. Iran wants to kill Americans. The Ayatollah called Israel the little Satan and America the great Satan. And President Trump said, you know what? If you're killing Americans and you're telling us you want to kill more Americans, we're going to stand up and stop you before you kill more Americans.
All right, we appreciate your time, Senator Ted Cruz. Thank you.
Attack from yesterday, and the governor, Gretchen Whitmer, taking a lot of questions, and the senator, Alyssa Slotkin, as well. The investigation is underway. Thank goodness. The young people that go to preschool there, no one was hurt. But we have a lot of serious questions about what's happening there, and the governor was calling for a decline in divisive rhetoric. But I think we also need some proactive policing going on.
Couldn't agree more. And you heard Senator Slotkin say that DHS has to be funded. We got the perfect guest to talk about that. Let's go ahead and bring in Jay Johnson, former DHS Secretary under President Obama. Thank you for coming in this morning.
Thanks for having me.
We're obviously in an elevated threat environment right now, while DHS remains unfunded for 4 weeks now. There have been reports that hundreds of TSA agents have already quit. They can't afford to work without pay. They're missing another paycheck today. You and I were talking. These are the people checking for bombs at the airports, and the ones who are still working right now probably aren't too motivated working without pay. How crazy do you think it is that, given this environment we're in, DHS is still unfunded?
It's very crazy. As the senator pointed out a moment ago in that press briefing, DHS is more than just immigration enforcement. It's more than what Americans saw, Border Patrol, ICE in Minneapolis. It's aviation security, it's maritime security, it's port security, it's cyber security, it's the Secret Service, it's FEMA. It's a whole host of missions to keep Americans safe. And TSOs work paycheck to paycheck when they're getting paid. Morale traditionally in TSA is low. And these are the people we pay to look for bombs on the airplane you and your family are about to get on. DHS has been unfunded now for a month. We have to get out of the business, and this is a nonpartisan statement. Republicans and Democrats have to get out of the business of coupling policy disagreements in Congress with funding government agencies. The most basic task of a member of Congress is to keep the lights on and pay the bills. And if we can't even do that in Congress, then Americans justifiably should be very upset with Washington all around. This is the Department of Government that exists to keep us safe, and we are in a heightened threat environment right now.
It's like a mayor. You have to pick up the trash. This is the basic issue. Like the Congress, you control the purse strings. So you need to control the purse strings. You cannot allow TSA agents to bear the brunt of this every few weeks when you can't figure out the government. But I have a question for you. As you look back, do you think the Department of Homeland Security is too big? Like, does there need to be a rethinking of that whole department?
Excellent question. I've spent a lot of time thinking about that. DHS was created in 2003, of course, after 9/11, on the assumption that to combat terrorism, you have to put in one cabinet department all the different ways in which somebody can enter this country, land, sea, and air. So we consolidated the Border Patrol, TSA, the Coast Guard, on the notion that if you regulate better how to get into this country, you've effectively dealt with terrorism. The threat environment is much more complicated right now. You have terrorist-directed attacks from overseas where terrorist operatives could come to this country like the 9/11 attackers, but then you also have a more complicated picture, those who self-radicalize who are already in this country, naturalized US citizens, for example, or those who are terrorist-inspired. They see something on the internet calling upon them to carry out attacks already here in the homeland. That's a much more complicated threat picture. It's evolved. There's some who say that DHS is too big. It feels big because of all the different missions, but in reality, it's only a fraction of the size of the Department of Defense. Some would say consolidate every federal law enforcement agency into one big cabinet department. Some would say pare it back. There's a sweet spot in there somewhere, but like everything in Washington, in some respects, DHS, they went too far. In other respects, it didn't go far enough.
There's been a lot of talk about the attempted terror attack at, or the actual terror attack at Old Dominion University yesterday. The shooter, naturalized into a U.S. citizen from Sierra Leone, was convicted in 2017 of supporting ISIS, went to prison, shockingly, just for 7 years, got out. That's a separate topic. What a lot of people are asking is, how was this guy not stripped of his U.S. citizenship and deported? As you're aware, under U.S. law right now, it's really hard to denaturalize a U.S. citizen unless they committed some type of fraud during the immigration process. Does that need to change? Should somebody who's convicted of supporting terrorism, should that just be an immediate, you're denaturalized, you're out of the country?
You're right. It's a very cumbersome process to take away somebody's citizenship. I'd rather see this person languish in jail, frankly, U.S. citizen or not. Good question. Somebody's convicted of a terrorist-related offense. Why only 7 years, especially with federal sentencing guidelines, mandatory minimums? I think a lot of questions need to be asked there.
On the sleeper cells, how much?
We're Phoenix Energy, a family-owned oil company focused on unleashing American oil from North Dakota and Montana. We've already sold.
I mean, obviously you don't have to, you're not responsible anymore, but I'm sure you used to worry about it a lot. How big do you think the worry is now? On a scale of 1 to 10, would you say we should be If 10 being the most alarmed.
Terrorist organ. I hate to put numbers on things.
That's a terrible question, actually. I asked an excellent question and then a terrible question.
A battlefield commander in Afghanistan once told me, terrorist organizations are not conventional armies. For every terrorist you kill, you may be inspiring two more. And we are in a threatened environment, a heightened threat environment. When I was in office, I used to tell the American people, here's the truth of what we face. In an environment like this, I would not discourage people from going to religious observances. I would not discourage people from going to public events. Don't hide under your mattress in fear, but be vigilant. Here are the things your government is doing to try to address the threat, and here are the things that you can do. Don't ask, if you see something, say something. Still works. It has worked in the past.
Something.
Be vigilant. Don't be paranoid, but be vigilant. And we can address this type of threat environment that we exist in now.
4 terror attacks in the last couple of weeks alone, 2 just yesterday.
Yep.
We were talking about this earlier. Does it feel to you that like something has changed in these last couple of weeks? Like you can feel it. What is it?
It does. I believe we are in a heightened threat environment, most likely because of events in the Middle East. Iran is a state sponsor of terrorism. We can decapitate the leadership there, but that does not decapitate the ability to be a state sponsor of terrorists. It does not decapitate the ability to inspire acts of terrorism, including acts of terrorism here in the homeland. And so, bottom line to all of this, we need to fund, Congress needs to fund the department that exists to ensure homeland security.
But how do you think about cybersecurity issues? Because there's only so much the Department of Homeland could do. Individuals, companies, organizations, how do you advise them to deal with this when you have lots of different ways you could have a cyber attack, but certainly Iran is capable of doing that and through their proxies?
Yes, Iran has offensive cyber capability. Within DHS, we have the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, CISA. I think I got that right.
You did.
Cybersecurity, cyber defense is largely a private enterprise. Most of critical infrastructure in this country is in private hands. So inevitably, cybersecurity is a partnership between private enterprise and government agencies. But again, CISA is defunded right now. And so Congress needs to get away from having these policy fights and linking them to funding and put the government back in business.
I just don't understand, even from a political communications, let me just put my White House press secretary hat on for a second. I don't understand what political pain you would take, what incoming you would take, maybe from your far right or your far left flank, if you came to the table and said, we're going to fund Homeland Security. Like, how could it actually hurt Chuck Schumer that much to actually say, you know what, we're going to move on, we're going to push that forward, we made our point, we got some success in Michigan?
Well, because they yelled at him during the last shutdown.
This dynamic exists no matter which party has the majority in Congress. I've seen it both ways. Yeah. I was on the opposite end of this 11 years ago when I was in office. And more people in Congress need to say, come on, folks.
Let's just do it.
This is the most basic reason the American people elected us to come here. And the workers, frankly, don't have a voice.
Yeah, and they don't deserve this.
The workers are the political football in this. And so somebody's got to speak up for them, and somebody's got to speak up for the mission, and somebody's got to speak up for Homeland Security on a nonpartisan basis.
Jay Johnson, thank you for being on set with us and watching the press conference and reacting to it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good to have you.
The U.S. and Iran are now engaging in online information warfare as the regime spreads fake AI videos across the internet.
Brian Yanis joins us with more. Brian.
Good morning. Well, that's right. The U.S. and Iran are engaging in an online information war, and Iran is using AI. Take a look at this. You have Iran state media and pro-Iran accounts that are creating and sharing fake AI-generated content like this video appearing to show Iranian missiles striking the city of Tel Aviv with sounds of explosions. There's also this AI-generated video posted by Iran state media Press TV. It appears to show a skyscraper engulfed in flames after a drone hit it. The morphing cars across the street outed it as a fake video. Now, Iranian state state media Tasnim News posted this AI-generated apocalyptic fire said to be at the U.S. base in Erbil, Iraq. Iran even claimed this AI-generated Star Wars-looking image is the largest U.S. radar in the Persian Gulf destroyed by its missiles. Experts at the Institute of Strategic Dialogue say fake content like this is getting millions of views, particularly in the Middle East.
This is not targeted at a domestic audience. The Iranian population is largely shut off from the internet. They want to provoke a sense that Iranian capabilities sort of far extend beyond what we've actually seen so far, that the damage is much greater.
Is aggressively fighting back, posting fact checks online, even in Farsi, calling Iran out on blatant lies, like claiming it killed hundreds of American soldiers, successfully shot down an F-15, or even claiming it sunk the USS Abraham Lincoln aircraft carrier with its ballistic missiles. The regime claimed at one point the carrier resurfaced and was struck again. CENTCOM posted multiple fact checks with images of the Lincoln operating just fine and calling Iran out on the lies. CENTCOM tells us Iran's misinformation campaign isn't about quality, guys. It's about quantity. They want to flood the zone to create confusion and to create a perception they hope becomes reality.
Are you researching dental implants?
There's a lot of dental offices that'll talk about doing their teeth in the day.
Meet EM Sense, a breakthrough in foot therapy that wraps around your foot and ankle like a therapeutic boot. And
we are leading the investigation right now as a targeted act of violence against the Jewish community.
The FBI is investigating after a man rammed his car into a Michigan synagogue with more than 100 children inside. He exchanged fire with a security guard before being shot and killed. Bethany Mandel is co-author of Stolen Youth and the Mom Wars Substack. It's great to have you, Bethany, and I'm sorry for I'm sorry for our country. I'm sorry for the Jewish community who keeps having to deal with this. I want to play Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer's sound just from a little bit earlier.
We have seen a rise in anti-Semitism. We have seen it over many years, predating the conflict, but certainly it is at a historic high, and I worry that that will continue. And so it's why I am calling on anyone with a platform to be very responsible with their rhetoric, not to identify or target the Jewish community. That is anti-Semitism writ large.
What would you add, Bethany?
Yeah, I mean, we've seen this across the left and the right. We've seen commentators on the left and on the right promoting the idea that anything that happens in Israel makes the American Jewish community, even preschoolers inside of a synagogue in Michigan, fair game. It's extremely disturbing rhetoric, and I place the blame on all of these commentators who are platforming people who are promoting these ideas. It puts my children at risk. It puts millions of American children at risk who are within the Jewish community. It's scary. I mean, I send my kids to preschool and summer camp, and we have extra security line items on all of our bills, and this is exactly why.
Yeah, Bethany, to that point you just made, if we can pull up the screenshot that you posted, you sent your kids to camp last summer, and in order to go there, you had to pay a $25 extra security fee you post just because it's a Jewish camp. I mean, what does that say to you?
Yeah.
That you got to pay money to have armed security there just because of your children's religion?
Yeah, I mean, this has been the case at our synagogue. We have an extra security line item. At my daughter's bat mitzvah party, we had to pay an armed guard to be there because it was at a synagogue. This is the cost of American life in the Jewish community, and it's a really sad reality. I personally don't understand why we have to bear the cost of keeping us and our children safe. I don't think it should just be on the Jewish community.
Bethany, apparently there was some training for this possible scenario at Temple Israel, if we can call up this FBI picture. I'm sure you're not against people doing this, but would you suggest at this moment, everyone, all soft targets should be considering a training like this?
100%. After previous anti-Semitic incidents, I don't even remember which ones, if I'm just being honest. My husband he's stepped up our personal home security. We have a security system. He bought a gun after several different anti-Semitic incidents, one in Denver. He got the concealed carry permit. And I think everyone needs to do that. Every American Jew needs to take advantage of the Second Amendment and train and make sure that they're able to go to a synagogue with a concealed carry and that there are armed security guards. I don't even need to say this, honestly, because we have had armed security at synagogues forever. But now American Jews need to, on a personal level, be armed and trained and ready as well.
We heard Governor Whitmer say during her press conference earlier that there's been such a rise in anti-Semitism over the last decade in particular, and we got a wild chart here to show that kind of illustrates that. These are anti-Semitic incidents in the U.S. over the last roughly decade or so. If we can pull it up, you can see it starts in 2015.
Celebrate the Morris Home Anniversary Sale with 20% off store-wide. Shop stunning new pieces like this
at less than 1,000, and by the time you get to 2024, you're pushing more than 9,300. That is up 893% over the last decade. Got about 30 seconds left here, Bethany. Give us your response to that.
Yeah, there are similar charts that indicate that the Jewish community is by far the largest target, more than the Muslim community, more than the LGBT community, you name it. We are a unique target for this kind of hatred. And Jews are canary in the coal mine. We are not a unique population of people. We're actually quite boring. But we are a canary in the coal mine, and it indicates that there is a real serious problem in American society that needs to be addressed before it's too late.
Bethany, thank you. And keep your family safe. And we love having you on the program.
Thanks, Dana.
Conversation. Joining me now is former federal prosecutor Brett Tolman. Brett, thanks for being with us here today. Let's talk about denaturalization first. Why so tough? Why couldn't we have had this man in Virginia immediately denaturalized and deported from America?
Well, it's an enormous flaw right now in the law. And we need to also go back to, the last 40, 50 years, there's been a couple of significant changes. We used to give preference for individuals coming from certain countries that we knew were safe or that we felt more comfortable with. That got changed. In about 1965, we started changing for giving preference to family members instead of where they come from. That created the potential disaster that we're starting to see now, because what would happen is you would give preference to somebody who's here, who's a citizen or an LPR, and says, hey, I want my brothers, I want my sisters, I want my family here, my children, fathers. And we widened and we gave them more and more latitude to do it. And what happened is we started forgetting some of the countries that were incredibly dangerous to Americans. So what did they do? They came in under that preference for families, and they started developing pockets of communities. And that's what you see in Minneapolis and Detroit and outside of those. At the same time we were easing up the regulations on who gets to come into the country, we were also tightening down on who we could get rid of. And people have been screaming about this for decades, Will. This is the kind of thing that we knew was going to be a powder keg, and now we're seeing it, and they're starting to light those fuses.
Brett, I'm so glad you brought up the 1965 Immigration and Nationality Act, also known as the Hart-Celler Act. So just as for everyone watching, I find this endlessly fascinating. Starting in about 1924 with the Immigration Acts, we started to control immigration, and it came down. It came dramatically down from where it was in the early 1900s. Then in 65, the Hart-Celler Act comes in, and it absolutely explodes. It explodes in ways that purportedly were not even anticipated by the bill's progressive sponsors like Ted Kennedy. And to your point, it's largely through family immigration, family sponsorships, and what's become known as chain migration. Brett, I didn't realize this myself until I started to study this very recently. 70%, something like 70% of immigration into America now is through family sponsorship. We think of it through employment or somebody wanting to come to America for a better life, when in fact, the overwhelming majority of it is people maybe not choosing to be American, but choosing to be with family.
Yeah, that's right. And Will, the other factor on this is the original ones that get into the country, oftentimes they're coming in through lax refugee or the process to bring in refugees. There are legitimate refugees that need to come into our country that deserve it, that are stand-up citizens when they get naturalized. But there are massive pockets of those that have abused it, especially when you had lax administrations like Biden, like Clinton, like others. They might have been focused on the border at times during the last 20 years, but nobody was focused on what was happening with those refugees that were coming in, and then the ease with which they could sponsor their families. That's why you have these massive pockets of different country origin in cities across the United States, and most of them in blue cities.
And by the way, that's why it's called chain migration, because once you sponsor your brother to come in, he becomes a citizen, then he can sponsor his parents to come in, and it goes on and on and on and on. We should note that Congressman Andy Ogles right now and in the past has talked about now proposing doing away with the Hart-Sellers Act, doing away with or reforming the 1965 Immigration Act, which is a conversation this country, I think, is ready for, to discuss who are we giving legal citizenship to in America. It's a great conversation. Brett Tolman, thanks for being with us here today.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube and catch full shows streaming now on Fox One.
Were struck by Iranian cluster bombs. This comes as Israel's prime minister encourages Iranians to rise up now. Correspondent Nate Foy is live in Tel Aviv again tonight. Good evening, Nate.
Hey, Brett, good evening. So just hours after hearing from Mojtaba Khamenei as Iran's supreme leader for the first time, we heard from Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu in his first news conference of this war, and he said to the Iranian people that he believes regime change is possible. Listen here.
We stand with you. We help you. But at the end of the day, it's up to you. It's in your hands. Already, we can say with certainty, this is no longer the same Iran.
Brett, Netanyahu said that he speaks to President Donald Trump freely every single day. Meanwhile, Iran's new supreme leader didn't appear on camera today, further fueling speculation about his health. Instead, a state television newscaster read his statement where he threatened to expand and intensify the war against the U.S.
Studies have also been conducted on opening other fronts in which the enemy has little experience and would be highly vulnerable. Their activation will take place if the wartime situation continues.
He also claimed that Iran is only attacking U.S. bases in the region, but new video contradicts that. Take a look. Bahrain says that Iran attacked its fuel tanks today after an Iranian drone crashed into oil storage tanks in Oman. Meanwhile, Israel is responding to an offensive by Hezbollah last night. They're surging additional troops to the northern border and targeting Hezbollah leadership. Now, tonight, Tel Aviv has once again been targeted by Iranian ballistic missile fire. This is after last night when a senior IDF official told Fox News that Iran and Hezbollah coordinated their attacks against Israel. Brett?
Nate Ford live in Tel Aviv. Nate, thank you.
And a Fox News alert because Iran's new supreme leader issuing his, his first public statement. It was a written message that was read by an Iranian state TV news anchor. Trey Inks. Let me hand it over to you while I cough, and you tell us what exactly happened. What did he say?
Yeah, Dana, good morning. We're just getting this in right now. On Iranian state media, a presenter read a new statement from Iran's new supreme leader, Mojtaba Khamenei, and Reuters is reporting a few highlights from those remarks, saying that the supreme leader said in the statement, "We believe in friendship with neighbors and only target the bases, and we will inevitably continue." That is not true. We know that many Gulf countries have had their residential and civilian infrastructure attacked. Now, Iran's new supreme leader in this statement goes on to say all U.S. bases should immediately be closed in the region, and those bases will be attacked. He also says in the statement, again, that was presented on state media, he does not appear in the statement, that he calls on unity among the people of Iran and participation in Quds Day. Now, Quds is the Arabic word for Jerusalem, and this day normally falls on the last Friday of Ramadan. And so if my math is correct here, that would be March 20th of this year, the last Friday of Ramadan, when traditionally we have seen Iranian proxies like Hamas and Hezbollah launch attacks and also large demonstrations in the region. And so this is certainly something to look out for in the days ahead. But again, this is the first statement that we are receiving from Iran's new supreme leader, Mojtaba Khamenei. He speaks about the attacks on Gulf countries, also says that he will target U.S. bases in the region, and then also talks about the Strait of Hormuz. This is an interesting part here. And again, we are just getting these highlights from Reuters, watching state media in Iran. They're first coming out, of course, in Farsi. And Iran's new supreme leader goes on to say the closure of the Strait of Hormuz should be continued as a tool to, quote, pressure the enemy. And so the rhetoric that we are hearing from Iran's new supreme leader is quite similar to his father's rhetoric. Remember, Iran's former supreme leader was taken out in the opening strikes of Operation Epic Fury when this war began. And in those opening strikes, Mujtaba Khamenei's wife, mother, and one son were also killed. Again, the latest remarks, though, that we are getting from the supreme leader via state media, and we are quoting Reuters here, indicate that he will continue ordering the attacks on U.S. bases in the region and continue efforts to close the Strait of Hormuz. Bill, Dana?
And Trey, as you pointed out, Iran's new supreme leader said that Iran has, quote, warm relations with Gulf countries. I'm curious, how do you think those Gulf countries are going to react to hearing that, considering Iran is droning and missiling them every day?
Yeah, I've been speaking with Gulf leadership and sources over the past 2 weeks, and I would not describe the current relations as warm between these two countries. Not only Qatar, but the UAE, Kuwait, and Bahrain have all come under Iranian ballistic missile and drone fire in recent days. And while the Iranians have attacked U.S. bases in the region, they have also attacked civilian infrastructure and energy infrastructure, including Omani energy infrastructure. We showed you those images earlier this hour of an oil storage facility in Oman burning as a result of an Iranian drone attack. And remember, Oman was the mediator in the negotiations that were taking place earlier this year, indirectly between the Americans and the Iranians. And so the current relationships are not good between Gulf countries and the Iranian regime. And despite the fact that some communication has taken place with Iran's foreign minister reaching out to his Gulf counterparts, these attacks against Gulf countries do continue.
Trey, yesterday, even on the 5, we were saying, is there proof of life that we could get that this guy is still alive? There are reports also that he was injured. Do you know anything more about that?
Yeah, I spoke with an Israeli intelligence official in recent days who indicated Mujtaba Khamenei is injured. They downplayed the reports, though, that he was critically injured, saying that he was injured in one of the strikes, the opening strikes of Operation Epic Fury, again, that killed his wife, his father, of course, and one son. As we look forward here, though, it will be interesting to see if and when we actually see Mujtaba Khamenei. We've not yet seen him. Of course, there have been posters and images circulating in the Iranian capital of Tehran, but this statement today, where he speaks about the ongoing war against the United States and Israel, was made through a presenter on state media.
Trey Yanks, thank you, and stay safe. We'll maybe see you again as this America's Newsroom show rolls along. All right, Brett Belakovich is the founder of Power Us and a drone expert, as well as a Fox News contributor. Thank you for being here. What do you think about this warning about possible drone attacks? It does have people a little worried that maybe something like this could happen on our shores.
Yeah, well, I think the recent warning from the FBI proves that the threats of drone attacks here on U.S. soil aren't just hypothetical anymore. Someone out there had real intelligence information that this was a threat. Otherwise, the FBI wouldn't have issued the statement. And I've been talking about it for years on your program, but maybe this is finally the wake-up call that others need. It demands national attention. Protecting Americans, protecting our airspace and critical infrastructure from drone strikes has to be treated as a national priority. And we can't have government bureaucracy get in the way of that, because the tactics our enemy is using right now against our troops overseas are exactly the type of tactics they could employ against us in the United States if given the opportunity. Drones are cheap, they're easy to acquire, they're increasingly lethal, they're no longer reserved for nation states with trillion-dollar defense budgets. We are in a drone and counter-drone arms race with our enemies, and we can't afford to lose that race. And it's not that we have a technology problem here. We have brilliant engineers in the U.S. who know how to solve it. I think we have a decades-old federal contracting problem, and thank God for our president and leaders like Secretary Hegseth who are slowly fixing that. But the bureaucracy still exists in a lot of ways that stops counter-drone technology from being implemented at scale and creating this protection layer across the U.S. We just can't afford to have legacy bureaucrats running our domestic counter-drone defense when we have real asymmetric threats to defend from. And I'm talking about the guys who've been doing this for years. They're part of the problem. They failed us. They're not moving at the speed of war, and we are at war.
Brett, obviously, this is alarming. Let me ask you a question. It might sound stupid, but let's say off the coast of California, if something like this were to happen, does the drone come from out in the water, or is that something that would actually have been smuggled into the United States?
I think both are possibilities. You'd be surprised how easy it is for an actor to come in clean and wreak havoc and purchase something off the shelf with just a little bit of knowledge. But obviously, we struck one of Iran's drone boats off the coast in the Middle East. So they clearly have the technology to launch drones off of those boats. They don't have to physically be there. And that's just the reality. I don't want another 9/11 here. And from what I'm seeing with the rapid pace of drone warfare, someone can create a 9/11 just without the martyrs this time. We're seeing the future of warfare play out in real time across the Middle East. And the good news is the United States, we have the technology to stop this, right? What we need now is this urgency to deploy those capabilities more broadly because the threat's evolving fast. We need agencies like the FAA to understand this is a real threat, get out of other government agencies' way who are trying to actually implement this. We need to fix this with major disruption. I think the FAA, frankly, and national security policies on drones need to prevent the attack left of launch, not react after someone dies. They're built for a world of commercial airliners and hobby drones, not a world where hostile actors can weaponize unmanned aircraft. And the threat landscape has changed, and we need a bureaucracy that can keep up.
Brett, I feel the urgency, and I now share it with you. Just so everybody knows, he has an op-ed up on foxnews.com right now. Iran built a drone terror machine. America just hacked it. He has a lot of information in there. Go there and learn more about that. And Brett, we'll see you soon on the show. Thank you.
Losing your hair? Tired of hiding and looking older than you really are? With Bosley, you can get your real hair back.
Thanks, Dana.
The retired Navy Rear Admiral John Kirby joins me now, former White House National Security Communications Advisor under President Biden. John Kirby, welcome. It's good to have you with us today. Thank you. Good to see you again, sir.
Thanks, Martha. Thank you. Yeah, thanks. Good to be with you again, Martha.
It's good to have you. I heard you say earlier today that in one of your earliest missions as in the Navy, you were in the Strait of Hormuz, protecting it in the Reagan administration. When you look at how much the world has changed,
right.
What can you bring to that experience and the questions that sit before us now as there are concerns about mining the Strait and shutting it down? What can you tell us?
Yeah. The thing that worries me the most right now, Martha, in terms of the Strait, remember the Strait of Hormuz is only 20 to 25 miles wide at the narrowest point. And there's about a 6-mile, what we call traffic separation scheme that kind of runs down the middle of it. So it's a narrow way in and out. It's a very, very dangerous choke point. But the thing that worries me the most right now are the drones. I'm not too much worried about the mine laying. You've seen that the CENTCOM has gone after their mine laying capabilities. They can't drop mines from the air. They can only do it from the sea, from surface vessels, and as your last few days, and I think that will go on going forward. But it's the drones that can fly low and slow and are hard to detect that can actually help shut down traffic in the strait itself. And that's a whole different level of complexity to go after because they have thousands and thousands of them. Convoy missions are possible. The U.S. Navy knows how to do it better than any other Navy in the world. And I did do it a long time ago, and our capabilities were different, but it can be done. It's labor intensive, Martha. It's resource intensive. It requires a lot of ships. It requires a lot of time. And I would hope that if the Trump administration goes down that route, that they are able to enlist the support of our partners and allied navies as well to help share some of that burden.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of individuals, Condoleezza Rice comes to mind, General Petraeus comes to mind, say that they think that that President Trump had a lot of guts to make this bold move and that it was the right thing to do to launch this attack in conjunction with Israel. Do you agree?
I think there's a lot of questions the American people are rightly asking about the why now and the impetus to go this. And I'm sorry that there wasn't more of a public debate and discussion about these decisions going forward. But you know what? We're in it now. And the military has been very consistent. Secretary Hegseth, the General Kane, Secretary Rubio, been very consistent about the limited objectives that they're going after. And now we're in it. And now I think it's really important that the nation unite behind the military and make sure that the military has has the tools, the equipment, the weapons they need to accomplish these limited objectives and degrade Iran's military. And I think that's what we ought to be focused on.
So you think
right
it was
now.
the right thing to do, or you don't think it was the right thing to do?
And what that looks like.
Do you think it was the right thing to do?
I wish we had more. I wish we had more of a public discussion and a debate about.
Well, do you think Khomeini would have stayed in his house or would have gone to that morning meeting that day if we had had a lot more discussion about it, John?
Look, Martha, nobody's in front of me in line and hating this regime and what they've done to the Iranian people or to our troops in the region, or to their long history of supporting terrorism. I think the Iranian people deserve better. They deserve a government that is not a state sponsor of terrorism and that is not posing a threat to the United States and our interests around the world. But I think we need to be thinking about this. Exactly what we need to be thinking about is what post-conflict governance can possibly look like, because I don't see any indication that the regime is going anywhere anytime soon.
Well, I think we're closer to that than we have been in a long time. We'll see if it actually happens. But I just want to go back because, this is President Biden being asked about Iran and whether or not, what he would say to them about pursuing nuclear weapons. And then we have President Obama right after that. We can play these back to back, just to remind everybody where we've been on this issue in prior administrations. Watch.
I have one word: don't. Don't. What is your message to Hezbollah and its backer, Iran? Don't.
When I think back to 2009, 2010, you guys will recall there was a big debate inside the White House about whether I should publicly affirm what was going on with the Green Movement. There was some thought that we were somehow going to be undermining their street cred in Iran if I supported what they were doing. And in retrospect, I think that was a mistake.
Over that period, we saw them build up a lot of their capability. A lot of that capability was taken out with the June attacks, but they never stopped working towards uranium enrichment at weapons grades levels. And in fact, under the Biden administration, John, you and I talked about this at the time, there was a hostage for hostage swap and they had $6 billion released. And when we talked about it, you said, that it was going to be used for humanitarian purposes in Iran. And all I can think about when I think about that is the food, the energy. There's no water in Iran. And then they slaughtered 30,000 people in the streets. What are your thoughts as you look back on all of that now, John?
Look, again, I'm not going to defend the Iranian regime at all. I mean, as I said, I started my naval career trying to make sure that the Strait of Hormuz was safe from Iranian mines and Iranian missile threats. I'm well aware of the threat that they have continued to pose, and I'm well aware of the struggles that presidents, both Democrats and Republicans, including President Trump and his first administration, dealt with when it came to Iran. When we left office, Iran was a weaker state than when we came into office because of the support we gave to Israel and the defense of Israel by President Biden against Iranian attacks and attacks from Iranian proxies like the Houthis and Hezbollah and Hamas. So they were much weaker, and they lost Bashar al-Assad on President Biden's watch as another proxy state in support. So they were weakened over time. And on the Iran nuclear deal, I mean, page 1 of that nuclear deal says Iran can never achieve a nuclear weapon. And President Obama tried to solve that problem diplomatically. They were in compliance when Obama left office, and Trump tore the plan up. And so, of course, the Iranians went back to enriching uranium. It is a problem that has bedeviled multiple administrations. And I don't think any one administration had a silver bullet to solve it. Now we're at war, and we need to see whether, as I said, we got to make sure that the military has what it needs to succeed. We'll see whether this leads to a better outcome for the Iranian people. And I am absolutely hopeful that that is the result, that whatever comes next, the Iranian people can live in peace and security, and Iran can be a responsible nation, and not only in the Middle East, but around the world. But we have to wait and see. I read a stat the other day, Martha, 4 out of 5 authoritarian regimes that are toppled, again, top down, end up in more authoritarian regimes and not necessarily anything that is supported from the bottom up. So the history's not really on our side here.
Well, we hear you. It's difficult business. There's no doubt about it. But I think the point made is that you can talk about it and process it to death over decades, and you don't get any actual change, or you can take some bold action, which is what we've seen. We don't know what the outcome is, but there are very different ways of approaching it.
No, but
go ahead. And then I do have one more question for you, but go ahead.
I don't think it's that. I know. I just don't think it's fair to say that President Obama or President Trump in his first administration or President Biden just talked and did nothing. All three presidents dealt with this challenge. They did it in different ways. They added sanctions. We added sanctions to the Trump sanctions. They all tried to solve this problem diplomatically and economically. Now, President Trump has decided to solve it or to try to solve it militarily. We'll see where it goes.
We saw, increased enrichment of uranium during that period. Billions and billions of dollars went into it, and we also saw the deterioration of the ability to, live a normal life of the people in Iran. One last question. We watched as millions of people crossed the border during the Biden administration, and now what we're hearing every day is fear that among them were sleeper cells who may now act in this country as a result of the ongoing conflict. Anything that should have been done differently in the prior administration, now that that is a reality on the ground here that we need to play whack-a-mole with in a big way right now?
Well, I mean, I wasn't an expert on the immigration situation when I was at the National Security Council. We worked very hard to try to get immigration reform in a bipartisan way. Obviously, that did not work its way through. I think it's important that the Department of Homeland Security and our intelligence communities and certainly federal, local, and state law enforcement have the tools that they need and the resources to make sure we're rooting out this problem. There's no question that certainly in wake of the attacks on Iran that we've got to focus very keenly on the potential for terrorist attacks here at home. And we need to make sure that across the government, everybody's working together to that end to try to protect the American people from any fallout or follow-on attacks that could happen as a result of being inspired by what's happening in Iran.
Lots of things on the burners on all fronts here at home and abroad. John Kirby, I thank you as always for coming here and having the conversation with us. And it's always good to see you. Welcome back. Thank you, John.
You remember the first morning. You remember learning fast.
You too, Martha. Thanks.
Well, as the U.S. and Israel continue to hammer Iran, there are growing concerns about the possibility of Iranian sleeper cells launching attacks here at home. Our Peter Doocy asked President Trump about that last night.
Have you been briefed about how many Iran sleeper cells there could be inside the U.S. right now?
I have been, and a lot of people came in through Biden with this stupid open border. But we know where most of them are. We've got our eye on all of them, I think. They came in through the open border policies of Sleepy Joe Biden, one of the worst president in the history of our country. And we've got our eyes on all of them.
Now, this comes as the White House pushes back on an ABC report that said that the FBI warned California of an alleged Iranian plan to attack the state with drones. Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt last hour writing, quote, "This post and story should be immediately retracted by ABC News for providing false information to intentionally alarm the American people." She goes on to say, "To be clear, no such threat from Iran to our homeland exists, and it never did." And I do want to point out, California, pretty quickly after, Governor Gavin Newsom came out with a tweet. He said this, Harris: "I am in constant coordination with security and intelligence officials." And he goes on to say, including those tied to the conflict in the Middle East, "While we are not aware of any imminent threat at this time, we remain prepared."
Look, that's actually the right thing to say, because we have to remain prepared. I think we're in kind of the zone of everybody wanting to report it first, get it out, do whatever. I can't speak to where they got that particular information or why they thought they needed to say it in that way. But I can say this: there is just an overall thought. We are not being protected the way we should be right now because the Democrats are not funding the TSA and much of DHS. The Border Patrol and ICE funded from the big, beautiful law. The rest of it, they are holding us all hostage in airports and other places where we're in large crowds, just laid bare because people are not on the job to do their jobs. They're not getting paid. They're getting gig work. Third shutdown from Chuck Schumer, and this one hurts. So I want to focus on where we are vulnerable, and California has some things. It's got reachability. It's got Vandenberg Air Force Base. We already know. Remember the Chinese spy balloon that went across? What were they spying on? That particular location, our Air Force. So we know our enemies would love to hit that particular part of that state, if not all of it. And I think that we all just have to wake up to this fact. I am a little reticent because I'm seeing a lot of it in social media now. There's a lot of flex going on. There's a lot of the got to get it out there. And you know what we have to get out there? We need to get DHS funded. Let's get that out there.
Yeah, Kennedy, and there have been 2 attacks already. We saw Austin with the Iranian flag on the perpetrator. You see what happened at Gracie Mansion with the bomb-throwing devices. I mean, there have been 2 in 14 days. And while we don't know exact motive, it's pretty clear that Iranian flag, there are things that need to be stopped, and DHS being funded could be of assistance.
Yes, and these are people who have been radicalized, and for whatever reason, individuals who felt called to action, and those people are terrifying. What's really scary is the thought of sleeper cells.
Yep.
And, you know, I know the president was asked that directly by our own Peter Doocy and took it head on and said, you know, we have eyes on these people, and was talking about the threat based on the border that was very, very porous for so long. And we knew a lot of the people who were coming into the country were not from Latin American countries. So, you know, they were from places like Kazakhstan and Iran and Libya and Syria. And, you know, that's what keeps me up at night. Like, that's living here in New York City. That's the kind of thing that really scares me. And it almost felt like it was a coordinated effort between ABC and Gavin Newsom to make him seem presidential. But it's very interesting.
It is odd.
Yeah, I know. I agree completely. And there are 500,000 Iranian Americans who relocated after the overthrow in 1979. And, you know, they live in constant fear. And now that has been compounded, so Gavin Newsom can seem like he knows what he's talking about. Interestingly, he didn't talk about coordinating with the Pentagon or the White House at all. I guess to score political points and to make people feel even less safe.
Yep. And, you know, Guy, when we look at this, the 2 individuals here in New York motivated by ISIS, we do know that authorities have told us that. And you think about the lawless southern border, and I think President Trump is right to bring that up. And you think of MS-13 that's poured across our border, 400 terror watch list threats obtained on the border, 2 million gotaways, the millions led into our country. We don't know who those people are.
That's the key point, because the stats and Bill Malugin would rehearse them for us over and over again on the news channel and elsewhere. It's like, okay, well, this number of illegal immigrants from these countries of concerns were interdicted and stopped at the border. But then you had the millions of gotaways. So these are people that we know entered the country illegally, but we have no idea who they are because we didn't have the resources or manpower to stop them. Who are those people? Are any of them potential lone wolf attackers or sleeper cells? God forbid. That is something that is of significant concern. I cannot believe, Harris, I keep coming back to your point. I cannot believe that we are in the middle of this military conflict with the #1 state exporter of terrorism in the world, and we have a government shutdown specifically for our Homeland Security Agency right now.
I know.
That is derelict, that is reckless, that is unbelievably shocking. And the fact that there are not reporters on a daily basis chasing around every single Senate Democrat participating in this filibuster, keep it shut down, microphones in their faces, is this this political stunt to attack ICE theater?
It's already funded.
Is it worth it? Is it
It's already
worth
funded.
putting Americans in danger and make them answer that question? We've seen very little of that type of hounding.
Why are they still getting paychecks?
Hello, my name is Adam Ferrari, the Chief Executive Officer of Phoenix Energy. I look forward to.
And I mean, Emily, it's CISA, that's cybersecurity. It's TSA, that's airports. It's Coast Guard. And there are Coast Guard deployed overseas now.
I mean, the horrors cannot be overstated. Look, Joe Kent, who recall is director of the U.S. Counterterrorism Center, he testified last year in 2025 that there were 18,000 known or suspected terrorists that got through during Biden's administration of the southern border, 2,000 of which were associated with that horrific and botched Afghanistan withdrawal. So the reality is that indeed, and even aside from that, we are under a constant threat of a homeland attack in many different ways, because we know this is why those Iranian proxies and the Islamic radical groups have set up camps, literal camps, to train people how to do it. So now you say, okay, well, there's 18,000 of them in this country. Great. We know that there are credible reports of 1 or potentially 2 surface-to-air missiles that are in their hands in this country. So I think it's incorrect to say everything's fine and nothing to see here. We've talked about the prepared citizenry being the best antidote to the efficacy of these radicals, but the reality is that they are always wanting to see death and destruction. And under the call to arms and the radicalization, one lunatic with a weapon, even if it's a knife, as we see in Europe, a vehicle in a crowded shopping, I mean, that is massively dangerous, and that is on the thing. So we have to be prepared, and local EMS services need to be prepared, and the FBI needs to be prepared, and DHS needs to be funded.
Yep.
Yeah,
All
no
hands
doubt.
on deck at a time like this.
Can we defund the Democrats that can't get to 60 votes this afternoon for the test vote?
I wish we could.
Yeah, I mean, cut their paychecks. Let them feel this.
Yeah, instead of TSA, our hardworking TSA, who are sleeping
asking
in
for
cars
donations.
less.
Wait, did you guys see that? They're asking for donations at airports for them.
Our
Literally.
enemies are laughing at us.
Amazing. Yeah, TSA workers sleeping in cars last shutdown is what Trisha McLaughlin told me. Crazy.
The FBI is now holding a news conference on today's deadly shooting at Old Dominion University in Norfolk, Virginia. Let's listen.
Today, the FBI responded, along with our federal, state, and local law enforcement partners, to Old Dominion University. This was based on reports of an active shooter. What we know now is there's one deceased victim and 2 at the hospital. We are saddened by this tragedy in our community. The FBI mourns the loss of life in this abhorrent tragedy and violence. I'd like to acknowledge the students who showed extreme bravery and courage by containing the containing the shooter and stopping further loss of life. The FBI is now the lead investigative agency investigating this as an act of terrorism. The shooter has been identified as Mohammed Baylor Jallow. FBI Norfolk's Joint Terrorism Task Force and our evidence response team responded to the scene and will continue to have a physical presence here at the scene as we process the evidence. Additionally, we are conducting other investigative steps into Jallow and the specifics of the shooting. We have dedicated analytical and tactical support. We are aiding in this investigation throughout the entire time. We will continue to work alongside of our partners and those in the community to find answers. The FBI continues to ask for the public's help in providing any information that could lead us in resolving this investigation, and we remind the public that any detail, no matter how small, could be useful. A collection of those small details may help paint a complete picture. We ask that the public submit their tips to www.fbi.gov/ODU shooting. Do you have any questions for me or for my partners here? Yes.
With still little details that we know about the shooting so far, how are we able to confirm that this was an act of terrorism?
How it was an act of terrorism? I can tell you that we have confirmed reports that prior to him conducting this act of terrorism, he shouted or stated Allah Akbar, and he was formerly a subject of a FBI investigation in material supporting terrorism.
Play War Thunder now. Join millions of players across the globe in massive battles on tanks.
Agent, were there explosives in his car?
We have no information about any explosives in his car or anywhere else at this time.
Did he have one weapon?
As far as I know, we only know of one weapon that he had on his person at this time.
What kind of aid was he giving to ISIL 10 years ago?
He wanted to conduct a terrorist attack similar to that in Fort Hood, Texas.
Is there any mention of the war to Iran?
None whatsoever.
How was he deceased?
There were students that were in that room that subdued him and rendered him no longer alive. I don't know how else to say it, but they basically were able to terminate the threat.
So he was not shot?
He was not shot.
He shot 3 people?
Correct. We have information that he shot 3 people.
The one that went to Virginia Beach for treatment, was that person just winged or grazed?
So I don't have any information at this time about the specific, life-threatening or not otherwise to the 2 that are still alive. But at this time, we're respecting the victims of the shooting. That includes not only the ones that were shot, but all of the people here at ODU I consider our victims. This is a tragic event, and I do ask that you look at that. You're all part of our community too. And so I just want to throw that out there too, to give the respect and the time needed to provide that additional information about the victims.
Did you say he was released in 2024?
Correct.
What was the Bureau's intelligence level on him since then?
So I don't have any of that information right now. That's because this is an ongoing investigation. After we learned of his name, we confirmed that he was formerly a subject of material support to terrorism investigation and obviously was sentenced for that. But I don't have any information indicating that he was known or an ongoing problem.
We'll take one more question.
Do you have any more specifics on how he was subdued?
Yeah, the brave ROTC members in that room subdued him. And if not for them, I'm not sure, what else he may have done. But that's exactly, they confronted him and they subdued him and he was no longer able to conduct any further attack.
Thank you. I was last. Go ahead. Okay. Yeah. Since there were ROTC students involved, is there any reason to believe that they were targeted?
Well, I believe that at this time, we have to take all the information that we will receive from the victims. So I don't want to make any preemptive judgments or anything to this at this time exactly. Keep in mind, we're going to look at forensic information, anything that he may have had interest specifically for any targets. And because I don't have that yet, I can't confirm that at this time.
How many people were in the classroom?
I don't know the exact number of the people in the classroom.
How long do you suspect this investigation will last?
It's a fair question. It really completely depends. So we obviously are going to dig in, and this is why we need the public support to where he may have been before this, who he may have been in contact with, if he had any other supporters, anybody providing him information. So we have to track every single lead down, and that's is exactly what the FBI will do. Every single lead, we're going to track down the veracity of the information and make sure that we have a full investigation with as much information, again, to ensure that there isn't anyone else that he may have been receiving support from as well.
Do you have any evidence that he was self-funded?
No, I don't have anything at this time.
Thank you, everyone.
Okay, that was the FBI giving a news conference about this terror-related shooting in Old Dominion in Virginia. Paul, what do we know about this suspect?
Well, we don't, excuse me, we don't know a whole lot other than the fact that we know he was already convicted for material support to terrorism, which is, by the way, the top terrorism charge we have in this nation federally. It normally comes with a very big hit, but I think the most salient aspect of it is he's a naturalized citizen. Conviction on a terrorism charge means you're deportable. Why is he still here? And I can't believe that that's not the main question everybody's asking. Naturalized citizen, terrorism conviction. He ends up doing a whole lot less than what he should have done in jail. They get him out, and think about how I can tell you material support cases are not easy to make, all right? Made them, and it takes a lot of time and resources. And then to watch a guy that you got locked away where you said, all right, at least we got that guy off the street. He's not going to hurt anybody. And then they let him out, and then he does this, and he could have been thrown out of the country to begin with, is really astounding. And you know what? They have to do a forensic on what went sideways here because that's not supposed to happen.
And this could have been a lot worse if it wasn't for these brave heroes, Jessica.
Yeah, the ROTC for sure. If you know.
Now by the Democrats, Dana.
I just wrote that down because here's the thing. The Intifada is fully globalized. Greg, we all did Highlights magazine. Everyone knows how to connect the dots. And maybe they're not sleeper cells per se in terms of, hey, here's the bat signal that goes up. Make sure you go and do this. No, you can self-activate if you are radicalized. And the problem here, once again, is that we are learning the same lesson over and over again. And our government is just sitting there going, well, we're gonna have to do an investigation. We can't say anything. We have to do an investigation. I would love to see some police officers working together, maybe with the Joint Task Force, to say, let's be proactive. Let's go back through our list. Who did we let go? Who got out of jail? Who could have been deported, but we didn't? Where are they? Let's just do a quick check. I don't think that should be out of the question. Would that be reasonable?
No, of course not. We used to do that kind of thing. I mean, that's pretty routine. And I go back to what I said, but the other thing is this, since you're asking me, you should have pretty good information coming out of jail.
This guy guaranteed didn't hide his continuing radicalization while he was locked up. Nobody flagged that when he got out. You got to look hard at what happened here, because in our current circumstances, this is not going to be the first time.
It feels like an emergency.
Islamophobia this is going to cause across the country. And I think we need to look at that. We need to step aside and look at that. You're right, the judge cut the sentence in half. It's like, how, this seems to be a reoccurring thing. Reductions of sentences of crazy, awful people. I just mentioned 2 in California. We also heard naturalized citizen, and I'm starting to think, okay, it's not just illegals anymore. There's something about a rejection of American culture and also a reluctance to stand up for our values and our culture, so that people come here, it has no relevance to them. You would look at the 18-year-old men at the Gracie Mansion terror attack. They hated America. And it's like, we're just kind of like, why are we letting these people in if they hate our country so much? Maybe we should have tighter restrictions about naturalizing people who are like, hate us. And you wonder, okay, why doesn't Trump go after these sleeper cells? You mean, rouse them from their beds in front of their families? How do you think the media and the Democrats are going to take that? You saw how they played defense for rapists, because they were illegals. They're just going to think of these guys as more brown-skinned victims of oppression, until they do something. And then, of course, it's Islamophobic to point it out.
I'll just a gamble, or at least speaking for myself as a Democrat, if Donald Trump is right that he knows where all the sleeper cells are, because he said that when he said Biden let them all in, that is not going to be the case. But we have that shot.
Yeah, you want to listen to it, Jessica?
I do.
Let's roll it.
Have you been briefed about how many Iran sleeper cells there could be inside the U.S. right now?
I have been, and a lot of people came in through Biden with this stupid open border. But we know where most of them are. We've got our eye on all of them, I think. They came in through the open border policies of Sleepy Joe Biden, one of the worst president in the history of our country. And we've got our eyes on all of them.
Great. So I would advocate for you going and getting them, because in these conditions, this is obviously going to be happening more and more often. The border was Trump's best issue. He is still in positive territory on securing the border, making sure no one gets in here.
Who do you send? And what happens when all of these protesters show up to block you?
I don't. Who do you send? You send FBI agent, whoever the right.
Not ICE.
Not ICE. Can't send ICE.
Are you guys really turning this into some sort of?
No, because we're used to it. We know that when you guys, like you say, get rid of the worst first, but then you didn't.
And then
do
you
that
just pick up everybody. And
because you guys let in everybody.
But not everybody committed a crime.
Jessica, people that cross the border illegally should be deported. Everybody knows that.
Asylum system.
Jessica, most of the country wants them all out.
I can't believe you want to fight about this. Literally take the L on it. They're having to do
Kamala took the L on it, Jessica.
On immigration, you have to redo the way that you do immigration. Mike Johnson's admitted it. We have to do a course correction. You have to tone it back.
No, the course correction was electing Donald Trump.
No.
You guys blew open the border and you lost big time.
Kristi Noem?
Kristi Noem is now protecting the shield of America.
Oh, a much better job.
A very powerful counterterrorism tool is the following. That's it. You knock on the door. You say, hey, how you doing? And that's it. You don't have to do any more than that. The problem is exactly what Greg identified. You do that kind of thing when things really spark up overseas, you have a pretty good idea of who your local bad guys are. But it will become, in the current age, what you're talking about.
Yeah, and no one can lecture us about the process when you caused this problem to begin with.
Then I will have nothing to say for the rest of the administration.
Hey,
so that's
don't threaten me with a bad time. Do not.
¿Quiere arreglar sus papeles, pero ha escuchado que no califica para nada? Soy la abogada Ángeles Sinsky.
And we have been watching this live for a while. This is the capital of Lebanon. New video of Beirut as Israeli airstrikes are hitting the city center. Operation Epic Fury. now approaching week 3 with no sign of slowing down. U.S. forces continue to target the regime's military infrastructure. However, Iran is retaliating, launching attacks at our own key ally, Israel. And today, Iranian state media shared the very first statement from the so-called selected new supreme leader since his appointment, since they selected him. Here's part of it. We didn't hear from him directly, of course, I should mention that. We didn't hear his voice. They say that this is his handwriting, and they had a member of state-run TV read it aloud. It did show an image of him. It's a headshot, while that person read the prepared statement from Muqtada Khomeini, in which he vowed Iran would keep up attacks on its Gulf neighbors and keep blocking the Strait of Hormuz. This is Outnumbered. I'm Harris Faulkner, here with my co-hosts Kayleigh McEnany and Emily Compagno. Also joining us today, Kennedy, host of Kennedy Saves the World podcast, and Guy Benson, Fox News political analyst and host of the Guy Benson Show on Fox News Radio. Iran's deadly launching attacks on 2 oil tankers near the Strait of Hormuz overnight. The White House has told Fox just in the past hour, quote, President Trump is fully prepared to provide U.S. Navy escorts through the Strait of Hormuz if he deems it necessary. Our military has destroyed well over 20 inactive mine-laying boats, with more to come. The Iranian regime is also targeting Israeli cities with ballistic missiles, continuing to, and now they are using cluster munitions against Israeli citizens. They scatter and kill indiscriminately. They're like many bombs coming out of an opening shell of one big missile. Even if the missiles are intercepted, cluster munitions released before the missile is destroyed still make an impact. Iran has been repeatedly accused of using this weapon in civilian areas, a tactic banned by more than 100 nations around the world. Israel estimates half of the ballistic missiles Iran have fired have been cluster munitions, and Iranian attacks are also coming digitally. The pro-regime group is now claiming responsibility and for street credibility for hacking an American medical devices company. The attack targeted Stryker. It's based in Michigan. They produce medical equipment, and it caused a global network disruption to their Microsoft apps, the company said in a statement. They literally, Kayleigh, watched their cell phones and computers. They watched information wipe away in real time.
Yeah, it's remarkable to think about as this progresses day by day. If I could, let me focus just for a moment on the energy situation, because the White House just came out with an announcement that they would be suspending the Jones Act. The Jones Act is a 1920 law that mandates that U.S. goods come to the United States on U.S.-made ships, and that there are not goods coming in, foreign goods coming in on foreign flag ships. They're suspending that, and the White House tells me on background that the administration can assure it will not have an impact on shipbuilding. Here's why I bring this up. I know President Trump, the businessman, has thought this through. And I know that because I look at the first Trump term and what he did to make this country a net energy exporter. It's remarkable, all of the work fracking LNG, and it has given us some immunity from gas price increases. We have seen increases, absolutely, at the pump, but they are, I would note, far below the Biden era high. The Biden era high at one point was $4.70. It might have been above that. Now you're seeing prices at the end of yesterday about $3.57. But President Trump has his eye on that. And this action just announced literally moments ago tells me this is a president who's thinking strategically for the American economy, but also thinking down the line. We cannot have Iran have nuclear weapons. 4 presidents have said that. It kills me when the Democrats say, what's the objective here? Well, guess who announced the objective? Obama, Bush, Biden, all of them announced the objective. Iran cannot have nuclear weapons. One president put actions behind the objective, and that same president is looking at the economic conditions, and I am fully confident that he will make the right decision as to when this winds down, keeping all of these factors in mind.
Well, and Kennedy, the president is also listening to oil traders like Phil Flynn. We had him on last hour. He's listening to, you know, what the market says. He'll say this looks like it's going to end very soon, and it actually has a positive impact by a lot on the market. So he knows that he can kind of move and groove right now and make some things happen.
Yes, there are more hormonal tantrums in the oil market than with a teenage girl with PMS, you would say.
Oh,
Yeah, well, unfortunately, we're not going to see stability for some time, but that is absolutely what the oil market is begging for, because as you continue to inch northward in these benchmarks and oil gets more and more expensive, that's what Iran is trying to do. They're trying to create as much instability as possible because they know they have the choke point for such a massive bulk of the world's oil. I don't know what's going to happen here. You know, I don't know when the bombing is going to take effect. I know that Iran has been anticipating this, and with the cluster munitions and the cheap drones, they are throwing us for a little bit of a loop. It is very interesting to see what the Pentagon has in their quiver in terms of electronic warfare and some of those high energy lasers. The question is, how quickly can they be deployed? How do you power them? And will using those bring an end to the war, which is very necessary, not only for the oil markets, but for politics? The president's own party is putting pressure on him to wrap this up as quickly as possible. That is difficult when you have so many loose ends, and you've got Iran on the offensive in wily ways that maybe people didn't anticipate before we saw what we're seeing.
Well, and Emily, I have learned that we can secure that Strait of Hormuz with our U.S. military. The challenge now are the mines that Iran has laid at the bottom of the strait now. And so we are working on ways to be able to identify the locations of those, because they'll detonate, if you will, from hearing a ship come into position. It doesn't have to be hovering over. So there are some things that can be done as well, because in that statement that this new, and we don't have proof of life, but we'll see what happened to Muqtada, and all of his family members died, but we'll see if he's still alive, and that's really a statement from him. But what he was saying was that this doesn't open until the war is over.
Right, and we know from the president's statements yesterday that he indicated that it was cleared of mines, and also that, as you articulated so many salient points about oil, about the region's involvement economically and also geopolitically. Like, we are now dealing with the very new situation geopolitically that we haven't before, which is relying on the strength of our Middle Eastern allies and on the strength of intelligence that prior administrations have bucked. And by prior administrations, I simply mean Biden. So I think here we're looking at a really new space of America and the strength of our diplomacy within the Middle East, in addition to our military might, and in addition to recognizing the proxies that don't just stop at one hacking job and at some type of link with the Islamic regime. They're actually latent all over. So I think what this deserves is nuanced thought and thoughtful coverage. And as always, we're not getting that from the mainstream.
So it wasn't just Biden, though, because as you were talking, I was thinking about those letters between Obama and Ahmadinejad. Like, you know, we haven't had presidents in the past, it would seem, that had the type of relationships that you're describing, Emily, with our Middle East partners. And part of that, I would say, Guy, was brought on, I don't know if it was strategy or just kind of luck of the game. I tend to think that it's strategy, having those relationships bolstered very early on in his second term with Trump.
Well, and I think also the Iranian regime is now attacking all of its neighbors, right? We're used to the regime trying to kill Americans. They've been doing that for nearly 5 decades. We're used to them attacking Israel or threatening Israel. They want to wipe them off the face of the earth. But there have been thousands of attacks launched on the Arab Gulf states, who are now fully unified behind the United States and Israel against the Iranian regime. Some of that's self-interest because they're getting attacked by this malign neighbor, but some of it is the type of diplomacy and relationship building that we've seen from Team Trump and the president himself over the course of years. That's one point. The second point is, I don't want to just quickly blow past this. I think what you said underscores the shambolic nature of this regime right now. They are on a back foot, to put it mildly. We have a statement allegedly from their new supreme leader, who no one has seen. If he's alive and well, he is so paranoid that he doesn't want to be appearing on camera anywhere, right? If he's alive and well. His predecessor, who he knew pretty well, is dead. The group that got together to select a new leader, they were bombed by the Israelis. So there are rumors out there that people have been fleeing Tehran within the leadership, anyone who's left, to go deeper into the country to try to escape some of these attacks. They are really in a very bad place, and we've put them there.
You know, let's talk about that for just a second, just to give people an idea of how big this country is. Yeah, we know it's 90 million people, but you've seen places in Asia where you can get a whole lot of people in a smaller space. This is the size of like 3 Californias. It's huge. So to talk about going to war against that country, we have hit strategically military targets and done all of that. That says a lot about our military, that we can do that.
100%. It's a huge credit to us and to our Israeli allies and some of the Gulf Arab allies. The other key factor here is the Iranian regime might be able to scuttle, skitter away and try to hide in this massive country. One additional disadvantage that they have, beyond just our military prowess, is their population overwhelmingly hates them because they've been putting these people down and slaughtering them and, just oppressing them for decades. So that's something that we also have going for us and that they don't have going for them. Their people hate them for good reason.
I would note it's exactly unlike Iraq where you're changing hearts and minds. There are no hearts and minds to be changed here. The hearts and minds have been changed by the evil Ayatollah.
Great point.
All right.
We have some new sound from a witness that has just come into Fox. Let's watch this.
Super fast. There were about 10 police officers down the street. So I told my mom, hey, let's pray. There's something like happening. So I thought it was a car accident. And then when I got to this light, it looked like a mom with a cell phone, and she was running really fast across the street. She didn't even see me or the other cars.
Meet EM Sense, a breakthrough in foot therapy that wraps around your foot and ankle like a therapeutic boot and attacks the root cause of.
Joining me now on set here in New York, former U.S. Ambassador to Israel, Tom Nides. Good to have you with us, Tom. Thank you for being here today. You watch all of this video and you're listening to this conversation about the potential reasons for this, and we don't know what this person's motive was yet. He could have known somebody in the building that he had a grudge against, but it certainly seems to have a lot of hallmarks of the kind of things that we're very worried about now.
Listen, Martha, first of all, my heart breaks for the families that are going through what they're going through right now. Obviously, the idea that law enforcement was there on the scene, obviously we don't know the facts, but anti-Semitism and hate is on the rise. And what that synagogue did, I've been at that synagogue. It's a huge, beautiful place. And so as I think about what these families are going through, if you can be happy for a moment, to be happy that this madman or woman, depending on who it was, didn't do more damage and kill anyone except luckily himself or herself. So I think it's all time for us to take a pause here and understand we're under threat and we should be recognize those threats.
As I said, we don't know the motive, but we do know that we're in this different situation right now because there is a war going on in Iran, and the United States and Israel are on one side, and the Gulf states appear to be supportive of this mission as well. I want to read this part of the statement because this is the first time we've heard from the new Ayatollah, who is the son of the Ayatollah who was killed on February the 28th. And we didn't see him. We didn't hear from him personally. There are reports that he was injured in that February 28th attack. But he made a rather lengthy, threatening statement to the United States and to Israel. And one of the things he said was studies have been conducted regarding the opening of additional fronts in areas where the enemy has negligible experience and would be highly vulnerable, and their activation will be carried out if the state of war persists. And you listen to Chris Swecker from the FBI talking about the return to the roots of terrorism. And I'm going to say this a lot today, but we don't know whether or not there's a connection here yet. This is the world that we're living in. Your thoughts on that?
Yeah, you said it right. I mean, first of all, we don't know, but there's no question statements like that is a reason why we're in a war with Iran right now, because ultimately the leadership of this country has put a cancer in the region. It's not only just Israel, it's Saudi Arabia, it's the UAE, it's Qatar, it's Kuwait. It's through their proxies and Hezbollah and Hamas, the Houthis. There's no question that the need and the desire, not only for this administration, but the Biden administration to make sure Iran to get a nuclear weapon is certainly clear to all of us. But this is a fundamental challenge to the United States, and we are at the beginning of this process. And again, this isn't about right or wrong. This is about stopping the Iranians for what they are doing in the region. And ultimately, it'll be up to this administration to determine how they conduct the part of this war that has been started.
So are you in the camp that says, don't end this too soon. The president has said he wants to, obviously doesn't want it to go on forever. Nobody wants it to go on forever. But at the same time, he says we have to make sure that we're not back there a couple years from now if we leave this current leadership in place, is the suggestion. Where do you stand on that? You spent a ton of time in the region.
Again, this has been a challenge for not only President Trump, President Biden, President Obama. Trump won. Remember, Iran has 90 million people in this country. This is not Venezuela. Israel has 9.5 million people, okay? This is a big place. And the idea that somehow this is going to be about regime change. No, this was about eliminating the ballistic missile threat and the nuclear threat. But to be clear, when you get into a fight with someone who has less to gain than you do, it's very, very complicated. And we're seeing this play out. This is not a simple reason, a simple way to begin a war and end a war. And as you're seeing now with the Strait of Hormuz and the idea of that, what this may proceed to be, we have a huge challenge here. And the president will need to convince the American people. He will need to convince the other people of why we need to do what we need to do. So my view of this is, I'd like this war to end as soon as possible. But there's no question there's a threat. And I think they actually have probably done, our military has done a very, very good job of diminishing their ballistic missiles. And I think whatever they've done on the nuclear side of it. But make no mistake, this is not going to be easy and this is not going to be quick. And the war may end and we may still have to go back and do it over and over and over again. And I think everyone needs to recognize these threats exist. Israel has been living with this threat for since the beginning of the birth of the country. And that's not going to go away. By the way, the United States has threats every day. I mean, we haven't eliminated our threats. We just saw what happened in Michigan, in our own, backyard. So my view, this is, would I like the war to end tomorrow? Of course I would. But this is good. This could be a drawn out process.
Well, in the first moments of the war, the Ayatollah was eliminated along with 40-something members of the regime. Do you believe that there has to be another wave of attacks against this leadership? Do you think that this can't successfully end for the world if the Ayatollah or another Ayatollah is still in place?
Here's a problem. Regime changes don't happen from the top down. They happen from the bottom up. And President Trump knows that. Joe Biden understood that. And the idea, this wasn't the first time we've attempted to try to create the atmosphere to allow the Iranian people, but it has to start from the ground up. So Martha, I don't know if we get the next set of leaders and the leadership after that. It's up to the Iranian people to decide that they have had enough with this regime.
They decided and they went into the street and 30,000 of them were killed. So, I mean, you can see why they're hanging around the house at the moment.
Without question.
Yeah.
So I think your question is the right question. You've been covering the story for a long time, okay? Regime change, we have a history here of not doing very well with regime change. Afghanistan, Libya, Iraq, unfortunately, I've been involved in all three of those. It doesn't necessarily work, but that does not mean we can't diminish their capacities, and I think that has been accomplished. How long we need to go on with the war will be determined. The president does need to bring the American people along because I don't think the American people understand what this means and understand what the price they'll have to pay for this.
Wherever you are, we're 0 miles from everywhere.
Even way out here?
Oh yeah, if it's
Yeah, I get impatient with, some of the discussion that I see that keeps saying, we asked the president how long it's going to take and he won't say. Or we asked the president how long it's going to take and he said, one day he said this many days. Now, everyone who is an adult who has been following this for a long time knows that there's no easy answer to that question in this moment. But two of the dynamics that have changed that I want to get your take on. One is that you have had the largest uprising that we've ever seen among the people in Iran. And the other is that you have the Gulf states saying, don't stop now. We need you to finish this job. And they are aligned, at least at the moment, with Israel, Tom. I mean, that's something you didn't see in the past decades of covering those other conflicts, right?
You're so 100% right. Listen, your enemy of your enemy is your friend. So the reality of this is the Iranians made a calculated mistake, okay? And by attacking our friends in the UAE and Saudi and Qatar and Kuwait, that was a fundamental mistake. And I think these Arab countries now realize how complicated this is and, more importantly, how dangerous the regime is. So, Yeah, my hope is that our Arab friends will coalesce around Israel and others to basically maintain and contain the Iran threat. Because it's not just a threat to Israel, it's not just a threat to the United States, it is a threat to humanity in the Middle East.
I know you speak to a lot of people in the region on a regular basis. So what are you hearing in terms of their commitment to this? Because one of the things that the new Ayatollah asked for was, I would like you to remove every U.S. base, all the military bases in the Gulf states. I want all of those gone. That's one of my measures of whether or not we can have some sort of settlement here.
Well, I think, Martha, that's probably not going to happen. The security of these countries is foremost in their minds, and to protect their own people. I've had many my colleagues call me from, and friends call me from the Arab states. They're not used to this. The friends of mine who live in the Emirates, they're not used to having drone attacks. They don't have first of all, there's no basements. They have no bomb shelters as they have in Israel. I mean, my friends in Israel are, 3 or 4 or 5 times a night having to go into a bomb shelter. And what the Emirates and the Saudis and the Qataris and the Kuwaitis are feeling this. And it's, by the way, it's not a great feeling. It's a level of anxiety for your kids and your family. So listen, I don't think they're going to sit around and give up the United States' protection and our bases in those regions.
Will they use their military to help attack Iran?
Again, I can't speak for these countries, but I think they have been, in some ways, working with the U.S. For first and foremost to protect their own people, but certainly providing intelligence. What activities they will do with our military will be up to them, obviously.
All right, former ambassador to Israel and someone who has been involved in a lot of these high-level discussions around these issues in the Middle East for decades. So, Tom, it's great to have you with us. Thank you very much for being here today.
Dana, good morning. As U.S. and Israeli planes continue to hammer the Iranian regime, state media in Iran says there will be a new statement shortly from Mojtaba Khamenei, the country's new supreme leader. We know overnight the Iranians launched more missile and drone attacks against Israel and Gulf countries. We have some new video from Oman showing an oil storage facility on fire after it was hit by an Iranian attack drone. You can see in that red circle here, the drone headed right toward that storage facility. Ultimately, it caused a large explosion and destruction to part of Oman's largest oil facility there. Also, some new video coming in of tankers in the Persian Gulf just off the coast of Iraq, where one person was killed and others injured. Crews had to be rescued after these 2 tankers were hit by an Iranian vessel that was packed with explosives. Flames spewing from what's left of that vessel there. And President Trump overnight talking about the impact on oil markets, saying this.
And my administration, as you know better than anybody, is also working to keep the oil flowing. It's flowing all over. We knocked out, they want to drop some mines, very friendly people, mines, so boats blow up. And we knocked out as of, every hour I have to change because they knock them out so fast. I've never seen anything. Think of it. They knocked out 54 ships in 2 days, and they're real ships.
With focus on the Persian Gulf, there is also a lot of focus here in Israel on their northern border with Lebanon, where the Iran-backed Lebanese militant group Hezbollah fired more than 100 rockets over the border in less than an hour overnight. An IDF official telling Fox News this was the largest barrage since Operation Epic Fury began. The Israelis say they will continue to go after this terror proxy. And I'm just going to have you pop out of the video here. If you can stay with me, Bill and Dana, come live to us here in Tel Aviv. We have air raid sirens that are sounding here. The Iranians appear to have launched another barrage of ballistic missiles. And this has been an ongoing effort by the Iranian regime. The amount of missiles they're able to launch has certainly been far fewer, but they are still attacking both Israel and Gulf countries. I'm going to toss it back to you. We'll continue talking here. I just need to put on my helmet.
Yeah, absolutely. So as we continue to watch Trey reporting live here, he seems to be doing this every day at this point when these missiles come in. So he said they're tracking missiles coming in from Iran. So that would likely mean they're coming in from the east of where he is rather than the north. That would be Hezbollah from Lebanon. Trey, if that's correct, now that you got your gear on, go ahead and fill us in on what you know.
Yeah, Bill, over the past 24 hours, we've actually seen joint attacks by the Iranian regime and Hezbollah. They appear to be coordinating when they can to launch a number of missiles and rockets at the same time at Israeli cities. We know, according to U.S. Central Command and the Israeli Air Force, they are going after these launching positions. One official here told me they are hunting the ballistic missile launchers. And that's part of the reason that we have seen oftentimes hours go by without sirens sounding here in Tel Aviv. And I'm just going to show you what the scene looks like here next to the expressway, Bill. You're going to see there are some cars that are still moving, but if you look along the edge of the expressway, you're going to see a few people that have gotten out of their vehicles, and they are, if you can pan left here, Yaniv, you can see those people on the side of the road. And also, I'm going to have my cameraman pan up to the sky here. If you just stay with me, you're going to see the trail of an interceptor launched by some of the advanced missile defense systems belonging to the Israelis. And again, Bill and Dana, as this continues, we are seeing fewer missiles launched at a single time, but it is incredibly challenging for the Israeli people below because they've spent much of the past several days in and out of bomb shelters, watching out not just for direct impacts, but also the falling shrapnel and the cluster munitions. We should very briefly talk about Iran's use of cluster munitions. This is a major topic of conversation here in Israel because it's a change in the threat to the Israeli people. We've seen the impact of these cluster munitions. Oftentimes, even if the missiles aren't intercepted, they will explode over the skies of Tel Aviv.
When I started my record label, the business side of things, taxes, finances,
And they rain these bomblets down on the population below, and they can take out part of a building. We arrived at one apartment complex where an entire apartment had been taken out by a single cluster from this munition. And again, it just speaks to how dangerous this war is for the Israeli people on the ground here as the Americans and the Israelis continue to bring the fight to the Iranian regime. Guys?
Yeah, and sometimes those cluster bomblets can spread out over an area and they don't immediately detonate on impact. Sometimes they can stay in the ground for days, sometimes even weeks. Incredibly dangerous. Trey Inks, as always, thank you for your fantastic reporting.
Thank you, Trey. And for more on all of this, we are fortunate to have the U.S. Ambassador to the United Nations, Michael Waltz, with us here. You can talk about any issue. Let's start with this big one. President Trump and Peter Doocy had an exchange yesterday about the war. Watch here.
You just said it is a little excursion, and you said it is a war. So which one is it?
Well, it's both. It's both. It's an excursion that will keep us out of a war. For them, it's a war. For us, it's turned out to be easier than we thought. But think of it, they had thousands of missiles, 8,000 missiles. We got many of them before they got to launch. They have drones all over the place. We got many. Now we're knocking out the drone plants. They started talking about mines. So we hit 28 mine chips as of this moment, 28. Like using the same weapon, the exact same weapon that we use against the drug dealers.
So over at the United Nations, what word do you use to describe what's happening right now?
Well, what I've been using over and over again and pointing out to all of the members there is that this war started 1979, started 47 years ago, and President Trump is no longer going to just absorb these attacks, whether it's the terrorist proxies, Hezbollah, Houthi, Hamas, or attacks on infrastructure, or you name it, the malicious activity that Iran has been up to. He's not going to kick the can anymore. Azerbaijan is absolutely backfiring. Yesterday in the UN and the Security Council, we had a historic day in the sense that all of the GCC countries, led by Bahrain, uniformly and publicly denounced Iran. They were co-sponsored. This resolution was co-sponsored by a UN record 135 other
We actually
nations.
have that map. If you could pull it up there while we're speaking. This is the call for number 3, please. This is the map of the countries on the UN resolution. This is unusual, to say the least.
Well, and here's why it's so significant. Number one, many of these countries have taken kind of a neutral position over the years when it comes to Iran. Qatar, for example, shares a massive gas field, the Pars gas field, with Iran that stretches across the straits there. UAE has a massive free trade zone of Iranian goods. Oman was just mediating and providing the kind of neutral actor for us during the negotiations that Iran never approached in good faith. They are all now standing strong. They are all uniformly, I got to tell you, and talking to them on a personal level, furious, outraged. And the fact that Iran is hitting hotels, resorts, ports, their shipping, all of those, their airports, all of those civilian infrastructure has them squarely aligned with the United States. And if you look at it, it's really kind of the Abraham Accords coalition that's now in action, and now it's unified. And the other important thing yesterday, is both China and Russia, fair weather friends that they are, they abstained. They backed away. They didn't oppose it, and they could have vetoed.
We've heard President Trump say that the U.S. has already won, that this is over. He said yesterday, quote, it's easier than we thought it would be. Does he risk putting himself into a corner at all by saying that, though? I mean, especially with these new images overnight, the Strait of Hormuz is there's still bombs going off, there's still ships getting hit.
Yeah, but look, I mean, if you look at the military objectives that he laid out, Secretary Hegseth has laid out from the very beginning, command and control decimated, 3 layers down. Ballistic missile, both production and current, we've seen a 92% drop off. If you look at their nuclear program, not only their enrichment is obliterated, we're hitting other key aspects of it as well. And I could tell you, interestingly, remember the Houthis that were firing at every ship out there? Incredibly quiet. They don't dare, given what they suffered last year, start firing at us. Hezbollah completely degraded, as is Hamas and the other terrorist proxies as well. So what we saw again in the council yesterday were countries like Syria and Lebanon and others that have been under Iran's thumb for so many years are now saying, are now throwing off that yoke. And
let me actually show you call for number.
This will transform the Middle East.
Yeah, let me show you call for number 4. This is the UN Security Council members that voted with our position. And what I thought was interesting is that includes Pakistan and Somalia.
Right.
Okay, right. So I paid attention a little bit to that, and then
That's the sound of an American oil company hard at work. Want to be a part of it? Listen up.
Hello. I'm fascinated by what the mood is over in Turtle Bay. This is the Iranian ambassador at the UN yesterday. Watch here.
Today's action represents a blatant misuse of the Security Council mandate in pursuit of the political agendas of the certain members. The very state responsible for the brutal war of aggression against my country, the regime of the United States, sits on the other side of this chamber as president of the council, abusing its position while obstructing every effort to bring an end to this barbaric war against the Iranian people.
Is that ambassador eating alone at the lunch table over there?
Oh, he's in the building alone. 135 countries. And I read every one of them signed up with us. I read every one of them out loud. But I just can't emphasize enough for the Gulf Arabs to come together. And they've been kind of at loggerheads over Yemen and Sudan and all kinds of other things. To stand uniformly is incredibly powerful. And now today, and this is the part I don't think is getting a lot of attention, we are going to go the next round of snapback sanctions. Again, kind of in this guise of where's the UN any good or helpful? President Trump put maximum pressure back in. He had it his first term. Biden lifted it. President Trump put it back in last year, and now the rest of the world will be with us. And the thing that's not changing right now is the absolute devastation that's going on within the Iranian economy. Their currency is in free fall. Their reserves are in free fall. If you remember the protests just a few months ago, it was from their merchant class. And that isn't going to get any better for this regime.
It's great to have you in New York. It's really good to have you on set. Our audience is very interested, and you help us understand it better. Thank you so much.
Oil export terminal. Lucas Tomlinson is live in Dubai with the very latest. Good morning, Lucas.
Well, good morning, Charlie, Rachel, and Griff. While Iran is holding the Strait of Hormuz hostage, it appears that President Trump has returned the favor, striking Iran's major oil hub in the form of Karg Island, which, according to tanker trackers, was responsible for exporting 96% of Iran's oil last year. And President Trump announcing the strike by the U.S. Air Force on Truth Social. I'll read it for you guys. It says, quote, The United States Central Command executed one of the most powerful bombing raids in the history of the Middle East and totally obliterated every military target in Iran's crown jewel, Karg Island. I have chosen not to wipe out the oil infrastructure on the island. However, should Iran or anyone else do anything to interfere with the free and safe passage of ships through the Strait of Hormuz, I immediately reconsider this decision. It appears those JDAMs land a little harder than the 90s, Griff. Now, Karg Island is located off the coast of Iran, closer to Iraq and Kuwait in the northern Persian Gulf, and is Iran's major choke point when it comes to exporting oil, perhaps an area of vulnerability that the U.S. military is exploiting. Now, here's what the strikes on Karg Island looked like from a drone orbiting overhead. The Pentagon is likely looking at options to seize this island because Iran is exporting more oil through the Strait of Hormuz now than before the war started, believe it or not, according to the Wall Street Journal. Now, over VHF radio, that's ship-to-ship radio on the bridge of every ship, Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps continues to make broadcasts saying the Strait of Hormuz is closed. But China continues to buy large amounts of oil from Iran, and India announced it's getting some ships through as well. Here's more from President Trump.
The situation in Iran is going very well. A lot of big hits, very powerful hits.
Now, should President Trump and the Pentagon decide to seize Karg Island, that could happen with the Pentagon dispatching more than 2,000 Marines aboard the Tripoli Amphibious Ready Group to the Middle East, coming from the Pacific. And Griff, I expect you to come to attention, have the control room pipe in the Marine Corps hymn when I talk about Tripoli. Charlie can explain. In addition to Tripoli, the USS San Diego and USS New Orleans are also part of the Ready Group, and bring them an aviation component as well. Another squadron F-35 stealth fighter jets, in addition to Ospreys, Super Stallions, and Vipers. Those are AH-1 gunships. Now, here in the UAE, this country has received more than 3 times the amount of Iranian missiles and drones than Israel. Those attacks have dropped off in recent days, although it was a little noisy this morning. Another building just a couple miles away was hit by falling debris after an Iranian drone was intercepted. No injuries, just the facade. And also a major oil refinery near the Strait of Hormuz here in the UAE was also hit by falling debris, starting a fire. Oil production and pumping has ceased, but also no injuries to report, guys.
And look, just very quickly, before we let you go, when you talk about the Tripoli and the 31st MEU being deployed there, a lot of people think that, oh, we were going to invade or try and take Karg Island. But can you just quickly walk viewers through the fact that having the MEU over there and the Marine capabilities and the helicopters and the things that you just mentioned that this amphibious group is bringing with it will actually in a larger way be able to protect the maritime shipping lanes as well? It's not just directed at Karg Island, right?
There's no question. There's also the UAE would like to talk about some islands. There's 3 islands that they claim as their own that Iran has seized. Not like the Marines would necessarily do that for the Emiratis, but no love lost for Iran here in the UAE. In fact, the Emiratis have seized Iran's financial interests here in this country. In addition to tourism, of course, this is a major financial hub for the region. We heard Iran say they want to start attacking banks and financial institutions in the region. Formula One is set to announce they're going to cancel some races in Bahrain and Saudi Arabia. But I can report, Griff, the horse racing went unabated last night. A brief pause in the paddock when there were some alarms went off. But back to your Marines, more importantly, those Marines could seize Karg Island. No problem with overflight rights here over the UAE or Saudi Arabia. And certainly seizing the island would be something the Marines can do.
All right.
Lucas Tomlinson, thank you so much.
Thanks, Lucas.
So let's bring in EPA Administrator Lee Zeldin. Great to have you with us this morning. So taking military dominance over Karg Island doesn't necessarily open up the Strait of Hormuz. What needs to be done to get oil flowing through there?
That's insane. I can't see your screen from here anymore.
Are you researching dental implants?
There's a lot of dental offices that'll talk about doing their teeth.
Well, you just look at the entire package of what President Trump and his national security team have been doing. It all adds up to a more stable and secure Middle East, as well as the Strait. So obviously, in the initial few days of what we're experiencing, there's instability as Iran's fighting for their lives. But President Trump and this team have just been delivering strike after strike, win after win on offense, executing our plan. And what we will, I'm confident, have at the end of this process is a more stable region, and tankers not have to worry about a terrorist regime being able to attack them, as we've seen them have to experience that threat with just about every run here for decades.
So, Lee, let's jump in right on that, because Democrats are saying that the president has caused an energy crisis and that this is a disaster. And they point to rising gas prices, which is a reality right now. But in terms of what the president may be trying to do on the energy front, how do you respond to those critics?
Yeah, I'm currently in Tokyo, Japan, a White House National Energy Dominance Council forum with many Indo-Pacific nations attending, and all day long, tens of billions of dollars of new energy deals. You have all sorts of Asian countries that want to look east to the United States. They're looking at crude oil and LNG and more that have been exported from the United States that for a long time, for decades, have had safe passage without having to worry about a terrorist attack. And by the way, those exports from the United States get to Asia in a fraction of the time that it takes to get those exports to come from the Middle East. And that's why all these deals are being struck. And it has to do with energy, critical minerals. We're talking about nickel and other we're talking about rare earths, the entire process of the supply chain end to end. It's been a pretty amazing day watching these deals get cut and announced all day long.
Lee, I want to play this clip of President Trump. Here is President Trump saying he expects that the prices for oil will drop significantly soon. Listen.
As soon as this is ended. But we had to end the nuclear threat in the Middle East and throughout the world, and we will have done that.
So he says, as soon as this is ended, which is a really great, it's a really great thing to hear, because we know you're right now at EPA, but you were a politician for many years. You know that this midterm is looming. Prices are high. There's also political pressure on the administration to get those prices low. Do you think that things will end quickly here? Charlie had a guest on just earlier who said that this attack on this Coral Island, this jewel of Iran's for their oil exports, might set the table for some sort of negotiation. Do you see that as well?
Absolutely. And beyond what I just reflected on from what I experienced today in Tokyo, this is a moment where the United States is looking inward, more of an opportunity to unleash energy dominance. When President Trump is talking about more baseload power, reliable, durable baseload power, he talks about clean, beautiful coal, our oil, building more LNG pipelines, having more plants come online, more nuclear power, and these other nations that for a long time have had concerns about where they were relying on for their change and a big realignment, not just with decisions as it relates to looking west from the Indo-Pacific to the Middle East, but also the way people are looking to China. And for these partnerships now to realize in this moment, we all come together, we lift each other up, and they are able to look to the United States, not just for that leadership, but for these resources. This is going to be a very good thing for the United States that started the moment that President Trump got elected.
But you think that this could happen before, in time for it to have an impact on the midterms, which you know are super important. Essentially, the Trump agenda ends if the House and the Senate are lost. So, in many ways, so you think that this can happen in time for it to have an effect on the midterms?
Yeah, absolutely. Amen. It started already. If you just look at all the announcements that came out of Japan just today, that's going to continue. I mean, I was sitting across the table from the leadership of all of these different countries that they want to cut deals. We're going to have the Japanese Prime Minister coming to the White House, meeting with President Trump this week. They've had a long time relationship. with relying on the United States for imports. And they're saying, you know what, if it's taken 8 days to get crude oil from Alaska, that's a lot better than 28 days coming from the Middle East. We want more of it.
You know, it's kind of remarkable, and it doesn't get said enough. But of course, if this were going on in Iran right now, back in 2008, before the shale revolution in the United States and before America achieved, if not total domination in terms of energy production, very close to it. And obviously the first term of President Trump, he put a lot of effort into that. We would be looking at a very different scenario in terms of energy. You're in Japan there now. What kind of increase in in production could you envision for America if people try, if you manage to open up all those spigots?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, right. So you think of Alaska, where you have the Trans-Alaska Pipeline. There's a lot of talk right now about a new LNG pipeline to run alongside that Trans-Alaska Pipeline. By the way, that Trans-Alaska Pipeline has the capacity to be pumping a lot more oil through it. I think of Transwestern having a multi-billion-dollar natural gas pipeline expansion in the Southwest United States, the approval and upcoming groundbreaking of the Nessie pipeline to deliver natural gas in the Northeast, just all across the country. All of the clean, beautiful coal plants that were slated for closure because of Biden regulations that are now getting reversed. I mean, think of all the retrofits on nuclear, small modular reactors where grounds have been broken. It's just a really exciting time across the board. I actually believe strongly that this is a catalyst for even more progress faster.
And you've got a Japanese Prime Minister in Sanae Takaichi, who is very pro-growth, very pro-President Trump. We look forward to learning more about your trip over there. Lee Zeldin, thank you very much.
Yeah.
All right, great day.
Lee, you're doing a great job out there.
Thanks, Lee.
All right.
Thank you, Rachel.
I'm Steve Doocy.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click.
All right, now we're getting off of the politics.
Us today. We have with us Brandon Shealy from FDLE and Eric Ross from the Statewide Prosecutor's Office. And once again, when we do these investigations, we do them with multiple agencies because it crosses multiple jurisdictions. We appreciate our Attorney General Ashley Moody and her team, as well as FDLE. We also were joined by Hillsborough Sheriff's Office, Manatee Sheriff's Office, Pasco, Pinellas, and Collier County Sheriff's Office, and the Kissimmee Police Department. But as I begin this today, I want you to think about this for a minute. You come to this country legally. You go through the processes. After you come here, you establish a small business. You work really hard with all of your family members, and you're able to live in a nice community, a gated community. You're Asian American. Do you know, out of the 9 arrests we made in this case, 7 of our victims were Asian American. They were targeted. We are also looking at the possibility of whether or not this was a hate crime. And the people that committed this hate crime against these wonderful Americans, many of them came to this country, or their forefathers came to this country to start businesses and be successful and live the American dream, were victimized by a bunch of illegal aliens who came here as criminals to do criminal acts. And that's what we're going to talk about today. This all started for us here in the Sheriff's Office in March of 2023 with some high-end burglaries and high-end thefts. It's called the SAT tag. It's South American Theft Group. Now, it's not new to this country. In fact, we have groups from Colombia and South America working all across the United States as we speak. They're focusing on high-end houses. They're focusing on business owners, local business owners. And these four folks that I'm going to talk to you about for a few minutes, guess how they all got here across the southern border? They're all here illegally. Well, some of them are not here, and I'll explain that. So while you have a group of Asian Americans that came here legally, or their parents did, or running beautiful restaurants, you have this group of folks who have stolen, that we've documented, just about $1.7 million from them in cash, in jewelry, and high-end jewelry, in clothes. And think about this. What makes these folks so really, really dangerous? They are professional burglars. This is organized retail or organized criminal conduct at retail facilities such as our Asian American restaurants. What's interesting about this is they go to the restaurants and they photograph the outside of the restaurant, the inside of the restaurant. They not only photograph the restaurants, they determine who the owners are. They do their due diligence. They search the public record. They identify the owners. They set up surveillance and counter surveillance. They follow these people to their homes. Then they photograph their homes. And they look at their alarm systems. And they look at the cameras in the neighborhood. And they have Wi-Fi jammers and ways to bypass alarm systems. And then once they have their victims patterned, then they attack. They will dress in burqas. They will dress in lawn maintenance equipment, uniforms, like they're there with the lawn service. They will ride scooters through the neighborhood. They'll be wearing jogging clothes. And once they see that the path is clear, that's when they break in and steal large amounts of items. Here's what we know. This group, we've solved one burglary. Pasco solved one. Pinellas has solved one. Manatee solved one. Hillsborough solved 5, and Collier County has solved 1. That's the $1.7 million in loss. But there are many other burglaries. And in addition to that, these folks came through areas like Kansas and New York, and we suspect when this video and this press conference is released, we'll have law enforcement detectives scratching their heads who are working high-end burglaries, going, my goodness, that's the exact profile of what I'm looking for as well. It's scary when you think about it. Once again, these folks come here and they have successful businesses. And it's reported to us at least one of the businesses has been totally wiped out. In fact, they're not even open any longer. And then we get to the point that I want to make. The key to solving this crime all began with a simple traffic stop by a deputy sheriff assigned to Eagle Lake in Polk County. One of our deputies stopped this car for a traffic violation. We were able to put all 4 of these people together in the same car. And we made the appropriate charges, but more importantly, that young deputy documented everyone that was in that car on that day. our detectives who had been working diligently to solve this, because these burglars are very, very good, said, we've got our toe into the door now. So our team set up with FDLE and the Hillsborough Sheriff's Office. We followed these folks, and we followed them from their home in Orange County in 2 different vehicles. As they came through Polk County, they stopped in Plant City. Guess what they did in Plant City? They started surveilling their next victim. So we watched that, wondering if that's where the hit was going to be. Then they left there and went further into Hillsborough County, into the unincorporated area. And they stopped to change clothes, to get in their burglary clothes. And then they stopped to steal a tag and put it on the vehicle. And then they went to attack the house. Well, because of the incredible work by my detectives, the incredible work by the Hillsborough detectives, the incredible work by the FDLE agents, we were able to arrest them in that burglary. And I'm going to give you the date on that. It was actually on April the 23rd of this year. And I want you to follow that April the 23rd as I go forward. We served subsequent search warrants, and we recovered very little property. Very little. We got very little evidence. They are moving their stolen goods out of the area quickly. They use different names. And their goal is they have no fear. And why do they have no fear? Because we don't have a broken immigration system in the United States of America. We have a non-existent immigration system in the United States of America. Now, if you will, go with me for a few minutes. I've got to read this because it's so complex, but I want you to get an idea. Let's start with Geraldine Galano Perez. She's 33. She has a long, violent criminal history in Colombia. She comes to the United States across the Mexican border. She's a catch and release. So she enters on July the 13th, 2021. They catch her and they give her a notice to appear. And guess what? Does she appear? No. So they catch her, they give her a notice to appear, and poof, she's gone. By the way, they'll give you a plane ticket so you can fly to wherever you want to go. And that's at the taxpayer's expense. So on 12/15/22, and then again in 23, the federal judges in New York ordered her removal. On 4/23/24, that's the date we arrested her. We put her in the Hillsborough County Jail under a $32,500 bond. She bonded. She was turned over to ICE. ICE said, now keep in mind, there's an order of deportation in place. We don't have any room for her. There's an order to move her. We don't have any room to hold her. So they release her, and she's bonded. She was supposed to have a state-ordered GPS put on her if she made bond and was released. The federal government said, we don't have any GPSs. So did they hold her and refer her back or get the state to come over and put a GPS on her? Of course not. So we scrambled around, our detectives, when we heard, hey, she's about to be released, because we know she is smoke in the air. She's gone. And we get an arrest warrant for her. And we put her in the Polk County Jail. Are you ready? In the Polk County jail, she's got a $5.6 million bond. And we know exactly where she is because, you see, we have a criminal justice system in Polk County. We have a system where we're not going to let these folks torment people in our community. She's got dozens and dozens of charges pending against her. And she is a very, very violent, dangerous person. Where her boyfriend is Milton Sierra. Now, listen, follow me for a second. Geraldine and Milton. Doesn't that sound like Hispanic names to you? Just saying. Her boyfriend is 25, so she's a cougar. And he comes across with her, so he's a catch and release where they give him a notice to appear. And he is remanded to have a GPS at some point in this process. And it's so confusing. Understand, I'm boiling this down. So does he show up for his notice to appear? Of course not. Does he ever get this GPS put on him? If he does, it's removed. He removes it. So once again, on 12/15/22, and then again in 23, the courts, the New York judge, federal judge, orders him deported. So he's arrested on April the 23rd by all of our team for this burglary, where his bond is $32,500. But he is turned over to ICE. They send him to the Chrome Detention Center. They're about to deport him, okay? He's on his way out. So we said, no. We tell the federal government, no, don't deport him. We got some really, really serious charges on him. Help us out. Help another law enforcement agency out. Well, they were more intent on helping the criminal out. Did you hear what I said? I want to make that perfectly clear. ICE was more intent on helping the criminal out. I mean, there's plenty of people for them to choose to deport. They can certainly, right, find somebody else to sit in that seat to deport. So we get with our friends at Kissimmee Police Department who have a stolen property charge out of a pawn shop. They file a case against him. So he goes from Chrome back to the Osceola Sheriff's Office, where he's given another bond. As soon as he makes bond, they send him back to the Chrome Detention Center again. They're now going to deport him. And we're telling them, hey, we got a major investigation underway. Just put him on hold at Chrome. No way. They deport him. He's gone. He's pending all kinds of very serious charges here, and he's gone. Well, some people would say, hey, he's out of the country. He'll be back if he's not already. Now we don't know where he is. He may be in a gated community near you, someplace in the United States, because we know his girlfriend's here and his children's here. I don't suspect he's going to stay in Colombia very long. I don't think he'll want to come back to Polk County because his girlfriend's already shown, hey, if they get a hold of you here, they will keep you locked up the best they can. But did I mention that in the middle of all this, NYPD had arrested him for 2 felonies? And one of them, he had previously cut his GPS. So NYPD has him in custody. He'd already cut a GPS. They had orders on him. Do they grab him there? NYPD is not allowed to talk to ICE. So he's released from NYPD's felonies, and they still have charges pending on him there. Well, Jason Ruiz is 42. He says, we're all friends from our border days. At least that's his statement. On 12/30/21, he comes across the border illegally through Arizona, and he's paroled because there's no space to hold him. Then he receives, or there's one issued, I don't know that he had a forwarding address. Denver ICE does a notice to appear. Someplace in the middle of all this, and we've not been able to nail it down, he's filed for asylum. So we go on, and it's now January of 2024. Kansas Highway Patrol arrest him for DUI, and he bonds. Then he comes to Polk County. We arrest him for no driver's license, and he bonds. We report all of our arrests to ICE. Do they put a hold on him? No. I imagine Kansas reported him to ICE too. Obviously, they didn't hold him because we arrested him. The 4-6 arrest for no driver's license is how we got into this thing. And then, of course, he's arrested when we catch him with our team with a burglary in progress. Now, when we arrest him in Hillsborough County, he's given a $32,500 bond. Okay? And he bonded. He posted it. ICE looks at him and goes, hey, he's here on an asylum status, and they don't hold him when he's turned over to them. So he's out again, free. So we're scrambling around, and we arrest him in Orange County, and we ask Orange County, hey, would you put a GPS on him? Orange County, Florida says, we don't have GPSs. So we have him turned over to us. We run and file some additional charges. He makes bond again with us. We report him to ICE. They won't pick him up because he's on asylum status. We put a GPS on him, which is the most we can do. 2 days later, he cuts it and he's in the wind. He's gone. Sayonara. I don't know the Spanish version of goodbye, but anyway. Adios. So he's gone. He's in the wind. So this one is in the wind. Compliments of ICE. This one's in the wind. Compliments of ICE. And now we got Geller Cabezas. He's 35. He was never caught. He came across in Arizona from Mexico. He was caught in a Satka home burglary in Michigan on February of 23. He got a whole 170 days in jail for that burglary. And then he was deported to Colombia. So they gave him 170 days. We'll get him out of the country. Sounds like the system worked. He's back. How do we know he's back? Because we caught him with his buddies at the traffic stop, and he shows up April 23rd. When we arrest him, he has a $32,000 bond. Now he's charged with aggravated reentry, and he's currently in the Pinellas County Jail on a federal hold. He's already pled guilty to the reentry, and he's waiting for his sentencing in September. Now, what he wants is to get deported. That's his hope. But what he didn't count on was Eric and his team, with all of the investigative resources that we provided the statewide prosecutor, of filing racketeering charges, which is a first-degree felony, subject to 30 years in prison, and conspiracy to RICO. And we've got lots of other charges on the way. But let me put this in perspective. If the fact that the southern border is not a cancer on the entire United States, the fact that the criminals are coming through the southern border with enough fentanyl that they've killed 225 or 250,000 people here. Now we have these organized criminals coming through the southern border, targeting legitimate Americans, legitimate small business people, and looking for people in gated communities in nice houses with money and jewelry. And they're focusing on you next. So I want you to know, while you live behind your gated wall, in your nice house, with your security cameras, these people are coming after you too. And they're able to do that because you have a non-existent, let me say that one more time, just in case you hadn't gotten it yet, a non-existent system to keep these criminals out of our country. We don't have a failed immigration program or policy. We have a non-existent program. They can't keep them out. They don't fear the criminal justice system. From the time they enter, they fail to appear. They don't intend to go by any of society's rules. And then they steal millions of dollars. And in other parts of the country, as you've heard before, they're sexually battering children. And it could all be controlled with an immigration policy that says you'll come here legally, like our victims, our Asian American victims did. You'll come here legally so we can vet you, and you're not going to come here on catch and release. And we're not going to send you to New York City, where the city there, as I understand, in the last 2 years, has spent $4.8 billion dealing with homelessness. Well, New York, get used to it. It's rule makers with that ideology that got you in that mess. It's rule makers with that ideology that got us all in this mess. We can stop this. But if we don't, you're going to continue to be victims. We're going to continue to chase these people around and do our best to keep them out of your homes and to keep them from murdering you. But quite frankly, we'd like to use these resources on our homegrown criminals. But if everybody did it the way we did it in Florida and in Polk County, their crime would be like my crime at a 50-year low. I'm going to turn this over before we ask for any questions to Brandon so that he can speak with you. Eric said he's just going to stand by and enjoy the press conference. Brandon.
Thank you, Sheriff. Good afternoon. I'm Brandon Shealy, Assistant Special Agent in charge of FDLE Tampa. This is a direct result of the strong partnerships that we have here in the Tampa Bay area and really just good police work. This is a super sophisticated group, very difficult investigation for many reasons. It spans 6 counties, dozens of victims, sophisticated measures they use to pull these off with surveillance, some countermeasures. But the good work of the law enforcement, our deputies and agents that were involved in this case, just great police work, intense surveillance. And then our analysts did a great job of linking these burglaries together across all these counties. So as the sheriff alluded, a lot of this is due to the open southern borders. We had 2 of these suspects come across the Texas border back in 2021. We had one of them come across through Arizona in 2021. And that made it difficult too, because they're using multiple identities, different names. So it makes it difficult to track these folks. These criminals eventually made their way to Florida and began victimizing our citizens. The sheriff said it best. We're a law and order state. Under the leadership of Governor DeSantis, Attorney General Ashley Moody, FDLE Commissioner Mark Glass, and strong sheriffs like Grady Judd, that's not something we tolerate here in Florida. We're a great place to come visit. We're a great place to come raise a family, but we're a law and order state. We're going to continue to go after criminal organizations like this. We're going to meet these challenges head on, and we're going to make sure these partnerships stay in place, because that's the way we solve these crimes. I mean, 6 different counties, it's very challenging, but strong partnerships will solve this problem. Thank you, Sheriff.
Thank you, Brandon. And guess what? We're going to do our best to keep these people locked up in jail for decades. But who's going to pay for that? the local taxpayer, because the federal government won't do their job. That's the bottom line. And you know what? The federal government's going to continue what they're doing as long as the public allows it. And right now, the public's allowing it. Because if the public pressure were there, they could stop this border crisis today. They don't choose to do that, and they don't care that you're a victim. Any questions?
Sure, just to go back a little bit, you mentioned that you didn't find a lot of stolen products on them. We spoke to a pawn shop owner who said that he's out like $10,000 because of this situation. So could you speak to how they went to the pawn shops?
Sure, they went to some local pawn shops, but we caught on to that pretty quickly. And they figured out that we were on their trail as well. So they have moved to different methods. And that's still under investigation, whether it's pawn shops in another state or whether they boxed it up and sent it back to relatives in Colombia. That's still to be investigated. But what we know is they were stealing great quantities, and there is not a trace of hardly any of it left here.
They were like falsifying passports, things like that?
There's some of them had a legitimate passport. So how did they get that? A legitimate under that name. They were falsifying, but you don't need a passport when you come here illegally anyway. And quite frankly, I can't share my frustration enough with you and with the community that we can control and deal with this. But as a government institution, the federal government refuses to do that. They refuse to do it. And as a result, they're victimizing hardworking people. They're victimizing small business. They're victimizing people who live in gated communities. So no one is being left unattacked by these illegal immigrants that come here for no purpose other than to commit crime. And at the end of the day, I understand why you can't get excited about 4 organized burglars stealing a lot of stuff when you can't get excited about 250,000 fentanyl deaths, all caused by the same kind of people smuggling that drug through an open border. So at the end of the day, they're laughing at us. There's no accountability. There's no responsibility. They come and go, and they're praying that they can just get deported, and then they'll go back, they'll realign, change their names, get some more identification, and come back and do it again. And then the federal government will give them another free ticket to fly any place in the United States, and then put them up when they get there, all at our taxpayers' expense, billions of dollars a year. Okay?
Sheriff, quick question. Were they, to get into neighborhoods, were they pretending to be employees of Xfinity or like other companies? Is that part of the getup?
Well, as you know, it's not very difficult to get into a neighborhood. You can follow in someone else that's coded in. You can hop the gate and walk in. So there was different ways they got into the community, but then they would dress as if they were part of the maintenance crew or the lawn crews, or they were out jogging, or who's going to stop a lady in a burqa who's out walking for her afternoon walk, right? They did an exceptionally good job. These folks are very good at being organized criminals and stealing your stuff. Anything else?
Yeah, talking about these Asian American families, owners of restaurants, could it be that they target them because usually these type of families, they handle a lot of cash and probably they were bringing the cash to their houses? And
well, first and foremost, I think they focus on these Asian Americans because they're good business people. And of course, the good business people make money. And when you make money, you buy nice cars and nice houses and nice clothes and nice jewelry. And it breaks my heart because these Asian Americans came here for the American dream, and we welcome legal immigration into this country. This is the land of opportunity. This is the greatest country in the entire world. And why we want to dumb it down to the other countries, I have no idea. But it's actively occurring when you allow these kinds of people to come here. And they targeted, when 7 of our 9 of the ones we've arrested, of the cases we've cleared by arrest, were Asian Americans, that tells you they were targeting Asian American successful businesses. And I can tell you that some of the finest sushi I've eaten in Lakeland is at one of the victims. So it breaks my heart. It doesn't have to be. And that's the frustrating thing about it. It doesn't have to be.
What do you tell those Asian American families? I mean, should they be on the lookout, start paying more attention to, you know, people following them potentially?
Well, certainly that's an issue, and that's one of the reasons for the press conference today. Is everyone who owns a small business. There was a couple of small meat packing companies that were targeted. If you are a small business that deal with a lot of money, and many times your whole family works in the business. So once they pattern you and see, well, there's mom and dad and 2 teenagers, and the teens are at school, and then after school, they go work in the store. And gosh, look at the parking lot at lunch and dinner. It's a vibrant store. It's making a lot of money. You take the photographs, you set up the surveillance. That's the intimidating thing about this. They followed these people back and forth and patterned them. And the federal government allowed it. The federal government allowed those burglaries to occur, allowed those people to be victimized because they won't do their job. And the immigration and ICE guy on the street is just trying to follow whatever policy comes down this month. It's not his or her fault. The worker bees are just doing what they're told. It's the bosses that are responsible. And it's very sad. I know that you know that my number one priority at the sheriff's office is for all of us to protect the community and specifically our children, which are the youngest and the most vulnerable. My detectives are simply the very best, and they've been at work again. Today, we're going to talk about child pornographers. Now, I want to underscore that data tells us that if child pornographers had the opportunity, the overwhelming majority of them would, in fact, sexually batter children. So our goal is to get these folks out of circulation, get them arrested for their evil deeds. And what we're going to talk about today, I think you'll agree, is evil deeds before they have the opportunity to victimize children in person. Why do I say that? Because anytime you buy, sell, trade child pornography and view it, then the child who's in that child pornography is re-victimized. I will underscore today that even though we seized 1,276 images of horrible, frightening child pornography, in this particular operation, we did not identify any victims that we could rescue. And that's our primary goal. 1,276, that was felony 2 charges. Actually, we had 4 felony 3 for a total of 1,280 criminal felony counts or charges. Now, folks, children have been victimized through video clips and or still photos. And I'm joined today by our state attorney's prosecutor. Brian Haas simply has the best state attorney's office. Brad Copley has prosecuted these cases for years and worked with our folks on the search warrants and the arrest warrants. As we targeted these folks who are victimizing children with just the swapping and selling and looking at child porn, but you're going to hear much more in just a minute. All of these people, which is unusual, are from Polk County. They should know better, because we're coming after everyone who does this with a vengeance, and will chase you to the ends of the earth. And you've been here in the past when we, in fact, chased one all the way to Australia. But what you're not going to see today, for good reason, is the screaming and hollering of the children in pain and agony and fear while they're being sexually battered. That's right. My detectives have to see the video clips of the children screaming in pain and fear and agony because of evil monsters that are creating the child porn that these people are swapping and enjoying in their deranged mind. But it's important that we go over these folks, because I want you to have a full understanding of just how nasty they are. They're nasty, nasty people. First, let me introduce you to David Sparks. He's 66 years of age. He's retired. He was in customer service, and he's married. He's charged with 350 counts of child porn that we found on a CD. We found that these children that were being sexually battered were between 3 months old and 12 years old on the porn that he had. His wife of 10 years is a retired child protective services worker out of Missouri. She had no knowledge of his evil deeds and was absolutely mortified, because she spent years and years and years protecting children, only to have his secret life destroying children's lives. Because you see, if there weren't people to watch child porn, there wouldn't be anybody making child porn. And you see him from the outside, as the detective said, he looks like a nice old grandfather, until you get into his digital devices and see the evilness that lurks behind the curtain. Then there's Stefan Young. He's 58. Stefan has a business, a photography business called Enchanting Boudoir. And I'm from Polk County. To me, that's like taking pictures of people in their underwear, okay? But they call it Enchanting Boudoir. So we started an undercover operation against this guy, because we had a concerned citizen who saw his advertisements on Craigslist that he would take photographs of people in their underwear. And he found out that they would do this also for children. So he called on us, and we appreciate this man in the community being curious, making a phone call saying, ooh, there's something here, and notifying us. So we went undercover. He claimed that he had taken photographs of children as young as 13, not only in their lace and silk underwear, but sometimes totally nude. But he bragged that he did this with the parents' authorization. Now, we don't know who these children are yet. We don't know who these parents are yet. But I want to tell you parents something. If you're having your children's nude photographs taken by Stefan Young or anybody else in provocative, sexual, lacy underwear, we're going to put you in jail too. That is not all right, ever. In addition to that, he said he would do dressed and undressed pictures with the undercover's children. And he said, but listen, if Grady Judd finds out, we're in trouble. Because, see, he'll take art and make it pornography. Well, Stefan, it's pornography. It's not art. And your ugly mug is in the county jail. That's right. He knew he was going to be in trouble when we figured it out. Because Grady Judd takes art and makes it pornography. He justified this as art. It's not art when you're taking nude pictures of children. It's not art when you're in possession of child porn. And he also said he had, once again, this is his communication, we need these victims, that he had physical sexual contact with two girls as young as 9 and 11 years of age. We don't know where they are. We need those victims. We're looking for them. And then he told the undercover another Grady Juddism. Don't talk to Grady Judd. If you do, I'll go to jail. He was right. He's in jail. He knew what he was doing was wrong, or he wouldn't have been concerned that Grady Judd knew. Listen, he's still under investigation. There are people in this community that know of his evilness, that know that, according to his statements, not ours, that he sexually battered children, that he took photographs, nude photographs of little children. We want to find those victims. Help us out. This is a bad man, and we want him to go to prison for a long time. And then there's Paul Val. He's 40 from Davenport. He's married. He works at Disney World at Cosmic Ray's Restaurant. In fact, he just recently moved to Polk County from Indiana, and he moved here specifically to work at Disney World. Well, you know, back in the day, they arrested Willie Sutton for robbing banks. He was a notorious bank robber. And they asked Willie Sutton, hey, Willie, why do you rob banks? And he said, well, that's where the money is. Well, why do people like Paul Vail work at Disney? Because that's where the children are. And they want to be around children. He had 540 counts of child pornography from newborns to 8 years of age. He also had videos. And he was a sadomasochist. There was photographs where they had tied up babies in preparation for sexual battery. There was one where a child was just weeks old, where they had the child's hands tied behind her back. Can you believe that? A very young child with her hands tied behind her back. There's videos of a 3 to 6 month old being sexually battered by an adult male. His wife asked, she's only been married to him for a year, did I marry a monster? Yes, you did. You married a monster. By the way, when we kicked the door in, he came to the door nude. Think about this for a minute. Photographs of children bound up, some with their hands tied behind their backs. Infants. And there's Jay Holmuth, 52, of Lakeland. He's married. We investigated this guy a while back and could not establish enough probable cause to arrest him. So he got a really, really lucky break that we couldn't get there on that last child porn investigation. But he had a shot over the bow. He had a warning, but he went back and he did it again. And we got him this time. You know what this rascal did? What his job was? He worked at the warehouse at Publix making potato salad. Now, I don't know what kind of potato salad it was, but you're safe to eat it now because he's in the jail. And we're not letting that rascal make potato salad in the jail. But that potato salad maker would also watch child porn when he could. He's been married 26 years. He carried micro SD cards in his wallet, maybe so he could drop one in a device and watch, when he was away from home. But he carried micro SD cards in his wallet. If you've ever ordered potato salad and you had a micro SD card in it, return it to us because it's illegal, what he has on it. Shane Osborne, 33, Polk City. He works at Best Buy Warehouse in Polk City as well. He had 200 images of children between the ages of 1 and 13 years of age. He confessed. He said, but it's all a mistake. It's a mistake. I want y'all to know that. Because what I was looking for is bestiality photographs of people having sex with like dogs and horses. I've got a word for that. Nay, that's illegal. Horses don't want to be messed around with, and neither do dogs. They can't testify. But if you'll find any dogs he's been around, we'll give a sex battery test and see if we can figure out enough physical evidence to charge him with that. But that's his excuse. Hey, I didn't mean to download this child porn. 201 counts, and you didn't mean to. It was an accident. You were looking for adults having sex with dogs and horses. Man, you're a messed up individual. Then there's Reed Donaldson. He's 24. He also works at Best Buy, but he works in sales at Posner. He would go by the alias online as Aaron. He had 11 counts of child porn, children between 3 and 9 years of age. We arrested him at work. I don't know if we had to say, excuse me, customer, but he can't sell you a television right now because he's going to jail. But if you'll buy that television from Best Buy and turn it on, you can see his picture on it in a few days. They're all in jail. He's in jail. But William is married too. William Cuvas, 49, from Auburndale. He works for Coca-Cola in Auburndale. He had 67 counts of child porn, but to children between 6 and 10 years of age. I'm sorry, children between 4 and 12 years of age. He had 2 children at home. I underscore, there were no photographs of his children in the child porn, and his wife was horrified. Not only was he looking at child porn that covered the age range of his children, his wife is horrified, and no, his children weren't involved. We've screened them, and that's the first thing we do. The only bright spot in this investigation is apparently, from all indications, that the children weren't involved. Mama, you got time now. He's in jail. You don't want him around your children, not with that kind of nastiness. Brian Thomas is 39, from Haines City. He's unemployed. He lives with mom and dad. Well, isn't that sweet? You're unemployed. You won't work. You're so sorry you won't work. You won't take care of yourself. Mom and daddy always will be your mom and daddy. They take you in, and the thanks that they get is we search their house with a search warrant because you're in possession of child porn of children between 5 and 7 years of age. Oh, by the way, he liked to play computer games. We saw his gaming computer, and you can talk to children on these gaming computers as well as play games with them and groom them, all while he's living at home with mom and dad. These are all filthy individuals. We're going to do our very best to send them to prison for a very long time. But the investigation against them goes on. All of their devices have not been completely forensically examined. So there will be additional charges filed against these folks. We know that we need on our boudoir guy, or underwear guy, as we say in Polk County, we need people to cooperate with us because we know there are victims out there that we're unaware of. We always strive to identify the victims in the photographs, and that investigation will go on as we work with the NCMEC as well. As I close out today, here's a warning to those in the community. We're coming after you. If you're a child predator, if you're involved in child pornography, you are at the top of our list of people to investigate and arrest. You're not going to victimize the children. You're just not going to victimize our children. Any questions?
You said the men were from Polk County. Is there, and I know that you're working through to establish who these victims are. Do you suspect or believe that any of the children might be from Polk County as well?
In this day and age, it is so easy to make child porn. Anybody with a half decent cell phone can be in the business. So why way back in the day, before and in the beginning of the internet days, child porn was very rare and very difficult to first make and then obtain. It was easier to track where it came from, and most of it, quite frankly, came from overseas. Today, there is a possibility that it occurred here. My detectives who have to look at this horrible stuff every day recognize some of it as being on the queue, and it's just moved around the country and the world. We don't have any specific information right now that any of it was made here, but it's certainly not beyond the realm of possibility. Most of this child porn today is not what we would call professional lighting, professional photography grade child porn. It's somebody at home with a cell phone. Some of it, they go to a little further extent. But it's all horrible, and we always want to find the victims. But even if we find the victims and rescue them, every time that image is downloaded, that baby is re-offended, is re-victimized. And that's what we see is once it's out there, it's out there. And stopping it is remarkably difficult. There's also the dark web. There are evil people on the dark web that we are investigating. We're going after them. It's more difficult. They think they've got it all figured out. But there's people on the dark web that we're not getting to yet that are just as evil as these folks, but maybe more tech savvy. We're investigating them too. Don't relax. Our folks are figuring out new ways and new methods to investigate you every day. Anything else?
You mentioned that, I noticed you're bringing out that their occupations. Are you trying to say too, in looking at them, if you saw them on the street, would the average person say, hey, there's a child predator? Talk a little bit about that.
That's important to understand that when we deal with these kinds of very dangerous criminals. They're not traditional criminals. You don't see long criminal histories. What you see is people who have committed crime by hiding the entire life that this hidden life. Many of these people have a public life and a secret life. We truly believe the wives whenever they said, we didn't know, because it's not uncommon for them to hide this from everyone. So when you see them on the street, they can look like Joe average citizen, just like the detective said. This one guy looked and acted and carried himself like just an old nice grandpa, until you saw his secret side. And you saw that he's attracted to infants and that he watches child pornography. And then our research shows us that the majority of these people, given the opportunity, would sexually batter children. And children are being sexually battered all over this nation and across and around this world every day by people just like this. That's why we have to go after them. And it's easier to get the child predators than it is the child pornographers. Because if they're strictly child pornographers, they move a lot of this on the dark web, and it makes it more difficult for us to catch them. Whereas if they're wanting to attract or find children, they have to surface and go to where the children play. So in many respects, it's easier to identify the child predator, the overt child predator, than it is the covert child pornographer.
Does that make a guy like Paul, the Disney guy, that much more scary because he was around and working with kids every day?
Absolutely. And you must understand, you know, when you go back to some of the origins of the word pedophile, it means child lover. These people love children. In their deranged minds, many of them believe, even though socially it's not acceptable, legally it's illegal, but in their mind, they think loving children is as normal as a normal heterosexual relationship between two consenting adults. Some of them believe that, especially our child predators. Even though they'll tell you, oh, I know it's illegal, I know it's not right. They've got this internal mechanism that triggers, and they'll go after your children. And if you're not all up in your children's business, if you don't know what they're doing online, if you're not monitoring it, if you're giving them space, you can be sure of one thing: the child predators fill in the space that you're giving them. You've got to be all up in your children's business. Okay? Thank you very much. Today, I ask that you come here so that we can give you an update. I'm going to first and foremost tell you that we have simply the best homicide team, I believe, in the entire nation. In 11 years, we only have 2 unsolved homicides. And quite frankly, if some friends of those victims would talk to us, we would have 0 unsolved homicides. But apparently their friends had rather these folks be dead than help us find out who the murderers are. But that's a side story. I knew when we sent this investigative team there that they would do everything they could and would more than likely solve this homicide, because they are simply the very best. And they did on this case what they do on every other case. They investigated this homicide as if our victims, Damian Tillman, Kevin Springfield, and Brandon Rollins, were their brothers. That's the energy and enthusiasm. They work 24/7 around the clock along with all of their colleagues, and they have solved the case. We have locked up the 3 people that are responsible for the murders of these guys. Let me once again lay out the details for you. If you missed it originally, I want you to think about this. This is Polk County, frost-proof, the very south end of the county. It's an extremely rural area. The county's 2,000 square miles. Population's almost 700,000, and all of it is from mid-Polk County north. So it's sparsely populated area that's made up of cow pastures, orange groves, beautiful lakes, and a very, very low crime rate in the frost-proof area, which is one of the best kept secrets and one of the safest places to live any place in the nation. But all of that came to a crashing halt on Lake Streety Road. When we found these people, our victims, massacred, literally massacred, we thought, my goodness, what could have happened there? Well, we know now. I'm going to introduce you to the people that were responsible for that. Then I'm going to give you a timeline. So this is going to take a couple of minutes, and you pick from it what you need. Here are, this is the trigger man. This is the guy who directly did the damage. His name's Tony Wiggins. He's known as TJ. He's 26 years of age. This is Mary Whitmore. She's 27 years of age, and she is the girlfriend of Tony Wiggins. And this is Robert Wiggins. He's 21 years of age, and he's the brother, obviously, to TJ. But let me stop for a minute and give you a little history on TJ. TJ is someone who his criminal history should shock your conscience. It does mine. TJ started to be arrested when he was 12 years old. He is currently only 26 years old. TJ has 230 felony criminal charges in his arrest history. I didn't stutter. He had 230 charges in his arrest history, 15 convictions, and 2 times to state prison at only 26. There's a picture of Tony Wiggins. Here's the real Tony Wiggins. He's a thug. He's a criminal. He's pure evil in the flesh. He's wild and he's out of control.
Meet EM Sense, a breakthrough in foot therapy that wraps around your foot and ankle like a therapeutic boot.
Mary has 0 criminal history. 0. Robert has 1 misdemeanor arrest, virtually no arrest. Tony, 230 felony charges. They all are from the Lake Wells and Frostproof area, as was our victim. When we started receiving Crime Stopper tips, and we received them to the point that the call center said we had to bring in extra help. We had people call in from all over the nation about ideas and helping us investigate the crime and what they believed and psychics. But the local tips that came in that were filtered, and there were hundreds that came to us, the predominant information we got was, look at TJ Wiggins from Frostproof. It's not that they had any idea that he did it, but this guy is just mean. He's just violent. He's currently out on bond for breaking a guy's arm with a crowbar during a fight, waiting to go back to trial on other felony charges. This is a guy who they said will just walk up and punch you for no reason, or no reason to you, certainly a good reason to him. You look at the Florida statutes as it appears with criminal conduct, he's got some arrest history. Everything from burglary and theft to aggravated battery to resisting law enforcement officers to battery on law enforcement officers to battery on people that are 65 years or older, the elderly. He's just wild and hostile. And the people of Frostproof said, look at him. But let me tell you, as I introduce you to these folks and I start through the timeline, what occurred. When our crime scene folks and our detectives were working the original crime scene, what we noticed in the truck, in Damien's truck, and understand when I talk today, Damien was in the red pickup truck, and the white pickup truck had our other two victims in there, Kevin Springfield and Brandon Rollins. Kevin was driving the white pickup truck, Brandon was riding in the white pickup truck, and Damien was driving his red pickup truck. The three of them decided to go to the lake to fish. What's more wholesome than three friends, three close friends, fishing together in Frostproof on a Friday night? And that's what they were doing. But first, Damien stopped at the Dollar General store. And we figured that out because we saw a Dollar General bag in the victim, Damien's truck. And there were things that he'd purchased there. So we went to Dollar General, and I want to tell you, when you look at a professional business that was totally cooperative with us, it's Dollar General. Dollar General always works well with us because, you know, they want good customers and they don't care for criminals stealing their stuff or certainly committing murders. What we saw when we pulled the videotape was Damien standing in line to check out. The person behind him in line to check out is, newsflash, TJ. The person behind TJ is Robert. And we also determined that Mary was in the store. So let's go to a timeline. At 21:56 hours, we call that 9:56 in the evening, Damien is checking out of the store with his product. He is followed out of the store by TJ, who checks out about 15 seconds later. And he's also followed by his brother and his girlfriend. At 10:06 p.m., only 10 minutes later, Brandon, who is now in the white pickup truck, frantically calls his dad and says, help. And I've already talked to you how Dad ran to the scene only to find the massacre at the scene.
Let's do this.
It's the 5, ain't it?
1 in 3 males over 40 experience drips and dribbles. But imagine being this.
What we know is that Damien drove directly to the lake from Dollar General to meet his friends, Kevin and Brandon. What we know is that as a result of that, the murder occurred in short order, in less than 10 minutes. So we have all three of the suspects in the store with Damien and checking out 10 minutes before the frantic call for help. So our detectives now confirm that, hey, this guy, Tony or TJ, that we've received tips from is standing in line with and had a conversation with Damien in the store. We don't have the conversation because there's no audio, but from body language, it was not violent or animated. It was just a normal conversation. But our detectives on Monday found our suspects, and they were living on Sarver Avenue in a family compound of camper trailers, and this is in the woods outside of Frostproof, and they were living off the grid. No running water, no electricity. They had some generators. So understand that now we're talking about Frostproof in a rural part of the county. The shooting happened in a rural part of the county, and we literally have to walk the road, and we go down a dirt path through the woods that opens up into a compound off the grid. That's how far out in the woods this is. So our detectives immediately interview Tony Wiggins and Robert and Mary Whitmore. Robert and Mary consistently lie to protect TJ. Robert lies to us, Mary lies to us, TJ lies to us. They don't tell us the truth. The only common thread during their interviews, otherwise the stories are all over the place, from different vehicles to where they went to they didn't go any place, but they agreed on one thing. They went to McDonald's and ordered 10 double cheeseburgers and 2 McChicken sandwiches. That's the only thing. So on Monday, we executed a search warrant at the compound. TJ was found to be in possession of 2 shotguns and 2 SKS 7.62 rifles. He's a convicted felon. He can't possess firearms, so he was immediately arrested. Our forensic investigations team found 1 9mm shell casing, 1 at TJ's trailer. The Florida Department of Law Enforcement said from the very beginning, I had 2 conversations with the commissioner this weekend. He's a dear friend of mine. He said, Grady, FDLE's here to do anything you need. And I told you about them chipping in $10,000 to help. And he says, our lab's at your disposal. I called him Monday afternoon. I said, we need to compare some shell casings from the scene to a shell casing at our prime suspect's house. We plan to bring it over in the morning. He said, no, bring it over tonight and let's get started. They brought in people. That's the help. That's the teamwork. What did we determine? The shell casing at the scene, the shell casing at TJ's house were all fired from a Smith & Wesson handgun. And both the shell casing at home and at the scene were fired from the same weapon, the weapon that committed the massacre in the hands of TJ. So on Tuesday, when we got the paperwork wrapped up with all of that investigation, we went back to the scene and we asked Robert and Mary if they would join us at the sheriff's office for a clarifying interview, and they agreed to come up to the sheriff's office to talk to us. Tony had lawyered up. Mary made some admissions. She said, I bought the ammunition. TJ was with me. Newsflash, we got video of that too. That ammunition was purchased on the 9th of July. She also gave us, once again, multiple stories about being with and confirming she was in the Dollar General that night. We've got evidence to show they were together less than 10 minutes before the murder. And then when we pressed her for the details and she realized, oh my gosh, they've got me, she lawyered up. She didn't cooperate anymore.
STAGED releases immediately and blocks acid that causes heartburn for 24 hours. Feel the difference.
Robert, the younger brother, we talked to him. Robert, up to this moment, or up to this event, is not a bad guy, at least in the criminal sense. One misdemeanor arrest. When Robert's in line, he hears Damien tell the clerk, we're going fishing. Damien tells the clerk, because the clerk knows everybody, it's a small town. Yeah, I'm going fishing with Kevin. So Robert and TJ are talking, and he says, yeah, Damien's going fishing with Kevin. And TJ says, what? Kevin's going to be there? So when they leave the store, TJ tells Robert, who's driving, go to the lake. Now, they had no plans to go to the lake until TJ told Robert, go to the lake. And they did. Damien now is at the lake, and he has met up with, during this time frame, Kevin and Brandon, who are in the white truck. And they have turned their trucks so that they're door to door talking to each other in the middle of the road. Robert drives and pulls up behind the white truck that's driven by Kevin with Brandon in the passenger side. TJ exited his truck. When he did, Brandon got out of his vehicle and shined a light back to see who was pulling up behind them. TJ rushed up to Brandon, pushed him against the truck, pulled a handgun out, and said, where's Kevin? Well, Kevin's sitting in the driver's seat right there. And he looks and sees Kevin. He runs around, he being TJ, runs around between the red truck and the white truck. He points the gun at Kevin, and TJ says, where's my truck? Kevin goes, I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, you do. Where's my truck? You sold the engine out of my truck. Kevin said, I don't know what you're talking about. At that moment in time, according to the information we've received, TJ hits Kevin. Damien starts to open the door of his vehicle and is screaming at TJ, put the gun away, put the gun away, put the gun away. TJ's out of control, screaming, where's my truck? And he starts shooting Kevin and Brandon inside of the white truck. It's estimated, and this is still under investigation, he shoots him 9 to 10 times between the two of them. Then he turns on Damien and begins to shoot Damien, who's got his door open but is in his truck, several times. Then he goes back to Kevin's truck, and during his excitement, now he has dropped the magazine to his firearm and he can't find it. So he opens the truck door and Kevin falls out on the ground. And that's where Kevin's found. He finds the magazine to the handgun that he drops when he goes back, points the gun back. And then he calls Robert. Robert says he's sitting in the truck. He said, I never got out of the truck. And when he pulled the gun, I started to get out of the truck. By that time, it was all over with. You can believe what of that you want to. Mary, TJ's girlfriend, she doesn't know anything. And this is one mean woman. She's not cooperating. She's not talking. She becomes incensed at the detectives when they try to confirm the spelling of her last name because it's not spelled in the traditional way you would think you would spell Whitmore. She's saying nothing, but she's there the entire time. And she's lying to protect him. TJ then tells Robert, come here. Help me put Damien in the truck. So Damien now, and we don't know the lineage, the details, because they're not given to us any better than what I'm about to tell you. They grabbed Damien. We don't know if he's already pulled out of the truck or if he's in the truck because there is blood evidence all over the place. But they pick him up and heave him over into the back of the pickup truck with his foot sticking up over the edge of the bed. And then they leave. They go to a undisclosed location and supposedly strip down the gun, take it apart, and throw it away. They immediately go to McDonald's in Lake Wells and order 10 double cheeseburgers and 2 McChickens. While they're standing in line, they go through the drive-thru. It's very quiet. TJ simply says, we weren't there. And that's all the conversation that they will admit to. We believe there's more than that.
Rebound and recover with the Planet Fitness Black Cord.
Join and get your first month free. Deal ends March 13th.
We asked real people to choose between a car washed at Tidal Wave Auto Spa and a leading competitor to see which would.
We found throughout the investigation that they lied for TJ, that she bought ammunition for TJ. And then later on Saturday, keep in mind this happened on Friday night, Robert takes that truck, which belongs to another relative, to a car wash because it's coated in red mud and cleans it up. The owner of the vehicle knows that they're driving the vehicle. That young lady who is a relative doesn't know anything about anything. She's just throwing a fit because you said you were going to Sebring or Avon Park in my truck and you bring it back looking like this. Robert cleans it up. We asked, did you clean the inside? Oh, no, we didn't clean the inside. Well, duh, they did. We found trace evidence of blood where TJ was sitting in the passenger side of the vehicle. That's being packaged up and taken to FDLE. So at the end of the day, we've charged TJ Wiggins appropriately with 3 counts of first-degree murder. At this point in the investigation, we have charged Robert with 3 counts of accessory and 1 count of tampering with evidence. We've charged Mary with 3 counts of accessory to the murder and 1 count of tampering. The investigation is ongoing. The folks who lost their loved ones that night are poor people. We've had a lot of people offer to give us more money for a reward. We don't need that. But if there's an inclination to help these folks bury their loved ones, I'm certain that would be appreciated, because there's nothing worse than having to bury your child, unless it's you're having to bury your child and you don't have any money. It's important to understand, and I alluded to this the other day, I can give you more details today, that as I said originally, normally the normal murder is around drugs, alcohol, money, domestic events. No evidence of drugs in either of the victims' car. None. Zero. No beer cans, no meth, nothing. In the suspect's vehicle, when we see it, there's no indication of drugs at all. The only information we have is TJ is allegedly mad over some kind of truck deal that happened some period of time ago. We've not had an opportunity, the homicide team, to dig into that civil disturbance, if you will, yet, because we're busy solving a triple homicide, but that will come together later. State Attorney's Office, which is simply the very best, worked with us hand in glove during the entire investigation, and we'll be doing the same with them as we prepare to charge, as we prepare with them to prosecute TJ for the massacre of these 3 folks. Robert and Mary's charges may be upgraded. We may add charges. That investigation's ongoing. Understand that this is Wednesday. We started this investigation Friday night when we were called, and by Tuesday afternoon, this homicide team had them in jail. We're grateful for the tips we received. We're grateful for the outpouring of support from the community. We're grateful we had people from around the country, as far away as Tennessee, that I'm aware of, want to send us money for a reward. You see, that's the United States, that's the state of Florida, and that's the community I know and love. Good people came with promises and prayers for the family from around this country. The community pulled together, and that's the United States of America that I know. Now, quite literally, other than investigative details we're working on, evidence we're preparing to take to the lab, you know what we've been told up to this point in the investigation. You can ask questions. I'll either answer them or I won't. Yes, ma'am.
Beyond this, the argument over the engine in the car, was there any other motive that you guys found?
The only conflict we see is this. Where's my truck? I heard you stole the engine or sold the engine out of my truck. Where's my truck? I heard you sold the engine out of my truck. And for that, this guy massacres 3 young men, 23, 27, and 30, on their way fishing Friday night near Frostproof. It's gut-wrenching. This is evil in the flesh. This is a guy who can hurt you just because it's the right thing for him to do at that moment in time with his 3 brain cells. Yes, ma'am.
How do you know about this truck deal? Is one of these suspects cooperating, or is this something that Brendan Rollins told his father?
Well, we're not telling all of how we put this together. As you can imagine, I'm giving you the 30,000 foot view. So that you can have the complete picture of what happened. But some of the information and some of the sources that people have wanted to provide us information, you know, it's not appropriate at this stage to release. Yes, sir.
At what point in that timeline was Brandon able to call his father? Was it after they left, or?
Brandon called his father 10 minutes after they left the store. So that means they left the store. He met his buddies. They're talking. The suspects pull up. Whether Brandon, I imagine, all information I have is he made the call when the argument started. Because by the time Dad got there and found his son on the ground, gasping his last breaths, and he's holding his son, he's with his son during the very end of his life, and he's panicked. As I told you, he ran to the store, and people, good question, well, why didn't he just pick up his son's cell phone and call? Well, his son's phone had fallen down inside the truck, and in his panic and fear, he didn't see any cell phones. He just knew the three boys and his son were shot to pieces, and he ran for help, which is all he knew to do. We've tried to comfort Dad. The wounds were so severe that quite literally, if an emergency room had been across the street, they couldn't have saved his life. But you can't imagine the horror of a dad to find his son shot up. I don't mean shot, I mean shot up, as we say in Polk County vernacular, multiple gunshots, and dying in your arms. Yes, ma'am.
You said you got several tips pointing to Tony Wiggins. Can you specify about how many tips?
I don't know how many of them specifically talked about TJ or Tony. Several. And you know why? Not that they had any information about the murder, but he's just mean as a snake. So it's a small community. Frostproof is probably 3,000, 3,500 people. And this is in what you would call the outskirts. It was not downtown Frostproof. Frostproof is the mega center at 3,000. This is probably 3 or 4 miles, 5 miles south of Frostproof in a very remote area. But everybody knows that if Tony Wiggins is the prime suspect for anything that goes wrong, and that's easy to assume when at 26 years of age, he's got 230 felony charges. And he's been arrested consistently from the time he was 12 years old. I'm sure somebody thinks you ought to have counseling and pretrial release. Our goal And we pray that the state attorney can seek the death penalty. He needs to receive a fair trial, the appropriate appeals, and then be executed. And you know what? Legally, we can't execute him like he did those three guys who were just trying to fish on Friday night, nor would we suggest that the system be as barbaric as his conduct toward our three victims. Anything else? Pretty well know it. Thank you. God bless you. See you later. Some might ask why I ask you all to join us for just 3 search warrants and a seizure of drugs. Well, I think you'll understand that it goes much, much deeper than that. And that's how it culminated on the 22nd of June when we served 3 search warrants, 2 of them on 37th Street and 1 of them on Avenue M in the Inwood area just outside the city of Winter Haven. But it's a family affair. It's a generational event. We have 3 generations of Rogers who are actively involved in the trafficking and sale of drugs. Now, I continue to hear over and over this false narrative that they're trying to push all across this country, that drugs are low-level, non-violent events, okay? Low-level, non-violent drugs. Well, I think you'll understand that it's not just a low-level, non-violent drug. So it culminated with a search warrant. These folks aren't new to us. The Rogers family has been around for decades. Now think about it. Either we began this investigation on November of last year, or we began it 30 years ago. That's right. 37th Street, same area of Inwood, same houses. We have been putting these people in jail and some of them in prison for 3 generations, and they continue to sell drugs. In fact, I'm going to introduce you to at least one of them that we arrested in a major league trafficking wire investigation, wiretap, in 2020 that hasn't even been a trial yet. And I'm going to give you details how we are arresting them once again. But as we go through this, it is important for you to understand that these folks have created death and destruction for many, many families for a very long time. When we did the search warrants, we seized on that particular day 3 pounds of meth, 224 grams of fentanyl. Now, folks, 224 grams of fentanyl is potentially enough to overdose and kill 95,000 people. Did you hear what I said? 95,000 people. We also seized 1 kilo of cocaine, almost 1 kilo of MDMA, oxycodone, a 9mm handgun. Imagine a convicted felon with a handgun, right? I mean, that's not anything new to most of you. And a pill press. Where's our pill press? It's supposed to be here. Do we have it someplace? Y'all didn't bring it here? Okay. So I want you to see the pill press or pictures of the pill press. That's right. They are so sophisticated that some of them are pressing the pills themselves. So you can get it either cocaine, they'll make it into crack cocaine, They'll press it into pills, however you want it. It's interesting that we first start off to talk about the patriarch of the family, Odiah. Odiah Rogers is 69 years of age. And as I said before, he started his crime career 30 years ago with an aggravated battery arrest. He, over the years, has accumulated 14 felony arrests, 6 misdemeanor arrests. He's been to prison 1 time. And yes, we served a search warrant at his house, one of the 3 search warrants, where we seized more drugs, and he is still in prison. He's not made bond. Then there's his girlfriend, Teresa Prince. She's 59. That's Odiah's girlfriend. She distributes drugs for Odiah. She didn't think it was any big deal. She went to jail. Now she has bonded out. She's the only one that has bonded out. Then there's Pop Rogers, Kenneth. Kenneth Rogers is 38 years of age. He's one of the sons of Odiah. And he's kind of now taken over the head of the organization. He's had a crime spree for the last 24 years. His first arrest was in 1999, and it was a simple arrest for shoplifting. He is the one that was arrested as a major trafficker in 2020 when we instituted a wire investigation, or a telephone wiretap as we know them. We arrested him then, and he bonded out. He's not been to trial yet on that 2020 arrest. So in 2023, April, guess what? While he's out on bond, while he has stipulations, we arrest him for possession of cocaine with intent to sell within 1,000 foot of a park. And he's got $21,000 in his pocket. So he's facing major league time for a trafficking case. He makes bond. He continues on his criminal enterprise. And he's already been to prison 4 times. So here's another clear indication. If you don't keep people like Pop Rogers locked up, he's going to be selling drugs to your kids, to your neighbors, to your relatives. And then there's Raphael Rogers, another son of Odiah. When I tell you it's a family affair, I'm not kidding. They're all in business together, illegal business. 24 years of crime himself. He's 39 years old. And he started out with a simple shoplifting charge. He's amassed 43 felony arrests, 33 misdemeanor arrests. He's been to prison 2 times. And this was the second search warrant served at his house. Raphael is a bad guy. And then there's Tamika Rogers. She's 31. She's the daughter of Odiah. She's got 5 felony arrests, 3 misdemeanors. She's never been to prison. She's currently living with Odiah, where one of the search warrants was served, and she's known to sell drugs. And then there's Dominique Rogers. He's 28, Odiah's son. He's younger than the others. He's got 38 felony arrests, 14 misdemeanor arrests. He's been to prison 1 time. But that's not all. Manatee County currently has him charged with 2 counts of second-degree murder, where things went bad during a narcotics transaction. So not only does he have that occurring, but while he did that, he's also under investigation with us for providing fentanyl that created the death of a 19-year-old girl, a teenager, a victim. Now, I want you to think about that for a second, if you will. This guy had 38 previous felony arrests, 14 misdemeanors. He's been to prison. He and his family sell drugs. We are already investigating him and waiting for the lab analysis and the work to come back to tie him to a 19-year-old that overdosed from fentanyl that he or the family sold. And he gets charged with 2 murders in the meantime. Now, let me go over this again. Who thinks this is low-level, nonviolent crime? If you perpetuate that position, you're just a nut. You're crazy. You're out of your mind. Drugs are not low-level, nonviolent crimes. They never have been. But we've got people running across this nation, some well-meaning people, suggesting that it's really not that big a deal. It's not violent. It's not. You show me drugs, I'll show you guns and dead people every time. And you know, you may not think it's a big deal. You may think it's a low-level nonviolent event, a low-level nonviolent crime that doesn't need attention until it's your child that's dead. Think about that. Think about if you were the parents of this 19-year-old girl who died from this fentanyl overdose, or if you were the family of these 2 people that Dominique Rogers shot and killed. Think about that. So the next time anyone, whether on social media or mainstream media, wants to tell you that it's really not all that bad, you can suggest to them, are you a nut? Here's the 3rd generation, Jordan Rogers. He's the grandson of Odiah. He's 21. Up until this search warrant, Jordan only had 1 previous arrest for fleeing to elude, and that was dropped. So while he's lived in and around this crime spree, this ongoing crime spree for his entire life, he was never at least caught up in it criminally until the search warrant was served and we caught him with a litany of drugs. But if you look at Jordan and his entrance into the drug world and the crime world at his age, and then you overlay it to his parents, to his dad, who is Raphael, and then you overlay it to Odiah, who's his granddad, he's following the same pattern. He's living what he's learned at home his entire life. And that's sad. And he's the one that had the pill press where he was. And we believe he's the one that was pressing the pills into all kinds of drugs. The 3rd generation. So dad, granddad have taught him the business well. I'd like to point out that Teresa was released. I also have some juveniles here. 1 was charged with misdemeanor, 2 with felonies. I suggest to you that these juveniles who aren't blood relative that we can determine at this stage of the investigation, but are there living in this environment, that's also the next generation. And when we arrested them and sent them to juvenile, they didn't score out enough to stay in lockup. So the system has helped perpetuate this problem with its lack of attention to the juveniles, because they've already figured out with this arrest, whoa, they're not going to keep me locked up for this. Until one day we do, for a long time, for 2nd-degree murder maybe one day, or fentanyl overdose deaths where you kill someone one day. I've also left out a couple of the other guys. They are part of the trafficking organization, but they're not the family. These guys here, they're trafficking in the drugs, but they're not related by blood. This family affair, this Rogers family affair, has been alive and well for a long time. They've been in and out of jail numerous times. And as I outlined to you, they've been to prison as well. So when's enough enough? When's the system going to say it's time that we take these people out? Now, as a side note, when we served this search warrant, we were assisted by the Lakeland Police Department and the Highlands County Sheriff's Office SWAT teams. Very professional SWAT teams that assisted us because we wanted a SWAT team on each house to keep the violence down. We were able to execute the search warrants. No one was injured. The appropriate people were arrested. And the neighborhood continued to thank us for our work. Now, they're scared of the Rogers. What I've talked about is their criminal arrest and when they've gone to jail. I've not talked about all the intimidation they've done in the neighborhood. I've not talked about one of the very few unsolved homicides we have in this county that's on 40th Street, 3 streets over, that I believe in my heart and soul they got a part of that some way. But do you think anybody's going to talk to us with the Rogers family right there? No, because they're afraid that they may be the next one that's killed. So at the end of the day, know this, that once again, we've arrested the Rogers family. This time we've arrested all 3 generations at one time. But the Rogers and everyone else should understand that we're going to continue to arrest you and arrest you and arrest you. My narcotics and organized crime folks that work this investigation are simply the very best. And they've done a remarkable amount of work this time in order to do this very complex investigation and bring its culmination together last Thursday. Are there any questions?
Sheriff, would you be able to talk maybe briefly, but just about the trends you're seeing with fentanyl in the county?
Sure.
The last couple of years?
Here's what I know about fentanyl. Fentanyl is coming across the southern border through the porous border where there's a crisis. And they're bringing that fentanyl into the United States and to include the United States, every state and every county, I suggest in every state. And we see the fentanyl deaths in waves. So we know when there's another wave of fentanyl that hits, you know, because the market's here, they've distributed it, some die. Then it calms down, maybe calms down for a week or 2 weeks or 3 weeks. And then we see some more fentanyl or drug related deaths. Look, this fentanyl's killing thousands upon thousands of people across this country. It is unbelievable. Cocaine, methamphetamine kills you normally over years. We start seeing people at 40, 45, 50, where they've just wore out their body, die from these other drugs. How fast does fentanyl kill you? Like that. One time. And they're mixing it. We see it mixed with cocaine. We see it mixed with methamphetamine. We see it mixed with heroin. We've seen it sprinkled on our cannabis, you know, that non-dangerous drug cannabis. We've actually seen fentanyl and other drugs spread on it as well. But fentanyl, unfortunately, is not regressing. It's increasing. We're seeing more and more fentanyl deaths over the last few years, not less.
Is fentanyl more prevalent in Winter Haven? I remember a few months back, there were 2 men arrested for a man who overdosed in Volusia County, and they were arrested because they sold him fentanyl.
Sure.
So is it more prevalent in Winter Haven?
No, it's not more prevalent. And I thank you for asking that question because, sometimes I have people say, well, is there more prostitution in Polk County because you arrest prostitutes? And I go, no, because you investigate and you investigate with energy and enthusiasm and you seek out these criminals. It doesn't mean there's more of it. It means you're identifying it and taking them into custody. The same things with fentanyl and all of these drugs. I have organized crime teams that are focused on large-scale drug operations. I have narcotics units that do undercover work. I have street crimes units that do street crimes, drugs. So we're going out to these communities because it's not just a drug problem. It's not just a death problem. It's quality of life problems in neighborhoods where people are complaining. They're up all night. They don't ever sleep. They keep me up all night. So we're fighting this drug at every level. And that's why you see this. I suggest to you that if you look across this state and across this nation, that we're in the grips. We're in the very grips of a drug disaster that people want to ignore and push back on. I can remember they didn't start recently, maybe in the early 2000s. Oh, it's not a war against drugs. Call it what you want. It's killing your kids. And then while there's more drugs in the country, we see more drugs killing more people. And fentanyl has come on the market with a vengeance, and it's all over the place, and it's pouring across our border from Mexico and then spreading through the entire United States.
It sounds like you're concerned that some of the younger ones are going to continue on the family business as they go on. Is there anything that can be done to sort of break the cycle so they can hopefully not, continue on this operation?
The sad part about it is, you don't retrain kids that are 15, 16, 17, 18. You hope you get them to counseling and services, but that's their environment. As long as they go back to 37th Street and these guys aren't locked up, if your name's Rogers and you live in Inwood in and around 37th Street, you're going to sell drugs. They're just going to do that just as sure as God made little green apples. They're going to sell drugs if they're not locked up. That's what they do. And they do it very well. And they're making money and your kids are dying. And if you don't think that they won't shoot you, Dominique Rogers shot and killed 2 people in Manatee County. If you don't think they won't overdose you and kill you, as we're investigating now, they sure enough will.
$140,000 worth of drugs in the homes. How large of an operation do you consider that to be? Do you think there's more drugs elsewhere?
These are perennial street level dealers and low level traffickers. They never wanted or never had the ability to get up to the major stuff. But so the traffic, the flood of traffic in the community to buy these drugs are remarkable. They also deliver outside the community. So at the end of the day, that is their business model. And they are business people. Make no mistake about it. They are absolutely business people and have been very successful for a long time.
You said locking them up doesn't work. Obviously, they get locked up, they get released, they redo, sell the drugs. What about the people on the drugs? Is there a need for treatment facilities or more resources for them?
Sure, locking them up does work. It's when they're not locked up that they're back selling drugs. The only way to keep these people from dealing drugs is to lock them up. But the people that have addictions to drugs absolutely need drug treatment. We provide drug treatment, not enough, but we provide it. I say we, the system. Does there need to be more of that? Yes, but I can tell you from decades of experience myself, if you send somebody to a drug treatment program and they don't want to be there, they're not in their heart ready to get away from the drug world, wasting everybody's time, wasting taxpayers' money. They are a snapshot of the illegal business community that is causing death and a lesser quality of life for not just the people using the drugs, but for the communities around the people that use the drugs. And they don't care. As long as they get that green cash, they don't care.
Sheriff, do you find that you have been talking about this for a couple of years now, the awareness that it's not just a low-level nonviolent crime? Do you find that the more that law enforcement is trying to get that message out there, are you getting any reaction from the community that, hey, you know what, you're right? Do you feel like people are coming around to that?
I think the reasonable community understands very well that this is not a low-level nonviolent crime. But you all know, you're the ones that cover the research, covers the activists, covers the people that think us wasting time on drug enforcement when it could be used on something better. Y'all cover those folks. Those folks that presuppose and take false data on a false basis or false research and perpetuate that. You know, that's what frustrates me, because that leads some kid out here, that leads some community members out here to go, it's not that bad. It is that bad. It is that bad. And I'm not telling you from some academic study by some kid who needed to get his master's degree, that he did some kind of skewed little piece of work that somebody put in their local magazine that ended up in the news media. I'm telling you from decades of empirical evidence, drugs kill. Drugs ruin lives. Drugs ruin families. People who sell drugs have guns. People who have guns and drugs shoot and kill people. Fentanyl is a newer drug on the market that's popular now. It kills lots of people, thousands of people. Somebody watching some of these television broadcasts or social media broadcasts, you're going to have a loved one or friend die of fentanyl this year. I guarantee it. If they're using drugs and they're using fentanyl, someone watching this program will die this year. We have the pill press here. It's magic how that works. And our folks will set it up. We got the captain, and they'll set it up. They will show you how it works. It's quite a sophisticated piece of machinery. You know, they don't sell this at Walmart, at least not yet. You order it or you steal it.
They put the compounds of the drugs inside the machine, and basically it creates a tablet of whatever drug they put in there, and it can put whatever quantities of drug and that's what that produces there. And you can tell it's a very heavy piece of machinery, heavy duty, and you don't find these on any search warrant or drug investigation. They're very highly sophisticated in what they're doing in the manufacture of these drugs that are killing families.
You know, we did an operation not long ago where they were pressing the pills, the fentanyl pills, to look like oxycodons, complete with a number on it. So people were thinking they were getting an oxycodone pill, and they were getting a fentanyl stamped pill. And some folks from that operation, we learned, had died as a result. I think we had 3 or 4 over in the west side, if memory serves me correct, were attached directly to, they thought they were getting one kind of pill commercially when it was bootleg stamped, and it was really fentanyl. I think 3 or 4 died from that operation. But there's a press. Y'all be safe. Have a good day. Thank you for covering this. And somebody also will be alive because they'll take to heart what y'all do and say today. Human trafficking operation press release is complete. But I'm joined here today by our team members. To be ultimately successful as we have been in this operation, we simply can't do it by ourselves. It takes the police agencies and our colleagues from social services to be able to do a complete human trafficking operation, because what we're after today and every day that we do one of these operations is to find the victims of human trafficking. To do that, you have to cast a wide net, and that's what we did. We were joined by the Haines City Police Department, and Chief Greg Gorick is here today with us. The Lake Wells Police Department is represented here today. The Davenport Police Department and Interim Chief Bill Schrader is with us. The Bartow Police Department and Captain Michelle Smith is with us. The Winter Haven Police Department is represented by Lieutenant Derek Blanton. Of course, we have the State Attorney's Office with Jennifer Ordonez, and I can't say enough great things about Brian Haas, our State Attorney, and his prosecutors, because none of this would be possible without the cooperation of and the support of the State Attorney's Office. But what's really, really important to us is not just that we have a police operation, because we had a successful police operation, but we're trying to identify the victims of human trafficking. And when we do, from the moment they come into the operation, we want to immediately hand them off to our social services friends and our counselors so that they can begin working with these victims of human trafficking. These are some of the most difficult victims to work with. We know there are a lot more of them that admitted, but as you can see, that we have fuzzed out the faces of several that have admitted or either we suspect. And then there's one that we had to tape over this morning that was in the county jail who just this morning admitted to us, okay, I am a victim of human trafficking. I would like services. So our goal is to start these services the moment that they're taken into custody, and then to treat them as what they are, victims, not suspects of criminal events. I might point out, if others of these prostitutes come forward later as victims, there's specific law in the state of Florida that's really terrific that causes us to go in and eliminate all evidence of an arrest, photographs, reports, court actions, and they're treated as a victim. And it's important to understand that if there were no Johns, if there were no customers, there would be no prostitutes, and there would be no human trafficking. But folks, the overwhelming majority of these ladies are or have been in the past taken advantage of. You know, they used to call them, oh, he's the one who provides for me. He's the one that gives me a ride. But what we've found is many, many, many times that in fact, this person is trafficking this lady. He's making a profit off of her. He is controlling her very life. As I said, some of these victims are hardcore because they've learned that these traffickers control their very life, what they wear, where they live, their drugs, their food, their entire life. We've got to break all that down. So having services on site to deal with this is very important. So we made 160 arrests in only 7 days. 160 arrests. That was 86 prostitutes, 65 Johns, and then there were 9 others, 2 of which I'm going to talk about briefly, that were caught up. We charged during this operation 52 additional felonies, 216 misdemeanors. But of this group of folks that we see here today, they had already amassed collectively 419, I want to say thousand, but it's 419 previous felonies. You would think I'd learn to read this, okay? There's not zeros at the end of it. 419 previous felonies, 619 previous misdemeanors. So many of these people were already well known to the criminal justice system. Only 16 of the 160 were from Polk County. I think the people of Polk County are about to get the message that if you come here and violate the law, we're going to put you in jail, and Brian Haas and his prosecutors are going to prosecute you. So we're pleased that it was only 16 of 160. Central Florida needs to catch a clue. If you come here to commit crime, you're coming here to go to our jail. But in addition to that, we have 3 of the men that are here for deriving proceeds. We suspect they're human traffickers. We don't have enough evidence to charge them with that at this time. They're still under investigation. But as we start with our folks that we're going to show you today, our cards, I want to start with a blank card. I want to talk about this lady because we must educate the community to understand that many of these ladies that are victims have had a really tough life. And we're trying to break the cycle. This particular lady was the victim. She walked into our undercover operation. She was 10 weeks pregnant. She said she had been taking drugs, and specifically fentanyl, and hoping and praying that naturally she could abort the baby. She didn't want the baby. It was an unwanted pregnancy. That's some of the sadness that we see. She also received a text while she was in our custody from someone that said, quote, "Just promise me you'll be careful. Get out of that place because that is Polk County. Get out fast." Well, it's too late. She was already in custody. But that was a good thing because we have identified her as a victim. And if she'll accept the services of these wonderful ladies that's behind us, we can make a positive difference in her life. She's from Fern Park, Florida, and that's over near Seminole County. Now, as you know, this is Deputy Police Chief Jason DePrima. We talked about him earlier this week because it had leaked out to the media and they showed significant interest because he's the Deputy Chief of Police in Cartersville, Georgia, where he managed to embarrass his organization, himself, and his family. And this is what he looks like when he's under arrest. We talked about him last week. I won't talk anymore today other than to tell you that he resigned from the police department. He is no longer a police officer in Cartersville, Georgia, and he needs to work on reconstructing his life with his family. He did a very mean, nasty thing to his family, and he certainly embarrassed all the people of Cartersville. I think it's important that I underscore that the Cartersville Police Department is a very professional police department in Georgia, and they didn't deserve what Jason did. And he lost his career over it. He has resigned. So with that, it must have been Government Day or Government Week at Fall Hall 2 because Jason was not the only person in law enforcement to get arrested. This is Keith Nieves. He's 24. He's a state corrections officer. He works for Lake Corrections, Lake CI. He's been there 2 years. He came there on a late night. He lives in Orlando, and he wanted to engage in consensual sex with a prostitute who turned out to be an undercover law enforcement officer. Now think about this. This guy is in charge of people who are in prison for violating the law. He comes and he violates the law. So birds of a feather flock together, and he's in the jail as a jailbird, like those jailbirds he watches. Then there's Cameron Burke. Cameron Burke was a computer technician. Formerly, okay, let me underscore formally, he was at Oak Ridge High School. He's 41 years of age. Oak Ridge High School is in Ocoee or Orange County, Florida. Interestingly enough, listen to me, you can't make this stuff up. He was out on bond from having sex with a student, a mere child. Yes, that's right. He had sex multiple times with this child at school, in his office. He was arrested in March of this year. So he's bonded out. He's got some hugely serious criminal charges pending against him in Orange County. And guess what? How much of a difference did that make? Not a lot. He's on dating websites, and he comes to the undercover op saying, I want to engage in sex with 2 women for $200. Well, when we arrested him, then he becomes an emotional wreck. Oh, I can't do this. I'm out on charges. Well, dude, why didn't you think of that ahead of time? Of course, you only had 3 brain cells. He didn't care until he was caught, and then it was serious. Well, what about that little girl you sexually battered at school in your office where you were a computer tech? So in any event, he's arrested again, and we certainly hope that there is a Parker v. State so that he stays locked up. He's a dangerous person to children, to the community, when he's not locked up. Well, you know, teachers sometimes have to be taught a lesson. There you go. There's your teacher, Carlos Gonzalez. He's 36. He teaches at New Dimensions High School in Osceola County. He teaches math. And he came for 1 hour with 2 ladies, and he was willing to pay $200. But he obviously didn't think through this very well. I don't know how well he does math, how well he teaches math, but, you know, 1 trip to a prostitute house ends up 1 trip to the county jail. 1 and 1 is 2, and he got to 2. He said he was not going to have sex when we talked to him. He just came there to give the undercovers the money. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? He just out of the warmth of his heart wanted to talk trash to 2 prostitutes online and show up to give them money. And then he was going to leave. He did leave. He left in the back of a van and went to the county jail. Oh, he was from Davenport, from Polk County. He should have known better. He knows better now. Guess who this guy is? School teacher. Got us another one. Yep, John Layton. He's 26. He was a teacher at West Orange High School in Orange County. When he showed up, I just love this. You want to go, what are you thinking, man? What are you thinking? Well, you're not thinking. He was wearing the high school track shirt. I didn't stutter. He was wearing the high school track shirt. And he came there and he wanted sex for $40. And he saw our undercover agent and said, wow, 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 I'll take $100 worth of that. Well, what he got was $100 worth of a trip to the county jail.
Play War Thunder now. Join millions of players across the globe in massive battles on 10.
So he's in jail. Maybe he and the math teacher can talk about, how did you get here? Well, 1 and 1 added up to 2. He said, well, you know, I'm a track coach. I sprinted my way to jail. I don't know what they'll talk about, but they had an opportunity. Not only that, are you ready for this? Then he asked the detectives, how long is this going to take? He said, you know, I got track practice in the morning. No, the students have track practice in the morning. You've got jail practice in the morning. You're not going to any practice. Well, that was the end of our government, folks, for the time being. But then we had a male prostitute show up, okay? This guy's name is David Morton. And boy, did he show up. This guy was naked when he walked in the door. He was not buck naked. To be buck naked, you can't even be wearing your socks. But you see, he was wearing a shirt, but that was all. So he boldly walked in to the undercover operation. And that's right, had nothing on from the waist down, but apparently he had him a little towel. So when he was outside, you know, they could see the cheeks of his butt, but he was protecting the other area. But as soon as he hit that front door, boom, away the towel went. So guess what? He went to jail. And he is just a bad guy. He's from Orlando, Florida, too. And then there was John Glass. John Glass is 61 years of age. He's from Verona, Kentucky. But he has a vacation home in Kissimmee. His wife was in Kissimmee at the vacation home when he eased away and showed up at our undercover operation. You know, I don't know if he showed up on time or not, you know, like his pizzas, because he owns Domino's pizza franchises in Kentucky. You know, you order what you want on the pizza. Well, he ordered what he wanted, and then he arrived, they told me, on time. So I guess his training of delivering pizzas or having his staff deliver pizzas on time, he transferred that over to us. But listen, we didn't give him any pizza. We don't serve any pizza at the jail. But certainly he felt like he had gone through a pizza oven by the time he had gotten arrested, got to go to jail. But he was an honest sort of Domino pizza franchise owner. He said, well, I've done this 4 times in the past. Well, have you discussed this with your wife? Did you get her permission? Did she say, go, boy, go? Apparently not. So he told her, he says, I'm paying for an hour of sex, but I think 15 minutes is all I need. He's just going to give her a tip, I guess, kind of like the pizza delivery guy. What else can you say? This is Guillermo Perez. He's 57. Now, where would we be with an undercover operation and no Disney employees? Oh, yes, we always have Disney employees. He's a bellhop at the Coronado Springs Resort on Disney. He's from Winter Garden. He confessed and he said, you caught me. Well, he wasn't by himself. This guy is an independent photographer. He does not work for Disney, but he's contracted by Disney. He came there not to take photographs, but to engage a lady of the evening. But he's a nice guy. He brought sour Skittles for the undercover. He's from Orlando. He's from Winter Garden. Maybe when they get out of jail, they could like Uber back to Orange County together, you think? So here's Shanice Blake. I want to make it abundantly clear she did not come there to have sex, even though she went on this website, but she showed up with, you're not going to believe this, a pound of marijuana to sell. That's right. $1,900. She sold a pound of marijuana. So who drove her there? Her boyfriend, Curvins Felix. He's 29. What did they bring beside a pound of marijuana? Their 2-year-old baby. No car seat, not secured, but a 2-year-old baby. Brought a 2-year-old baby with them. That's not cool. So both of them went to jail. The 2-year-old baby was recovered and is on the way back to the family. Then there's Ariel Palmore. She really likes our undercover operations. She loves visiting with us at our operations. In fact, she loves us so much, she showed up in our March Sadness arrest earlier this year. And then she came back for our fall haul too. We look forward to seeing her again in our next operation because she's kind of gotten used to being arrested by us if she's out of jail. But when we look back at her felony charges, okay, she says she's in cosmetology. But in 2009, she was charged with murder. It was dropped to robbery with a firearm. She got 1 year and a month and 6 years probation. Man, that Orange County is a place you ought to be if you want to commit crime. Don't come to Polk County because we're going to lock you up for like ever for being involved. But they pled her down. Well, she did so well with 1 year and a day and 6 years probation. In 2021, she was charged with murder or homicide again. And that charge was dropped or abandoned in Orange County. She's doing all right. She somehow was allegedly involved in 2 murders, and she's still out coming to our operations where she's been arrested twice. She has a very, very violent history, but we appreciate her coming to our operations and behaving. She's a perfect lady when we arrest her. She's from Orlando. Our next one, where would we be without an alleged gang member? That's right. He says he's a member of a gang. He's from St. Cloud over in Osceola County. He said he was supposed to be the prostitute in this event, and he came over to engage in sexual conduct with a lady, ostensibly, while the husband watched. Surprise. That's not what it was. It was a sting, and you got stung on your gang rear end. When we arrested him, he was armed with a handgun in his waistband. Newsflash, he's a convicted felon. He's not supposed to have firearms, but he had one. He has a history of violent and nonviolent past. Now, folks, our goal is to try to send him to prison for carrying a concealed firearm by a convicted felon. Not only the charges that he has in front of him. So today, we have asked our colleagues who would like to present. Our police chief said, hey, Sheriff, you got it. But we do have the opportunity to hear from Jody Domain. She's from One More Child. And there's representatives that were at the operation from Heartland for Children, Children's Home Society, DCF, Amanda Wilson. She said she's not going to talk. Saleha Freedom was with us. and Dr. Marianne Thomas from My Name, My Voice. So we'll start with Dr. Thomas, and then next Jody Domain will speak.
Hi, my name is Marianne Thomas, and I am with the organization My Name, My Voice. And just first, thank you to the sheriff for inviting me back again to do this operation, along with the fine men and women who conducted it. It is so important that we are able to do this, that in that first instant that a victim is identified, that we are able to immediately stand alongside that victim and sit with them through questioning, help them along their path of talking to police and being able to walk out of that life. Thank you to all of the PDs that also showed up and lended a hand. I worked with some amazing people this time. I have to say these operations are better every time. I'm proud to be a part of it. I saw people who are detectives or officers for different organizations come and ask me about victims from previous operations and how they are doing. I saw people come in this operation and come and say, I see something, I feel something is off here. Can you come check it out? And I was able to immediately go and talk to that person and see if they needed help. And so I'm so proud to be here. And if you're someone who I met on this operation and you were under arrest and you were there to sell yourself, I just want to remind you something you heard me say that night. You don't have to do this. You can do something different. I am standing here saying it can be done. And so please, you are given a packet of paper with different phone numbers. Call one of them. If you don't get the answer you need, call the next one, but please make those calls. And if you're someone who is arrested for purchasing a person, that's not okay. Okay, we don't buy people. That's not okay. And so I'm sorry we had to meet like this, but I'm really glad that we do this because I really hope you have learned a lesson here. Thank you so much.
Okay, Jody.
Thank you, Sheriff Judd. My name is Jody Domain. I'm the Executive Director of Anti-Trafficking at One More Child. One More Child is a nonprofit organization that served over 320,000 children and families last year by coming alongside foster children, hungry children, struggling families, single moms, and trafficked children and adults. We've worked these human trafficking operations with the Polk County Sheriff's Office and the various agencies represented here today. And every single time we are able to identify several potential victims of human trafficking. But what we also know is that everyone that walks through those doors to be purchased, after we sit down and we hear their stories, they have had histories every single time of being abused and being sexually exploited. So our teams made up of advocates, peer mentors, and mental health counselors are able to come alongside of them immediately to offer life-changing services that begin the restoration process immediately. So we're going to ask this. If you have children in your life, because we know now more than ever, children and young adults are susceptible for being trafficked and sexually exploited, please be involved in their lives. Find out who their friend groups are and what their friend groups are doing. Find out what they're doing on the internet. Check out their social media apps, monitor them, find out what websites they're frequenting. And please learn the signs to identify human trafficking and grooming. And once you identify it, please intervene by reaching out to the Polk County Sheriff's Office and your local law enforcement agency. And if it's a child, DCF, Department of Children and Families. If you would like more information on how to identify the signs of grooming and human trafficking or how to intervene, please contact us at onemorechild.org. I just want to thank Sheriff Judd and the Polk County Sheriff deputies, the various agencies represented here today. As Dr. Marianne Thomas said, and we echo, it is of excellence, and how they are treating potential victims and those that are exploited is just bar none. They are now very, very advantageous about getting these services implemented immediately. So thank you all for your time and thank you for your service.
No puedo creer lo que aguanta mi marido en la cama ahora con este nuevo Viagra genérico de 87 centavos.
Once again, our goal is to rescue these young ladies, and the Johns need to know we're going to have other operations. and we're going to lock you up. And there is a mandatory $5,000 fine that goes with a conviction. And we are going to go after people who go after these ladies who have been trafficked, these prostitutes, these victims, all whatever status they claim in life, we're going to go after them. And the reason we're going to go after the Johns is because we know the vast majority of these ladies that aren't cooperating are in fact victims. And we're not going to give up on these ladies who we believe are victims either. So with that, any questions? Okay. I have another topic here that I think will be of interest to everyone. There was apparently a group of Democrat House members, Representative Driscoll from District 67, Christopher Benjamin from District 107, and they met and attacked Governor DeSantis about his plan to use the Florida National Guard to help out in the Florida prison systems. I applaud the Secretary of DOC, a friend of mine who grew up in the system, who is simply the very best. I can tell you that Ricky Dixon, the Secretary of DOC, was brilliant in his efforts to obtain resources, and who better than our Florida National Guard, who is trained to protect us and keep us safe and to operate in a time of emergencies. As you know, whether you're trying to hire veterinarians or doctors or nurses or truck drivers or law enforcement officers or corrections officers, right now it's very difficult in the state of Florida. There are over 5,800 openings at the Department of Corrections. I can tell you clearly and unequivocally, neither the Secretary Dixon, or me, or the governor will allow violent criminals to be released from the prison system to prey on the people of the state of Florida and our tourists that visit. Our system is a forgiving criminal justice system for those that make mistakes. Statistically, of every 100 people that are arrested this year, only 4 will go to the Florida prison system for any period of time. And the reason that they go at all is because they're dangerous, they're violent, or they've got a huge history of violating the law and victimizing people. So while these representatives threw bombs and allegations, they had no solutions. They could have stood up today and said, gosh, let's help the Department of Corrections. Please send your loved ones to be corrections officers. It's a tough job. But you know what? The people who work in the Department of Corrections every day are the ones who make it safe for us in Florida. Our crime rate's low, and it's going to continue to be low. But if they suggest for one moment that letting people out of prison is a solution, they're barking up the wrong tree. If they want a Portland, Oregon, or a Seattle, Washington, or a Washington, D.C., or a Chicago, or a New Orleans, or a Detroit, or a San Francisco, or a Los Angeles, move there and run for public office. But understand one thing, in the state of Florida, people are safe. We're thriving. People love to come here on vacation. People are moving here by the droves because it's a safe community and a great state. I applaud once again our Secretary Ricky Dixon and all the hardworking men and women that work so hard every day in this very difficult job. So unlike Representative Driscoll and all that group, I want to encourage you to send your loved ones to apply to work at the Department of Corrections. It's noble. The governor, in fact, just authorized and the legislature approved a huge pay raise for the Department of Corrections, and they're hiring people as we speak and having great success. But they've got to fill in the gaps in the meantime. So Secretary Dixon, it is really, really impressive that you thought of this and that the governor approved it. And the reality of it is these folks are going to be working in support positions for the experts that are going to be hands-on with the inmates. Shame on you for standing up and throwing rocks and throwing bombs without solutions. Shame on you. You're not part of the solution. You become part of the problem when you do that. It's no time for politics. We don't mix politics with public safety. We keep the community safe. We don't care how you're registered or if you're registered, but people are going to be safe in this state. And I just apologize. I just really appreciate the Department of Corrections for the work that they do. Are there any questions about that? Okay. If that circumstance needs more bad mouthing later on, y'all just let me know. I'll be here all day long. Take care.
All right. Well, that was interesting. As usual. Sheriff Grady is the man. Everybody can hear me okay? Am I good to go? Sheriff Grady is definitely the man. He very transparent. I will say this. I want to say something about what we just watched first. Brian, is my mic okay? Everything good? The people that the video we just watched, there was multiple teachers, there was officers, there was multiple people involved, but I'm going to be honest, they were all grown. Like, I watched a lot of these. And I've watched a lot of these stings and stuff like that. And it really gets under your skin when you watch and they're going to meet underage and all that type of stuff. But when you hear of like a teacher who's probably, and I'm not defending him and I'm not saying that it's okay, but I'm saying that it's two consenting adults. The dude was lonely and he went to go buy like an adult for fun. I'm not saying it's okay, and a lot of these guys were married. I have it written down, so it's not okay. It's immoral. But I don't know about needing to be on TV and getting harassed by Sheriff Grady. I don't know about that one. Like, I feel like of all the ones we watched, they all deserved it. But I mean, like, the teacher who wanted to go buy two women for $200 for an hour, dude, like, unfortunately, men do that. I don't, and I'm not condoning it, but it's two consenting adults or three. He's like, hey, man, that's $200. I'm not going to pass up a good time. I'm not saying it's okay, but it could be worse. We've watched way worse. To have yourself berated on TV, and this is my only knock I've ever had on him, but I felt like I had to say it while it was fresh in my brain. As I was watching it, I was like, well, I don't have disdain for these people. I feel bad for their wives. I feel bad for their children, the Disney people. Why is Disney always involved? Like, every single one, there's a Disney worker. Again, at least that Disney worker was going after an adult. It wasn't super weird. So I wanted to make that point. I'm all about catching these people. But sometimes, man, adult on adult stuff, what happens behind closed doors is just behind closed doors, bro. You think it's okay to hide their crimes by asking? It wasn't children, though, dude. It was adults. No, I don't think it's okay for children. I'm talking about the one that we just watched. The one we just watched was adults. I just gave you an example, Kim. Maybe you had the vacuum running too loud. You should turn it down and listen. Kim. I said two consenting adults. I don't know where your children comes into play. For that, you need a 24-hour break and go eat a Snickers. Anyways, that being said, I want to show Sandra. Where's this guy? Here's your state of Minnesota. I will show you this real fast. I'll show you Minnesota and show you what this guy does. I'm not going to do a lot. I'm just going to show a few of what he does. And then I'll go with the rest of the stuff I have to say. I really don't want to get into, dude, a lot of this stuff had to do with the politics that we watched today. It was like, man, I don't want to get back into that again. But, you know.
From St. Paul, we locked him up. Mr. Gilbert Bralali, he is a IT worker for Hennepin County. And he loves to look for the big booty Latinas. Well, looking for the big booty Latinas got you locked up, man. Next, Asim Javel out of Richfield.
So this is Minnesota. This is Minnesota right here.
You're close to Bloomington. You should know better too. Miguel Quinala out of St. Paul. We locked him up too. Eugene Okari. Sorry, there's like 30 of these guys. Eugene Okari out of Brooklyn Park. We locked him up. Mr. Mark Kevin Johnson, formerly a man of the cloth. This is not his first go around either. He was convicted of prostitution or soliciting a prostitute in 2016. And I think he was arrested in 2007. So obviously he ain't learned his lesson either. Carlos Guzman, Minneapolis, we locked him up. Farhad Saeed, we don't know where he's from yet, so we're still trying to figure that out, but he's 20 years old. He got locked up. Mohammed Ali, he was a member of a law enforcement organization in a civilian capacity. I think it was Metro Transit. So we've locked him up too. And I think they probably parted ways with him or starting some investigation with him and his employment. William Lima out of Brooklyn Center. We locked him up. And my man travels all the way up here from Florida. Delamine Beckman. He hails from Port St. Lucie. I know it's cold up here in Minnesota. You want to get warm, dude, but don't come to my city trying to pay for it. That's where he got locked up. Karate Cannon. We locked him up, and he was concerned about the well-being of the sex worker due to the alleged size of his genitalia. Well, come on, man. Next, Samuel Nargan.
As you can see, he is not all the way Sheriff Grady yet. You know, he's got a lot of work to do, but I like his style. He's got a little bit of attitude to him. He's figured it out. I kind of like his style. I do. He's got some work. Give him 7-8 years of doing this every day like Sheriff Grady, and he's going to be real good at it. I would start following him now. You'll be an OG with it, because watching all the stuff with ICE and the Tim Walls and everything going on, I found a lot of stuff in your local news. It's your state's not like all the way bad. That's why I wanted to show you that. And I'll show you a little bit more, but I just wanted to say, like, your state is horrible, but there's good in every state. California is horrible, but I can pull up stuff from California just like this. I can pull up stuff from Indiana. I can pull up stuff from a lot of states. You guys got to understand how important it is to vote in your sheriff. You need to, if you're going to vote for anything, vote for the right sheriff. That's where you get stuff done. This is where you're getting your transparency. That's who's going to be the one you're going to, dude, I'm telling you, you want your officers to be ran by someone like this or by Sheriff Grady, not some left-leaning, you know what? And that's the difference of left, right. This dude is just based. That's all. You're right. He's based. And I wanted to show that. I'll show you a little bit more, and then I'm gonna go to my next thing. I just don't want to talk about the politics.
Some of you may remember him. He was featured in a Star Tribune article in 2022 as a coffee. We call him the coffee man. He likes VIP coffee, and he does a lot with coffee. Well, we don't brew coffee in the jail, but we do give you a Jimmy Dean's breakfast sandwich. Mr. Rashad Johnson, out of Maple Grove. This is the most disturbing arrest that we've had here. He is a backgrounder for ICE, Homeland Security, and federal agencies. So when you're getting your security clearance, this is one of the guys that does your backgrounds, which is kind of scary. So we locked him up. And I think if you're going to be, these people get access, they get a high security clearance, right? Because again, for all the ICE agents, Homeland.
All right, I think you guys get the point. I do. I think you see what I'm trying to say. There are good things about Minnesota. There are good people here. Yeah, there's good things about everywhere. Now, if you guys really want to, complain, or you have, I don't know if you guys watched me back, a little while back, but I don't know if you saw when everybody was talking about the protest in Minnesota, I pulled up, there was a woman, and if you're from Minnesota, then you'll definitely remember this story. You remember the woman from Australia who called the police, who was getting SA'd, and she called the police, and when the police showed up, she ran up to the car window, and they busted through the window and unalived her? Do you remember that? Well, I don't know if you do. I could just say that. I mean, let me see if it's in my saved stuff. Let me see if I have it, and I'll just pull it up real fast. But the whole point is, it was the first Somalian cop ever. So the first ever Somalian cop. Here, you know what? It needs to be shown. I'll show you. It needs to be shown. It does. If you guys are from Minnesota, then you guys need to see it. It's just that simple. First Somalian cop. It's the saddest story ever, y'all. For real. It is a sad story. Let me see if I could find the one I had already watched. Maybe it'll show it in here so that way I know. All right, let's see. Why are they trying to show? Okay, here we go. Let's see if this says anything about it. It's this guy right here, you guys. What's up with these ads? There's always things like white women speaking crazy Spanish. What is up with that, dude? Here we go. This one might be better. Sorry, guys. This one might be better. I don't know. If it's not good, don't blame me because I'm not sure. This is news. Oh, my camera though. This is your local news, so I don't know how they're gonna what they're gonna give me. I had it all together back in the day, but I took it all out of my laptop. So here's this. My whole point of showing you this is because
of an unarmed woman who approached his squad car minutes after calling 911 to report a possible rape. Mohammed Noor was also found guilty today of manslaughter in the July 27th murder in the fatal shooting of an unarmed woman who approached his squad car minutes after calling 911 to report a possible rape. Mohammed Noor was also found guilty today of manslaughter in the July 2017 death of Justine Damon, a 40-year-old dual citizen of the U.S. and Australia, whose death bewildered and angered people in both countries. Noor was acquitted of the most serious charge of intentional second-degree murder. The verdict came swiftly, with the jury deliberating about 11 hours over 2 days.
We believe the jury carefully reviewed the extensive evidence and made the correct decision. This is a challenging case with limited video evidence and only 2 witnesses of the actual shooting. We worked very hard to collect all.
Okay, first off, the other witness was his partner who was in the car. If you listen to his partner's his testimony, it was scary and damning. He, without thinking, reached over and popped her without even thinking twice. Okay? And my whole point, and I will get to the rest of the case and the thing. No, I'll let you all watch the rest.
All the evidence, interview all the witnesses, conduct every relevant test, and retain superb experts.
We are satisfied with the outcome. The jury's decision reflects the community's commitment to 3 important pillars of a civil society: the rule of law, the respect for the sanctity of life.
Okay, so where are all the protesters? That's my thing with you, Minnesota, is where's all the protesters? This happened right here. First Somali cop ever in American history. Unalived. And that wasn't his worst. That wasn't his only charge. He had already been suspended 2 times before that. I don't see anybody out protesting for this woman. As a matter of fact, the only one that spoke about her in particular was the Prime Minister or whatever of Australia. He was the only one. Minnesota did nothing. They didn't care. The people didn't care. And as a matter of fact, this was in the same district as Renee Good. The exact same district. Where's the same energy at? That's why I felt like that whole Renee, all that was extra. It's like, okay, I see now. Now it even makes more sense when you bring in the fraud and everything that went on with them. It makes more sense. But again, if that was flipped around and that was a white cop and a Somalian that got woman, think about the headlines. Think about it, y'all. This shouldn't be about race, color, whatever sex you are, whatever you religion or politics. It shouldn't even matter, right? It should not matter, but it does. It does matter. Because if you reverse this, there would have been y'all been storming the streets. But that poor Australian woman got no justice. No justice. That man got 2.5 years. 2.5 years. They gave him like 15 and let him out after 2.5 years. It was. I know. It was the 5th district. Or I thought it was the 32nd or 33rd, but you say the 5th. I believe you. It's the point. It's the same district, same politicians, same people that run it, all right there, boom, same people, everything. Where's that same courts? Where's that same energy? I hope they, that's why it's like, who was paid? Why was all that going on? I would love to know. Yes, your politicians are crooked. But again, I like to see the positive part of it all, which is there is that one sheriff there, but he was elected. So he must be out of like a decent base part of your state. It's probably out of a based part of Minnesota where the people there don't want that stuff around them and they actually voted in a good sheriff. You go to the cities, you're going to get what you get. Period. It is what it is. Yeah, man. The fact that she was white, it just threw it right. Even I thought maybe because she's from Australia that they might give her a little, extra love or something. Nope. They didn't want it to get national news, but it did. That Somalia made it national news, but yet I didn't hear about it in Ohio. That did not make Ohio news. So, again, I get it. I get your guys' pain. All right. Let me run down my list of stuff. First off, bro, at the beginning of the show, the first hour or two, tons of people were through here. Yes. The energy with when the Democrats are in here, not Democrats, liberals, because I don't care about left and right. But dude, when I say liberals, I mean the people that come in here and say anti-American crazy things. That's what I mean by a liberal. I just pretty much throw them all in. I mean, I could call them commies if I want, but it's like put them all in one thing. That's what they are. And their energy is horrible. Horrible energy. Like the second half of this show, so flipping it up, there was no Trump talk, right? No, nothing. And we were just watching human beings going through a struggle. They're watching Grady spit stories, bro. That's why I do Grady hour. I do Grady time. I usually show a few at the end after we go through all the politics and all the war and everything like that. I like to show this because that's something we can all vibe to, because the whole point of the channel is to vibe, not to fight. I love the debates. I love it. I do. I love when y'all debate. There's great conversations. And I wanted to say thank you to everybody because y'all really did, for the most part, carried today very, very well. I mean, look at our poll. It is well over, it's 76%. We've got damn near 6,000 votes. It usually never has been past 70%. So that's the highest it's ever gotten. And it was really low when it started. It was like 60%. Once Little Round Sheriff Grady came on, I'm telling you, y'all came, it just brought out all the patriots. The chat got real chill. That's the type of people I want to be around. But without you trolls, without you liberals, I don't have a show because obviously y'all need somebody to argue with. If we had an echo chamber in here in the chat, y'all be bored. So now, what's up, David? How you doing, brother? So, I wanted to make a few points too. First off, this was being brought up a lot today, which is America officially, like, dude, people keep saying we are in a war. And we're not in a war yet. We are in a conflict, but we're not in a war. And let me show you what's up. Because I think, I don't know if we've actually declared a war in a really long time, to be honest. I really don't. So here it is right here. Oh no, wrong one. This is no, here it is right here. Okay. So I asked ChatGPT or whatever you want to call it, is the United States officially at war with Iran? And the answer is no. The United States is not officially at war with Iran, as Congress has not formally declared war through military operations are ongoing. So, and that is, that's the legal part of it all. We have to formally declare war. We have not done that. As a matter of fact, we have not done that since World War II. Okay? Says it right here. We have not done it since World War II. So I just want everybody to know, I don't care what anybody comes in and says, including the fake news that we watch when they say war this, war that, war this. We're not officially at war. We're just not. 20% of y'all done lost your damn mind. Hey, that's what I'm saying. There's 24% too many. But, been in a war, this is not a war. Yeah, this is not a war. I just wanted to, not just say it in the chat. I wanted to show you guys straight up. This is not a war. You're looking at the screen. I'm sure I still have it up, right? It's not a war. It's Article 2, Section 2. Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces and can direct military options in response to immediate threats. But Congress has to formally declare war. So I just wanted to make that clear because that's how it goes. This is a conflict. Exactly, Elizabeth. Exactly. This is a conflict. If we were at war, we would take over Iran in a day. If we actually put boots on the ground, it would be over. And we don't, and that's the other part. People are like, oh, they're going to start drafting people. No, they're not. I highly doubt it. First off, you don't need tons of soldiers. This isn't 1960. Most of this wars and these battles and these conflicts and regime changes or whatever you want to call it are fought with drones, AI, lasers now, direct energy weapons. They're not really using as many, they don't need numbers like they used to. They're like, oh, go send, yes, we lost 10, 12, 13 people. If this was 1992, there would have been thousands of people gone already. I'm not defending it. I'm just explaining the difference. I'm just explaining my opinion. All right? And what this says here. Iran should surrender. I want peace. Yes, I agree. And, if anything's going to happen, it's going to happen on our own soil. It's not going to happen because Iran did something. Because the people here, dude, there was so many people in the chat today that said terror cells don't exist. They do exist. Yes, they do. As a matter of fact, that was my next topic, is illegals storming Eagles Pass. Okay, and just so you know, most of these illegals were fighting age, and a lot of them were Iranian. Okay, So I'm gonna go ahead and show this is what I got as far as that. Oh, it's already up? Is that already up? Boom. No, I was like, dang. I need the different. I like the other StreamYard better. It like pulls the stuff up without having to like go in, click it, go out, click it. It's a lot harder to share stuff on here than it should be. What the heck? What is this? Okay, I'm stupid. All right. Eagle Pass. Sorry, guys. So yeah, remember Eagle Pass, Texas? Remember when they stormed our border? Remember that? Remember when they stormed our border? Well, you know, like I said, here's the video. I'm trying to pull it up, you guys. I'm sorry. I keep pulling up the wrong one. And I'm actually feel like lightweight annoyed right now. All right, here we go. All right, now we're in the game. So here we go. Yes. Unprecedented migraine surge. This was in 2024. Now, it happened from 2022, 2021 to 2024. Record-breaking illegal crossings, 4,000 a day. Now, think about that. If a lot of these people are fighting age, think of how many people made it in our country times that 4,000 by 365 times 3, 4. And then whatever that number is, double it because that's probably the real truth. Okay? Now, when you think about that, then you start to think, well, where are all these people? Once they start to get their rights taken away, they're going to absolutely jump right up out under their rocks, and they're going to be our threat. It's not going to be your neighbor next door. It's not going to be, Iran from going to shoot a missile at us. No. It's going to be right here. They're already here. I've been screaming it at the top of my lungs forever and a day. Forever and a day.
Arrest those suspected of illegally entering the United States. The law going into effect in March makes it a misdemeanor in Texas for anyone to cross the border from Mexico illegally. Under that law, a migrant could be judged to return to Mexico or face jail time. Illegal reclassified as the ACL Eagle Pass saw more than 4,000 migrants cross into Texas. Customs and Border Protection's order to suspend 2 railway crossings is not slowing down the surge of people walking in on foot, and agents' resources are being stretched thin. In fact, there's just not enough people. There's no manpower. Jorge Ventura is joining us live now from Eagle Pass, Texas. And Jorge, there was a group of people behind you when you brought us that news on Monday morning. Is it the
Wow, my mic wouldn't turn on for a minute. Notice how they said they couldn't get enough help. There was nobody to help at the border. That's because Biden made it so impossible for these people to work. They were getting unalived. They were getting treated like crap. And our borders were open, and they didn't want to see that happen. That is why you have Trump supporters. That is why we voted for Trump. I don't support a lot of the things he does. I don't even know if I consider myself a Trump supporter. But I will say this, I voted for him for this exact reason right here. Absolutely. You don't hear the border people talking about this now at all. At all.
same picture now?
Adrian, the situation actually just continues to get worse. Now, on Monday, there was around 2,000 migrants here waiting to be processed. Take a look at the scene right now. It's actually quite remarkable. There's around 3,000 migrants now, and that number is going to climb pretty drastically.
Do you see all those people sitting on the other side of the border? Come on. I know you guys see this. Look at this. I know because I know people that went from all the way from places of Massachusetts all over the place. They went to Eagles Pass to document this. I know people in Texas that were telling me about this.
We're going to reach around 3,500 pretty soon because large groups are starting to come in now once again crossing illegally, and there's just not enough manpower to just process all of these migrants. You can clearly see some of here are laying on the ground just attempting to get sleep. Now on Monday, record level crossings, 4,000 illegal crossings just in a single day, while another 4,000 migrants are currently in CBP custody here in Eagle Pass. News Nation drone capturing these images of thousands of migrants waiting to be processed by Border Patrol agents as large groups of over 100 migrants cross into Eagle Pass throughout the day. Overwhelming Border Patrol agents and resources. Many other migrants here arrived on us as Eagle Pass is averaging over 2,000 legal, but the amount doubled on Monday. Border Patrol agents telling News Nation this is the worst they've ever seen the migrant surge in Eagle Pass. Migrants from all over the world are traveling on freight trains to the U.S. border in mass number. Now, sources in Mexico telling News Nation that Mexican officials in central Mexico are conducting operations on freight trains removing migrants on the way to the U.S. border. Now, despite these operations, it has not slowed down the nonstop flow of migrants headed to Eagle Pass. Monday was the first day that the international railway crossings in El Paso and Eagle Pass were suspended by CBP to redirect migrants to assist in the processing. Now, Union Pacific responded to this decision by saying, quote, Union Pacific urges the Eagle Pass and El Paso border crossings be reopened immediately. Roughly 450,000 rail shipments move across these two gateways. These locations represent 45% of cross-border Union Pacific business and include goods critical to the U.S. economy. The Texas Association of Business saying in statement, quote, closures will disrupt legal trade, commerce, and retail. This is a big mistake for CBP, and the timing couldn't be worse. And yesterday, we also spent some time on the Mexican side, and Mexican officials on the Mexican border did not stop just the massive groups going through that Rio Grande. It's a really dangerous area here because the drownings have increase in the area, but once again, just look at the scenes here, and it looks like we're going to get more groups continuing to come in here. We see a little bit coming in, but right now, around 3,000 migrants, including children, are here. Many of the migrants that you see here actually arrived yesterday, so they are still awaiting to be processed. Now, the processing center in Eagle Pass is at capacity. It's actually built only for 1,000 migrants. There's nearly 5,000 migrants in capacity right now, and what officials are saying is they just never seen images like this from Eagle Pass. So this is an area that I've been reporting in the last couple of years, and we've never seen it like this. This is just an historic migrant surge occurring now in Eagle Pass.
Okay, so I wanted to show that for a reason, and thank you so much for the dono, bro. I really do appreciate it, man. Much love for that one. I wanted to show that to you because, one, it explains why a lot of things.
Well, some in the medical community, they're providing new evidence that psychedelic mushrooms may possibly provide long-lasting relief from chronic pain. Scientists at the University of Michigan.
And people have certain political views. Why we voted for Trump. People just can't understand that this is what we want. We don't want all the other stuff that comes along with it. We want what's right. I do. I want what's right. I don't want BS. And then, we talk about saving the, protecting our children. This also involves the border. And it's very simple. It's very, very simple. You want to protect the children. One of the biggest trafficking scheme that's gone on in my opinion, 20,000 times bigger than Jeffrey Epstein could ever be, is this right here. This is so much more important. 200, which means these people are involved. They're sick ass, is my point. It's not more important. It's just like, look, 291,000 kids. This is going by Google. So if Google tells you it, just know how many more people went missing. 291,000 kids went missing. Official audits and reporting do not produce a single cumulative from 2016 to 2024 missing total, but the most cited findings from 2024 are roughly 291,000 unaccompanied children without a record noticed to appear as of May 2024, and about 32,000 who failed to appear at scheduled immigration hearings. Other larger figures, 300 to 325,000, are restatements or expansions of those agencies' finding in political context, meaning they were sent somewhere and shipped off. That's what they mean by findings in political context. So when you see that, you're going, okay, again, we want to keep our border secure and our kid. It keeps your kids safe. It's keeping these terrorists from coming in our country. I just don't see where we have this argument going on. The people coming in here with the most hate. We want Epstein, etc., etc. But you can't see that these poor kids are being trafficked and whatever, and you're supporting that. You're supporting what's going on in Iran to the people, but you want to hate on our president? I mean, I'm confused, y'all. Please, somebody help me out here, because I'm like lightweight confused as to what the hell. It isn't lost on me that this July 2026, I hear you, dude, the 250th anniversary. You know, Jeremy, you're too slow for this conversation. If you want to stick around, you know what I'm saying? You can listen, dog, because I feel like you need it. I feel like you're the one I'm supposed to be talking to, bro. So, that being said, we definitely had to support that. Whether we wanted to support a lot of things, if we didn't, where would we be today? You sure wouldn't have the Epstein files. That's for sure. Because Biden, all of them proved already that they're not going to release them. So go somewhere with that one. And second, hey, Jeremy, I got something you could eat. I do. Wow. See, I'm trying not to swear, you guys. So I'm doing my best because I want to just roast this cat, but I'm not. Just curious, did you live on Obama? Did I do lives on Obama and Biden? Yeah, I did lives on Biden, but Obama, no. I didn't really care too much. Obama was Bush was the one that really, actually, Bill Clinton. They all are crooked, bro. Nah, I didn't love on Obama, you weirdo. Nah, bro, I bet you let him sniff you, though. It's okay. I bet you invited Big Jojo to come over and bless your kids, right? Weirdo. He literally sniffed kids in public, and you're bringing him up right now. You're weird. So, yeah, horrible president, horrible human being. And people still support this. And they want to talk so much about our present president. Un-American pieces of crap. The 24 of you that that voted no, 24%, I promise you at least 17 of those are Americans. Well, they're not really Americans. They're not real Americans. But they live in America. Hey, Shivla, did you get something ran on you by Obama and Biden? Huh? Is that why you're asking me? Show me where they got you on the teddy bear. Show me where they got you. Yeah, I do. I do. Unlike you, go make a sandwich, woman. And the reason I say that to the ladies in here is because I know it gets them mad. I've been saying it for years. I know when they see me, they want to go, oh, this and that because of my beliefs. So I troll them. I tell them, go make a sandwich, go vacuum, go clean the house, go make a baby, go do something because it gets them mad. It does. And it also gets me a little chuckle deep down inside. You want to talk? Okay. You're not going to talk me, woman. And if even if you're a dude, you're still a woman. Joe showered. Dude, we're not going to even have to get into that. Joe, listen, I already showed the C-SPAN with Joe sniffing little kids for so long. Okay? He did it live on television. That's real proof. They talk, oh, Orange Man bad, but there's nothing of Trump sniffing nobody. Dude, Biden sniffed the Pope. He sniffed the Pope. And dude was dying. He was like literally he was like in his deathbed, and Biden leaned all the way in and sniffed him, dude. You should have. Here, I'm pulling it up. Y'all got to see the Pope's eyes when Biden leaned in and sniffed him. Hold on. I got to show you this. And then I'll get out of here. I had other stuff to talk about, but I ended up getting off topic. But it is too not. Ryan, I hope you're awake right now. You know when I get on these little clearly I wanted to roast these damn liberals from the beginning, but I couldn't. And then the energy shifted, and I just didn't want that political energy no more. But it's back. It's real simple to go ahead and roast Joe Biden. He's just like the easiest target ever. Ever. You ever want to bully somebody easily? Just pick Joe Biden. The easiest. Look at this. Look at this. Oh, yeah. Look at this, Joe. Why are you so close, Joe? Loading. Maybe there's just a picture. I don't need the video. There it is. There's the picture. Screw the video. Okay. Look. Look at the four-pole. That dude's touched and done more things than we will ever know. And Joe Biden managed to creep him out. Probably one of the biggest creeps in the world, and Joe Biden managed to top it. I mean, are you play? Everybody's like, oh. Look. He's like, hey, hold on. You kind of smell funny. Hold on. I'm going in. I'm going in. Look at the look on that poor man's face when he does it, bro. It was like looks like he saw death. Little too soon. Oh Lord. Oh man. That's just horrible, bro. Like really. So anyways, this is what the guy did. I wish that day would happen to Trump. I wish that day would happen to Trump. You are holding this down, much love, brother, and go Ohio sports. And Biden is a freak and a stooge. Oh, much love. Thank you, man. Oh, yeah, he did. He was a sick man. He dude, the other one. Oh, please, dude. The other thing that he did was really weird. Ah, man, I'll keep going. I don't care. I got to practice anyways. Joe hugging Hillary. Dude, he sniffed the crap out of Hillary on the tarmac. He wouldn't let her go, dude. And he's just sniffing her. And she's like trying to push him away. And all you see Joe is just sniffing her. It was the most awkward ever. It's like, yo, this is awkward. Not to mention how he talks down to everybody. It's hilarious. All right, hold on. Hold on. All right. I don't know what this is going to do for me, you guys. I don't know what this is going to show us because I pulled up the first thing, but, you know. They're probably CNN. You know they're going to sugarcoat it. I'm going to have to just pull up a picture of it if they sugarcoat it. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go, guys. Yeah.
Hugs where you just throw up your arms and go for it. And then there are hugs that keep going and going and going.
Look, get him sniff away. Look. His face is buried in that nasty, nasty hair. She probably just got done hanging out with Uma. Got a little drip on her. And he's just sniffing that hair, getting some of that chrome off of her. You know what I'm saying?
Joe Biden wouldn't let Hillary go as they met on the tarmac at Scranton Airport.
Like, she's like, okay, let me go now. She tapped him on the shoulder. He's still holding him. Look, this snowflake Karen's like, it's been 1 minute and 23 seconds.
About 4 seconds into the hug, they semi-disengage. Nothing to see here, right? Wrong, because the vice president wouldn't unhand Hillary for almost 16 seconds.
Notice how many times she tries to tap out.
Really, dude? Are you effing kidding me? That is your so-called hero? Yeah. Yeah. Who's dumber, him or his dog? Really? Dude, he's horrible. He's horrible. You are holding this down. I read that, dude. See, no wonder Kamala was never at the White House. Yeah, dude. Did y'all see this stuff? Like, bro, nobody ever brings this stuff up. Like, yo, there's so many instances where this guy just buries his face into people and just sniffs them. And then, his dog, it bit the Secret Service 39 times. I mean, your dog's a reflection of you. And his dog was a reflection of our country. And guess what his dog's name was? Commie, Commander. We were a bunch of commies letting them all in. And then they want to talk about today. Oh, Department of Homeland Security. We need to fund them. Screw them. FEMA's trash. What have they done for us? If it wasn't for the Patriots, we'd all be screwed. FEMA's trash. Like, nobody cares. Y'all can have it. Really? Is that what we really give a damn about? I mean, I'm sure there's some good things about the Homeland Security, but for the most part, the things that we need them for, they failed us in every which way, shape, or form. Tell me something they've done right for us. How did they handle Katrina? I'll wait. How did they handle North Carolina? Oh, yeah, they gave them $700 because they gave all the money to the illegals. I mean, unreal, right? They literally ran out of money because they decided to give illegals housing, food, phones, clothing, airplane rides, bus rides, let them commit crimes and bail them out of jail. That really happened right under our faces. And we're over here talking about what? We still haven't recovered from that, y'all. We have not recovered from that at all. There's a problem right here on our own soil. That's my whole point of going down this rabbit hole. And maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, but the day that they start feeling like they're what is the word? When you expect something, what's the word? Come on, help me out. Where you expect something. But once they stop giving you what you want, that's when they're going to crawl out from under their rocks, dude. And that's kind of what's happening right now. Wait till the summer comes and it's not winter. There's going to be a lot of people out. It's going to get wild. We're not going to be just talking about the war. We're going to be talking about what's going on in the streets of America. That's just a fact. I know for a fact we are. I know for a fact we are. ICE isn't going to stop, and it's going to be entertaining. I will say that. I'm not too worried. This is going to be my thumbnail today. This is going to be my thumbnail for today's show. This is it. The more you know. Oh, man. What else y'all got? Anything good? I done speak a when you expect something, hope and wish. Yeah. No, you're not like a spoiled person. Like a spoiled person. What is it called? Sorry, I'm a stoner, you guys. I'm a stoner. What do you call a spoiled person? Ryan, get your ass up. What is it called? Whatever. Who cares? Entitled. Thank you. Once your entitlement's gone, that's when you like, all right, you're going to turn on us. Thank you. They're entitled little bees. That's it. Just like the liberals. They need to just create. I say the liberals should just, we've been saying it for years, just take them in yourselves. Just take them in for us. All right? But that's dead now. Get them out of here. So I don't know. I'm done with all that. Anything else, y'all? I don't know if I got any other things I really wanted to talk about. If you live in the Midwest of America, part of East Coast, be careful tomorrow because there's going to be major windstorms. There was yesterday, we lost a bunch of electricity, as well as multiple other states. Tomorrow it's supposed to be just as bad. We're going to get up to 60-mile-an-hour winds. It's going to be a steady 35, 45, 40-mile-an-hour winds with bursts of wind 50 to 60 miles an hour. I don't think I got it. I don't know. Where y'all from? Where you from? You're from Minnesota? You know what? I had the Minnesota stuff pulled up. You guys have something going on too. And you had your stupid Mayor Frey was giving you guys warnings. I don't know what's going on. Yeah, I was gonna pull it up. Mayor Fry was speaking live. I was watching him during the thing, just a few hours ago. And he was wearing a rain jacket and all that. Silk, you have a good night. God bless. Thank you. Much love. Thanks for your support. Thanks for chilling. You guys are great. But yeah, I noticed that, Sandra, that you guys do have some heavy weather heading your way. So I pray for your safety as well. Silk, you be safe out there, man. God bless. Anybody that's watching right now, there's a lot going on. Don't fall for everything. Don't fall for it. Okay? Thank you for being you. I like the beats you lay down. Thanks, Silk. I appreciate it. That's the one thing. I try to be me, but it's hard for me to stop videos and go and stop and go because I'm learning them just like you are. That's why I say I'm reacting. I'm watching this stuff. It's new for me too. So it's I don't want to comment until I until I actually took it all in. I like to, I need to figure a better way out so y'all can hear me more. Because I got a lot to say. I be sitting back here Hey, man, I love it. That's the only way to be. That's why I love the Patriots in here, man. For real. That's why I'll fight for you guys all day. I'll fight for people that want to talk about MAGA. Dude, MAGA is not Trump. It's not. MAGA is a movement bigger than him. No matter what happens with Trump, MAGA is going nowhere. I'm sorry, you guys. It's just not. It's not Trump. It's a group of patriots that are trying to save America. And if you don't know that by now, I don't care. I'm not here to impress you, nor please you, nor care. Those that know. Those that don't, they don't. And it is what it is. And that's that. So I don't like this whole box. Throw everybody in a box. Throw everybody in a box. Stop with that. I don't like it. It annoys me, especially me in particular, because I show a lot of right-leaning stuff if you want to go by mainstream media topics or how we look at things. But I mean, I'm watching Fox saying this is crap too. And I was saying it in the chat, I don't agree with this. I don't agree with this. They were actually making fun of mainstream media. I'm like, yo, Fox, you're mainstream media too. So, everything we look, we see, we watch, we do, everything I show, I'm not trying to deceive nobody. I want y'all to take what we see and do what I do. When I get off, I go look stuff up and I know what's right and what's wrong. And if I see that it's false, I'm not going to show it to you guys. Reagan started the MAGA movement. That's cool. But that's just, that's just what it is. That's the politics in a handbasket. At this point, it should be America against the world. But the people with blue hair and all that, just we'll never get through to them. People always hit me up and want to debate me. And I've had more than one person. So if you're watching, the person thinking I'm talking about you, you're not the only one. But I refuse to debate people anymore. I used to. If you go back, I got plenty of debate videos. But I refuse to debate people because they're so dumbed down at this point. I don't care what you have to say. I truly don't care what you got to say at this point. And I don't want to give you a platform. A lot of people come through here. A lot of people see this video. And I'm not giving somebody who's going to come in and try to give y'all some poison. I'm good. I got my own message, and I'm keeping it at that. And that's that. If I have somebody on, it's going to be somebody that's going to be able to inform you, not dumb you down. And if you literally take the time to try to debate me, then you clearly don't know me too well, and you'll never be able to, because then you're going to make me try to A, pick a side, and B, you're not smart enough to debate me. You're just not. You got to understand how we started and how we got to where we're at today. And if you don't know that, then you're not on my level, and you got a lot of learning to do before I could debate you. If you don't know why the Twin Towers were built, we can't have this conversation. Okay? And we can't have the conversation. I don't know what to say. I just don't know what to say. But all right, y'all, I'm at 8 hours and 45 minutes. I'm going to go ahead and kill this. Y'all have a beautiful, beautiful night. God bless y'all. I don't think... Yeah, not just do they not take the information, they don't want to hear your information, and then they just spit lies, and when you ask them questions, they can't answer them. You can't get a yes or a no or a clear answer. It's just a headache. It actually is stressful. I'm good on that. I'm good. Do you guys really care? Do you guys really care to hear? Now, I might bring one on one day and roast them, but I'm not going to schedule this great debate with somebody that can't debate. So, that being said, I love y'all. Thank you for your support. Have a beautiful day. God bless. Imagine being really drunk in front of your house screaming how cool your house is, $420,000 in Alaska. Picture that one. And hiding in a dispensary because you decided to flick somebody off in road rage behind an old lady. That's the type of liberals we're dealing with. That's the type of liberals we're dealing with, y'all. Straight up. Hiding behind a old lady because you flick somebody off and couldn't back yourself up, that you go run and hide behind the old lady, and you're a 45-year-old man. Come on, bro. You got something wrong with you. You really do, dude. If you can't defend yourself, don't run your mouth, dude. Don't go running behind old ladies, dude. Come on. Embarrassing. Talk about embarrassing. Come on, dude. And that is you know who it is. You know it is. And you want to throw one more rock? Hey, bro. It is what it is, man. If I get bored, maybe I'll order me a bride too, bro. But I'll make sure she sticks around, though, homie. Yes, they have reverted to 10-year-old mentality. They have. Dude literally running around in his socks while it's wet and all like drunk and stuff, talking about how great his house is and hiding behind old women. I'm like, dude, what type of, bro, I can't, you're weird. That's the type of, that's what I mean by liberals. That's what I mean by that. Like, I am not trying to push nobody away, but I can't like get down with that. Like, I can't vibe with you. I can't roll with you. I'm embarrassed, like, for real. And you get mad because somebody wears a hat? Really? That embarrasses you, though? A hat? Okay. Okay. I'm going to leave it at that because then I'm going to start getting mad then. I'm just joking. I'm in a great mood, y'all. I love y'all. Have a blessed day. I got my little rants in. I got everything in. I hope you all learned something. God bless Sheriff Grady. God bless America. I'm going to close this poll out too, though. Let's see where we at. 5,702 votes, 76%. Damn right. That's the best poll we've had yet as far as Americans supporting the United States of America. I've seen it pretty low. We got it up 12%. Sheriff Grady brings in good vibes. God bless y'all. Have a good day. Peace. I'm out.